who I found. I've only gone and found the second place of the Blast Austin Major Champions, and I can't seem to see Blitz, but here we go. Techno, Mazzinho. How you doing, guys? I mean, an incredible end to your season.
Yeah.
You've had a bit of a break.
Yeah.
Did you have a holiday, or were you just grinding CS for the entire time?
Both.
Both?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's like a little bit of outside time.
And playing Crazy
Good.
Streaming, yeah.
Yeah, dude. Okay, we have to find you. I haven't watched your stream.
I just did it on YouTube.
YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay, keep your eyes out for that. Techno, did you do much? What did you get up to?
No CS.
No CS?
No CS.
Nah, sometimes that's good. I was just talking to Vitality and they were saying they didn't touch the game. They don't. Especially when you guys are playing so well, taking a step away, come back. It's probably good for the soul.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Sometimes it's gonna help. Yeah.
I'm sorry for reaching over you. I'm not a professional. I should be swapping seats and stuff. But is that some new jewelry I see? Very nice. Yeah, very cool, very cool. I mean, I saw when they did the interviews, it was like, who would you take fashion advice from? A lot of people said Techno. They did. Yeah, you got the drip, bro. You got the drip.
No. He's got a drip.
Look at these. No. Oh, actually, to be fair, MZ.
Look at this. This is scratching.
Okay, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. He's a fashion killer. He is. Are you guys going to be killing it this tournament, man? Are you going to be on that grand final stage again?
Not sure. In team beside me, our players past 2 week times 0. Yeah. So
we'll find out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who knows?
Yeah, but I'll try our best. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all you can do. That's all you can do is try your best. And no, we'll just leave it. I think we'll leave it. Last question. Just so I can practice it, I need a cool, like a Mongolian word for like victory, you know, so I can scream it when you win a big game. You know, I'll go like Mongols, whatever it would be. Do you have a word for like, you know, victorious? Yes. Yeltha. Yeltha.
Yeltsa.
Yeltsa.
Mongols Yeltsa. No, Mongols Yeltsa.
Mongols Yeltsa.
Yeah, Yeltsa.
Mongols Yeltsa.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try and remember that. Mongols Yeltsa.
Orksha. Yeah.
Go again.
Orksha. It's kind of sounds like the Russian Ora. Yeah.
Yeah. Orasha. Oh, it's kind of like Orasha. Write that one down. Thank you very much, boys. And one final question: do you miss Anubis?
Not really.
No. A little bit?
For me, I hate overpass, yeah.
Where do you play on overpass? Are you a Bianca by any chance?
I was an A player. Oh my god, that map sucks.
He's got PTSD. He's not a fan of overpass. But we might see some overpass at this tournament. It's been played a lot at the moment. Yeah. Okay, we'll see. New maps, new vibes, stylish Mongolians. Yeltsa. Hello guys, today we're with my favorite team, Mouse, and we're going to ask them some questions and see how the player break went. So, Jimmy, a bird told me that you had a bootcamp recently. How was it?
Bootcamp went amazing. We had a good bootcamp in Hamburg, and we prepared for Cologne.
All right. And Lotan, what did you do in your player break?
Nothing.
Okay, this is going to be a bit tough here, but Machine, not sure here, I think you're a new face in the team. What's your role? So I'm more of like a second voice, you know. We've been working on strategies with Ludde. We've been working on it. I mean, you know, Adam, sometimes he's hard. Like he's got a very strong will. You know, he knows what he wants to do. And sometimes I'm sitting here. I'm trying to call. I'm trying to give us ideas, and this guy's just got his own ideas. It's tough. I mean, you can ask Brolan. He knows all about it, man. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty relatable, I have to say. And what do you have to say about it, Brolan?
No clue what he's talking about, actually.
All right, and the most important man, Torji, I heard that you got some goodwill. What's your will for this season?
Man, we need to get this guy out of the team as soon as possible.
I like to hear that. I think you did a really good job. I think you did a fantastic job. He thought it would be cringe. I don't think that was cringe at all. I think that was actually pretty good.
Perfect.
Would be cringe. Yeah, actually, yeah. Spinks-Doward. Take notes. That's all. That's it. Like, you've done it. You've talked about it. Oh wait, anything about Counter-Strike? Overpass, good, happy. Anubis, sad, happy. How are we feeling? One of the best maps in the pool, easily.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, legit. I mean, it's very tactically heavy, so I guess actually it's a massive map. Does this mean you get to have fun as a lurky boy? Is there a lot of lurky moves on Overpass? I don't even know. I'm not smart enough to know.
It doesn't matter, we will lose to Vitality in the end.
Well, that's a terrible way to end an interview, folks.
Okay, it's over.
Yeah.
It's over.
Okay, you guys have got one massive troll under this bridge. Yeah, okay. Any closing words? We're not ending like that.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely looks like a troll with his height, so yeah.
Oh, yo! We'll end it there. We'll end it there. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for your time, boys. Mao's going to tear up Cologne.
All right, here we are. We're doing SSD setups with G2, and while the players are busy clicking away, I'm going to come back and talk to you. How are things going?
Things are going fine. What can I say? We're a new team now, so the expectations are a bit lower.
Yeah.
But we spent some time in Belgrade for the boot camp. We're clicking,
yeah.
So let's see how it goes.
Good. I know the roster change, this whole situation has been obviously a lot of media attention, heavily scrutinized, and I don't want to go backwards with it, but you've obviously done a lot of research and you've gone in a direction of kind of trying to replicate what Nico and Mattis can do with multiple players, is essentially the theory I'd assume you're operating with.
I think we are going in a different direction now. So back then we were focusing on star roles, star players. Now it's a bit different. Like we are starting from scratch, as I said, so I wouldn't go back. CS can be played in different ways. Yeah. So this is the new way we're going to show, hopefully starting from this event.
And you obviously don't make this kind of a decision if you don't have faith in Malves, what you've seen out of him so far, and Heavy God, what you've seen out of him, because those guys, I mean, they look like they're, I guess, sort of the future of G2 in a way, right? Like they feel that way within this team.
Definitely. Everyone is here for a reason. So, yeah, we have faith in them.
Cool. How have things been going with Saw early on as well, stepping into the coach role?
Hey, Saw is amazing. We really like what we see from him. Yeah. He started strong, he's continuing strong, and like I believe he was the piece that we were needing.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll let you get back and hype up the boys. I'm going to go talk to the other guys.
Cheers, mate.
Cool. Mattis, you mind if I chat with you really quick? How's the G2 jersey fitting so far?
Happy for sure. I'm pretty sure I'm happy for the opportunity, so I'm really happy.
Yeah. How's it been within the team? It's kind of a huge organization, obviously in esports, probably a little bit of a learning curve there with the size and scale of everything, but teammates are all good, practice has been all great for you?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we didn't have that much enough time. We've been bootcamp 8 days, we've been practicing hard, but so far it was pretty decent results on some practices, but of course everyone knows that on officials is very different, compared to practice, so we'll see.
You speak very fast. Has anyone ever told you that before?
Yeah, a million times, yeah.
I got to ask about the mouse pad. I saw on Twitter you had to lay the old guy to rest. You brought a new one in. The old guy's still hanging around somewhere. You got him in the back pocket. Is it like a lucky charm you travel with, or?
I'm not traveling, of course, but I have it as a relic in my home, yeah. My father told me that I should buy it at some point, like solid after some years, but I said there is no chance. Like, I'm going to keep it for sure. If everything goes to shit kind of with this one, so far I'm like happy, I would say, but then I will just glue it on top of it. I don't care.
Now, did you go with the same mouse pad, just a fresh one, or did you switch things up?
It's the same one, but a newer one, for example, but the surface is not the same, identical, for example, so I kind of have to get used to it still, but as I said, like, I'm happy for now, but we'll see in the future.
Awesome. Thank you, man. Have fun. Good luck this week. What's up, my brother? How are we doing?
All good.
Feeling good?
Feeling good.
How was the break for you?
It was really good.
Yeah?
Yeah, some time with the family and everything, it was good.
Have you, you've been pretty vocal, pretty public about taking a big social media break. Are you staying off it? Did you realize the side of life without social media?
It was good. Like, it was good to stop seeing some trolls on Twitter and everything, and I thought about coming back, but nah. It's kind of like that.
Yeah, life is too much better like this. What's the fresh perspective you're coming into this season with? I know first half of the season, I guess it would have been was kind of a journey of fighting your own demons of trying to fit into Nico's shoes. It seems like you've gotten more comfortable with the situation you're in. So what's the kind of philosophy you're operating with?
I did. I just had to learn the hard way, basically. That I don't need to put any more like pressure on my shoulders. I have enough already by being in G2 and everything, and then. For now, I think I'm just chilling. I think I have a really good team behind me, and yeah, I have a really good team behind me, as I said, and yeah, I think I'm really excited for the new season, and yeah.
Okay, well, this is gonna be fun to watch. How many Colognes have you been to before this? This is your.
Yeah, I played one play-in, and one before, which I made playoffs, and this one.
Okay, so this is gonna be your furthest you've ever gone in Cologne.
Yeah.
Perfect. Are you liking this new G2 lineup? You've obviously been through a couple different iterations of it. We're still in a fresh start, but it feels like you guys have a good thing going.
With the previous question, I did playoffs on Cologne, so that's for this one. But what is the next question now?
Just asking about the team. It's a different build, different environment. Obviously lost a couple star players, but just seeing, it seems like you guys have a good thing going. Everyone's very positive about the direction it's heading in.
Yeah, honestly, it looks really good. I think Saw is a really good coach, and he's been doing a really good job. Also, with Hunter stepping in as IGL, I think he's doing a really good job as well. I expected a little bit worse, honestly, but he's doing a really good job. I'm impressed, and it's really good.
Perfect, bro. I'm excited to see you. Good luck this week. He's so focused, I'm not even going to bother him. This is a guy who gets locked into his PC during warm-up. You should see the deagle shots he's hitting. It's absolutely spectacular. Setup's obviously feeling primo. It's lovely. It's beautiful. Sensitivity's perfect. Hunter, can I chat with you for a second? Do you need him? You can take him. All right, cool. What's up? All right. Big transition for you. How are we doing?
Sorry? All good, man. How are you doing? Nice to see you.
Yeah, I'm doing great. What's it like stepping into the IGL role at this point? Has it been a fun ride? It's been, a couple weeks now, I guess, since officially announced?
I mean, it's fun so far. It's been good, I would say. Bootcamp went well. Yeah. Practice online was good as well. Boys are good around listening, so that's really important. And yeah, so far I'm really happy.
You've been around the block. You've got a lot of experience, and you've worked with some really good IGLs in your time. Is there anything about IGLing so far that's caught you off guard? Because I can't imagine you'd be surprised at the workload at this point. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, for now, nothing really surprised me, but we'll see more on official games. Practice is something different, not so much pressure, I would say. Of course, you want to do the best, but official games, it's something different. And yeah, but so far it was good, and yeah, a lot of work, I would say. Yeah. But yeah, I'm happy.
Did you get a break during the downtime in the off season, or were you kind of like, oh God, I have this big thing coming up? It's kind of I just have to work at home.
I think I had maybe 8 days full break with talks about transfers and things like that in between, but 8 days without CS, I would say. And I started working a bit earlier, of course, with the coach.
Cool. Well, I'm not going to bother you any longer. Good luck this week. Excited to see you.
Thank you.
Saul, can I chat with you, my brother? Yeah. Let me squeeze over here. I'm coming to you next, man, so don't go far. Well, you're stepping into another new team. This one, I feel like kind of has a different feel to maybe the last couple of years, where I feel like you've been in a lot of rebuilding projects and dealing with new players coming in constantly. Now it feels like you're within a team that has some cool pieces that you can work with, and you can actually aim a little bit higher. Is that the case, you feel?
Yeah, I do think so. I think the beginning, of course, is like another rebuild, even though there is like core of 3 players, but then the change of the roles and everything. So it's a bit of a rebuild, but yeah, I mean, I think there's gonna be way more like stability with the roster, and I think we can aim higher than with the previous rosters, I guess, at least. It's gonna take some time, but yeah, I think it is like that.
Everyone's had like really, oh man, I should not have sat like that. I'm gonna steal this chair. Oh, Anthros, thank you. I was going to go with it. Everyone said positive things about the boot camp and how the team's kind of orchestrated so far. You have a similar sense, similar vibe?
Yeah, I think it's been a pretty good start. Like, we have gotten in a lot of work in a short amount of time. Yeah. I think still, like, of course, it would be a lot to say if we want to like peak at here Cologne. That's not gonna be possible after 2 weeks. Like, I don't think we're gonna show our peak level in any case, but I think we can show good CS, and I think that's the most important thing. How consistent we will be here, hard to say so far. I think there will be new like learning lessons here as well, but we will see. But I think so far, like, it's been productive, it's been good, and I hope we can show the best version so far, of course.
If you'll allow me to glaze you a little bit for a moment, I can't imagine someone with your kind of success in the teams you've been on not having a good eye for talent and strengths and weaknesses in your players. So I know it's still very early, but if you had to identify, like a strength of Hunter as an IGL that you've seen so far, like what perspective on Hunter do you have that makes you think this guy as an IGL can deliver for us, can be good in this role?
I think so far, like, he's been really good at controlling the team, like in the server Also outside of the server, he's showing like good example of how to do things as a professional. Yeah. And yeah, like inside of the server, he's taking control. He has the respect of the other players, but he's really good at controlling the pace of the game, how to do like switch ups, mid-round calling, and he has really good eye for the details. And like, well, I think not being an IGL before, already showing it now, the early days, it's gonna be a good sign.
Cool.
I think also his mechanics, like he's a good player, and for IGL role, it's gonna be a strength for us to have like all around a strong team, basically 5 players with good mechanics, good firepower.
Speaking of teams with a lot of firepower and good mechanics, I know you've been on a long journey and you're in a completely new team now, but is there ever a day where you wake up and lay in bed for an extra 10 minutes and just think, I really miss that Ents team? Because I do. I lay in bed every once in a while and think I really miss that Ents team.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had some good times, good memories, and like the atmosphere in that team and everything, it was working really well. Yeah. I think I'm not thinking it from that perspective really, that I miss this and I want to be back there. It's not like that. I value all the memories and everything, but at the same time I think it will always happen. I think with any team, like there will be changes, something will happen, like it's just eventual, nothing will last in that way. So just appreciate what you have at the moment and go with that.
Beautiful words from a beautiful man. Thank you, Sal. Good luck this week. All right, now I gotta go get Heavy God. All right, Heavy God, it's your turn. I know it's gonna be tough. Yeah. I have really important questions for you.
Unlucky.
How was your break?
Break was good. I think like obviously I had a not so long break, I would say.
Yeah.
It was good, I would say. 8 days of I spent in Greece, so that was good.
Oh, fun in the sun. That's beautiful. This is a really big event for you guys to come into with not a whole lot of time to get this new roster coming together, but everyone seems super positive about it. You as well?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, I'm always like a new start is always something I would say special. Obviously, we want to have it good atmosphere, good everything. I think like regarding expectations, we shouldn't expect something because first tournament, new team.
Yep.
So we need to be realistic and obviously, you know, if we win, it's better. But yeah.
That's a fair point. I feel like with you, every team you've joined, every new lineup that's come in, I feel like you've always had to like kind of shift your game a little bit. You've had to go into a couple different roles over the past few years. So what are you doing this time? What's the switch up this time in Heavy God's game? What are you moving into?
I mean, obviously I sacrifice a bit of myself, I think, every time, and I don't mind it because I do what's the best need for the team. I think it's the same now. I sacrifice some roles again. I don't really mind it because I'm willing to learn if I need, and I'm willing to do my best in any role. It doesn't matter what role you play. If you play A Mirage, B Mirage, connector, you just need to do your best in every role and believe and trust the other people that you give them the space. You just need to trust them.
Okay, well that's great. That's all I had for you, man. Nice and easy. Yeah. Go enjoy the rest of media day.
Thank you.
All right, cheers. What's going on? It's a fresh season now. You guys are going to try and have a fresh start here. We're going to try and forget about the first half of the year and move on from it. Are you feeling good with the direction of this?
Yeah, feeling good. To be honest, like last 2 months for us, we spent a month in Barcelona.
Yeah.
We had a 2-week boot camp with JL and went to the major. And then we kind of cut the break a bit short to start boot camp earlier and just finished a 2-week boot camp now with Drin. And you know, it's a lot of practice days and overall like boot camping with the team. I felt the vibe changed. We start from scratch basically, like all maps, everything, trying to figure out like what works the best for us in a very short period of time, and trying to work on, you know, which maps we're gonna feel comfortable at. It's a lot of new stuff, but I feel like Drin is a guy who's like a sponge, like taking in information and also not afraid to talk, and I really like that.
I imagine there's got to be like a relatively like freeing feeling or like a refreshing feeling about getting to start from scratch as you're describing. Like you just get to go back to basics and rebuild things from the bottom up, and that's what you guys are doing?
Yeah, I feel like so, but at the same time it's one change. Some maps we might have bigger changes, but the thing is we still have 4 people that played with each other for a long time now, so it shouldn't feel that, great of a change. But at the same time, we did feel like that it's weird to be on server with a new guy because it's been so long with the squad we had, and JL was a large voice in how the vibe was, how everything was within the team. But we're getting used to it day by day, and it's nice to have a guy who's never had a proper media day, even at a big tournament. It's like he's asking these questions that that everything's new for him, like playing with in-ears and stuff like that, like he's not used to. But the raw skill this guy has is crazy. Like I've watched him play, and it feels nice. I shared the room with him also. I'm a lot
feel like a father figure a little bit?
I wouldn't say so. Like probably Blade has the feeling, like 20 years older or something. But I'm also a lot older than him. But I feel like I see the young hunger, everything in him. Like it's nice to fill the room with that energy.
Yeah, it's infectious to everyone else in the room.
Yes.
Yeah, so you're getting to bask in that kind of a glory. After the incredible year you guys had last year, have you noticed anything after the first half of this year where you've kind of been like, this feeling was certainly missing, or this kind of energy was like, is there a target for you guys to get something back into the team that you had last year that was missing to start 2025?
I think the answer is obvious, like yes, and it's hard to pinpoint what you were lacking, because at the end we had a deeper playbook than we ever had, but we couldn't win a playoff match.
Sure.
I just think that right now we will have this vibe, new energy, everything. We can understand that we're gonna be the underdog team in a lot of matchups, and just trying to work our way through the process. I really look at this season like a second chance this year to prove us that we're going forwards, because we're kind of been only taking steps back. But one game at a time and one tournament at a time. We have some online tournaments as well coming up, so it's going to be an interesting start to the season. But I think towards the end we're gonna see the bigger picture.
Cool. Well, I appreciate your time. Thanks for your words.
Thank you.
Have a good one. All right, boys, can I come interrupt and steal one of you away real quick? Oh man, you got sold down the river so fast. What's that like?
Hey man.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I mean, it's fine. Could be better.
Yeah. What's your favorite part about Media Day? What do you like doing the most?
I like the most to skip it,
Yeah, I feel very similar, actually. How's everything been so far within the team now? I was just talking to Alexei. He mentioned it feels like a fresh start for everyone. Do you get that vibe as well within the squad?
Yes, it's true. We kind of have new blood. It's refreshing the roster. Feels good.
Yeah. What's your headshot percentage going to be this year? Are you going to aim for something crazy? Are you going to go break records?
To be honest, doesn't matter. Headshot rate, it's nothing. The most important, how many rounds you win, how good your connect to your teammates, how you in synergy with your mates, basically. This is the most important.
I love everything about that answer. I'm gonna let you do the mic drop moment, get out of here on that one. Thanks, Bit. I did a quick one. Now I have to come steal you.
Okay.
You sold him down the river so fast. I had to come punish you for that one. How we doing? How was your break?
Pretty good break, yeah. I will say.
Cool. We're coming back into things, getting started in Cologne. You guys have a very short window to acclimate a new player, and it's kind of obviously a situation where we'll get him as far along as we can. But what are your early thoughts on how he's been playing with you guys?
We had a boot camp in Barcelona. I'm not sure if someone told you already. And we were playing for, I think, almost 2 weeks, maybe less, 12, 13 days. And yeah, he's doing pretty good, I would say. Communication-wise, I was a bit surprised how he speaks, how he, let's say, controls a bit what happened on his part of the map, like how he's saying, for example, I don't know, guys, come faster because whatever happened with his situation. And it's pretty good to have like from the beginning, because you can build confidence out of this.
Yeah. How much, just out of curiosity, just if I can get a peek behind the curtain, how much does Blade's system kind of, I mean, we talk about Blade's system all the time, but how much does it change with just one player coming in? Is it mostly the same stuff you've been operating in, or is there tweaks and adaptations?
Obviously, it's gonna change a bit because he has different, not like different mentality, but he came with different play style. Even though he played in Navy Academy, maybe he played something different than we played us. But most likely he will have or he will adapt. Yeah. But like I said from the practices, it looks like he can adapt very fast if he didn't do it yet.
Yeah. Can I ask one question before I let you go? I want to ask about, you just kind of reminded me, Flashy's now gone from the team. I don't know how closely you guys as players worked with him, but obviously assistant coach to Blade. Yeah, just I guess just insight onto what you feel you're missing now that he's kind of moved on.
Fucking shit. I was watching the games and I see him in the back, like, and Lakers back, and I was like, what the fuck? This guy now is a coach, like fist bumping, speaking a lot, and
different jersey.
Yeah, different jersey. It looked like a bit weird for me. Yeah. But I'm very happy for him that he got this opportunity. He was coach before, like in a female team, but obviously he wanted to be a coach at one point, so I'm very happy for him.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks, man. I'll let you get back to it. Have a good one. Okay, is this the first time you've ever set up an SSD at a big tournament like this?
First time, yes.
Yeah. All right. Do you know what you're doing?
I don't know. I'm just putting my things and let's see.
All your teammates have talked about.
Big problem. That's it.
Yeah. All your teammates have talked about how nice it is to have kind of like a rookie come into this team, and like the energy that you bring, just like I guess being a rookie and being fresh to the SSD setup and all these things. What's it been like for you stepping into such an accomplished organization and accomplished players around you?
To be honest, it feels good, and they're helping me a lot. Like, we still didn't play the first official, but in Prague, bootcamp was good, so let's see what's going to happen in official.
What's the energy like for you? Are you kind of nervous? Like leading into this event, you had to have some ideas in your head. Are you excited? Are you nervous? Are you scared?
To be honest, not yet. I'm not nervous. We need to see the official. Let's see now what's going to happen.
All right, and really quick so we don't make this mistake, I need to hear it from the horse's mouth. How do you want your alias pronounced?
Makaza.
Makaza. Okay. Perfect. Well, hey, man, I'm going to let you get to it. You'll never forget the first time, so have a good one.
Much easier for him than me.
Yeah, what is yours? Im?
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, Zowie, Nor.
Many legendary clashes have gone down in Cologne, and I'm not just talking about inside the Lanxess arena. From this very studio, teams have to battle to make it to top 6. And one of the most memorable of all, FaZe versus Liquid, this time last year. The Master versus the Student, Carrigan versus Twist, who at the time was a newly found in-game leader for Team Liquid. A third map, an 11-1 lead for Team Liquid, only 2 rounds separating them from making it to Lanxess and knocking out FaZe. But that is not how the story ended. Round after round after round, FaZe fought back, pushed it to OT, and erupted in a 16-13 victory. Today, one of these two will be eliminated once more from Cologne, alongside 3 other teams. Falcons versus Furia also going down on the A stream, NIP versus Heroic on the B stream, alongside G2 and 3D Max. Today, dreams are going to be crushed at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2025.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match. It's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a
afternoon from Cologne, Germany. We are here at the Intel Extreme Masters. It is stage 2 as we work our way through these brackets, finding out who's going to be joining us inside the Lanxess. I'm joined by Y&K and kind of joined by Sponge.
I was just enjoying, how nice it is in here.
Hall of Heroes?
No, that's in Poland.
He's been giving dirty looks to the Mouse guys.
No, I wasn't at all.
They were giving dirty looks to you. They were giving dirty looks to you.
It's me and Torji. But I'm just enjoying it, right? Like, look at how awesome this is. We get all the Counter-Strike players in one place. It's not how it used to be back in the old days, is it?
No, it's not how it used to be back in the old days.
Much nicer now.
Back in the old days, a big room, people are scattered all over the place. You can't see everyone.
Yeah, so sorry about that. I was a little bit spaced out. But look, boys, it's a very important day, and we have to address some topics quite early. We've been taken all aside, put into a room, and today I want to practice it with you guys before I do it with the casters a little bit later, just to really make sure that we're enunciating correctly. So I want to start off with an easy one. I'll say it, and then you guys say it.
Repeat it back.
I'll repeat it back to me.
Yeah.
Okay. How now, brown cow?
How now, brown cow?
Oh, that's good enough. Peter Piper picked a pepper.
Peter Piper picked a pepper.
Perfect. Now, look, I've actually created something with production at home, so we make sure we get Kiyosuke's name correctly. So this will help everybody at home. Well, look, you say potato, I say potato. Hey, I'm going to apologize to absolutely no one. We're going to say it the way he says it, and I'm going to say it with my Australian accent too.
All right, get in there.
Kiyosuke.
Kiyosuke.
Yeah.
Kayosuke.
Kosuke.
Koala bear.
That's how he said it. He didn't say yo.
This is a mystery that is going to expand all of time.
Yeah, you guys are going to have fun. We're going to have a bunch of different names thrown at you, but it's all the same person, so don't fret. Yeah.
Maxim.
Simon
Bakken.
I think I even heard Kaio is an okay, or Kyo. Is an okay one.
Bro. Let's get into the show, shall we?
Yeah. We should.
Shima's not here, bro.
Yeah, he's not here.
He lives in Malta.
He does live in Malta. We can see him another time.
But he would have been back in the early days. And the early days is what I want to talk about. Cologne 2014, gentlemen. We weren't in the Lanxess then. We were in Black Curtains inside Gamescom, which is, I was going to say just down the road from here, but no, it's just up the road from the Lanxess. It's not far from here, really. I was at that event.
How was that?
Didn't win a game.
Didn't win a game.
But got to watch the grand final. Got to watch NIP lift the trophy back then. I was in the front row.
You were rooting for Fnatic as well, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Yeah,
well, that's because the first major, Fnatic befriended my Australian compatriots and I. So, we were at the very first major 2013 celebrating them. But then, look, in 2014, NIP were the ones to get it done here in Cologne. And, we've been in Cologne before 2014. We're just talking about CSGO, right? And 2014 was Gamescom, of course. And then we moved into the Lanxess, becoming the Cathedral of Counter-Strike after that. But this is NIP's first major.
I think Freya was also at this Gamescom one. This is where she was introduced to Counter-Strike.
In the crowd?
She was there to watch, I think, Halo, she said.
Oh.
And she wandered over into Counter-Strike and never left. So, I mean, that's
how it goes.
That's how we got Freya.
Halo.
I think it was Halo. I could be wrong.
Could have just been, may as well been Gears of War.
Straight up line.
I don't know why I'm console slandering.
I know.
Like what you like,
Gears
guys.
of War is actually a cool game.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah.
But 2014, NIP, Get Right, Forest, Exist, the boys.
It was funny. Them winning the one where they weren't actually favored and probably played their worst CS. Helped a little bit by the Cobble and overpass additions. The randomizer. Do you remember the randomizer?
I picked a Cobble for them 3 times, I think.
I do remember the randomizer.
Like, let's gather all around the fire, guys, at home. The third map used to be random. You didn't ban. It was just you pick, and then.
And y'all are complaining about best of ones.
Look, in the best of ones in 2015, that's when I got my win over Titan, and it was randomized to be Mirage because we both floated the map.
Neither one were big time Mirage pickers.
No, not really. Worked out well for one side of the server as opposed to the other. But
and you've really been milking it for all it's worth ever since then.
It was also first time in the Lanxess. I remember coming. I was an observer for that event and coming in and like getting into the arena and seeing the amount of people like watching CS. It was surreal. Like it's nothing like it. And I also saw interactions yesterday actually from the people involved in the grand final. Kenny S, Crims, because Blitz had that 1v4 from Dark against Falcons, and that's where Crims had the 1v3 against NVS in the grand final to start mounting the comeback, beat NVS in overtime and won the major there, Fnatic, in 2015.
Yeah, and then 2016, obviously another major, second major of the year, and that's the classic one, Simple playing for Team Liquid, the double drop on Fnatic on Cash. Obviously, they don't go on to win the final. It's SK's second major of the year, second consecutive.
Well, we're going in chronological order, right?
We are going in chronological order.
Because Cologne used to be, look, this is one of the things, right? Because you come to Cologne and people, maybe you only started watching Counter-Strike in the last couple of years, and you ask yourself, what is it about Cologne? Why is it such a special event? Because it's held in high regard by us, the community, the players, everybody who is a Counter-Strike loyalist puts Cologne on that pedestal, and it's about the prestige. prestige, right? It's the best teams win this event. It's been running for such a long time. And in Cologne, you get the absolute creme de la creme of Counter-Strike.
And I think pre-COVID, it was the fact that it were the majors, you know, the first couple of ones, but then it just grew. And I mean, Lanxess is massive. It's a lot of people. We had, you know, teams always come in and they want to win it. Then it was part of the Grand Slam. But I think post-COVID, honestly, when you look at the format change, and especially last year when we brought in only best of threes, right, throughout the way, and compared to something like the major, which still is the pinnacle of competitive Counter-Strike, but with the amount of best of ones and everything that goes on, especially now in MR12, it really feels like with this particular format, it's very hard to fluke a tournament like Cologne, right? Because everyone takes it seriously, everyone wants to win it, the big dogs, no one is taking it just sort of as a practice tournament. It's best of threes all the way, so to get upset or for an underdog team to go all the way and the best of 5 final, it's going to be very difficult. And I think that's why you see in the history of Cologne, you never had a team that's like outside of the top 3 win it.
I think it says it just with the organizational names, right? Like what you're saying is bang on too. Like when you look at the time period and you look at the teams who are winning it, yes, the top teams, but all organizations that have ever won a Cologne are an elite level organization, at least for the time. Obviously, NIP and Fnatic have fallen off a little bit. NIP is on the resurgence. They're going to be playing a little bit later today. SK doesn't exist within the space at all, but SK was very famous back in the day and then had a brief stint within CSGO. And then in more recent times, right, you've got your Navis. They've won it twice, but not consecutive.
Phases have been in there. Vitality's have been in there.
Exactly, right? So it's only the, as you're saying, it's only the best teams in the world that win.
Liquid during the Grand Slam run. Navi was Team of the Year in 2021 when they won it. FaZe was Team of the Year in 2022 when they won it. G2 in 2023, one of the teams, you know, sort of definitely one of the best in the world. And last year, Vitality, it was their sole win, but still, you know, we're talking about a team that has Zyvo on.
Also, if you look in the other direction, if you look at the underdog teams that we've seen make good runs at Cologne, it's taken some incredible stuff, like the big run that happened in like 2018.
Thank you, FaZe, for that one.
Yeah, I was gonna say epic collapse to lose that match to allow Big to go that deep into the playoffs, and then you look at the Liquid 2016. They were an underdog at that event, making that run to the finals, and it took literally the greatest of all time playing for them, doing a miracle in the semifinals.
And we got robbed of the SK Fnatic sort of matchup that everyone was hoping for, because that's one thing sort of held against the Brazilians at the time, is during their run, especially they didn't have to really face the Fnatic lineup.
Well, that's right, when
the pain of their existence.
That was right when like Olaf got his like little elbow injury and kind of dropped off, and that Fnatic team just kind of sizzled out.
What if?
Yeah, what if?
Oh, there's been plenty of those throughout Counter-Strike history, hasn't there? What if Vitality went back to back and become the second team ever to do it alongside of SK Gaming?
What if Chad starts coaching FlyQuest? Will they be the best team in the world?
Oh, I bet they could. I bet they could shoot up the rankings.
One what if is a little bit more realistic than the other. So can we just stay?
I don't know.
Stay in reality for a moment, gentlemen.
Well, I mean, it's kind of cool when you say it like that too. And the conversation around the best teams in the world are the only ones who win it, because we have the 2 best teams. I mean, from the major grand final, those 2 teams are already through to the playoffs, right? Vitality and Mongols.
Sure, that's obviously aided by the bracket in Austin and the way that things funneled forward. But Mongols playing some good Counter-Strike. Vitality played some great Counter-Strike yesterday as well. Obviously, there was Falcons trying to put a test to the Mongols, and Mongols passed it with flying colors.
I think the 2 teams most likely to beat Vitality at this tournament are Mouse and Mongols. Because they are the 2 teams that didn't make changes, right? Are coming into the new season, sort of just being able to build on what they already have. We could already tell with Falcons, it's going to take a while.
There's some teething going on over
like
there.
Some of these other teams, FaZe is struggling. We'll see how Navi fares today against Mouse. You know, all these names are just still figuring things out.
Hold up. The Zonic gave me, he said when you do praise them on the desk, he just wanted to make sure that you were So
that's great compensation.
No, I probably won't get that money back now. That was a real 50 euros.
This is that's a coin toss.
That bit wasn't worth it. Was it not? Shit.
I just need a star here as well.
Hey, what are you doing for dinner tonight? You want to go out and get a drink?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay.
Well, so spend it on something nice, Janko. Spend it on something nice. Look, I think when we look at the broader context of all of this, there's another fun factor is Central Europe for this event, right? Germany. And other than that, one big run, we never see anything good from German Counter-Strike. That's not meant to be a dig. What it is meant to do is set up the fact that always at Cologne, you get a really nice crowd, because it's like Australia. You don't really have anybody to cheer with. So, cheer for, sorry. You got plenty of people to cheer with. And you're going to enjoy good Counter-Strike. And that was good. Mate, my favorite Counter-Strike match to commentate of all time, and maybe even watch, was the 2022 final. That for me, FaZe versus Navi, that was an amazing final, right? Twist dropping off the silo. That's one that people remember. But that entire series, it delivered.
Every map was good in that series.
It was.
Which is crazy for a best of 5.
And right now, now, right, in terms of if anybody can be competitive against a Vitality in the best of 5, right, we've seen how energetic those matches can be earlier on within the year. Mau's have been close, Falcons have been close. So I would love a team to push them. I'd also love to see Vitality continue this greatness and adding back-to-back Colognes and keep the second calendar year Grand Slam Open, the ESL Grand Slam.
Oh, sure, the 2-for-1,
right? Yeah, that's the one.
It's crazy because we were talking to Apex in a post-game interview, and he's talking about, we want to do. No one ever won Cato, Cologne, and I was like,
I thought about it at the time,
and then he added a Grand Slam in the same year, which is true. Like FaZe won their Grand Slam in 2023 when they won Cato, Cologne, and a major in 2022. It's becoming more and more difficult for Vitality to find things left for them to do.
When you ask them what their goals are now, and they're just like, you know what, we just want to win trophies. We just want to win as many trophies as possible.
It's always been a little bit off. They've only played 4 maps, so I'm not saying that as like massive slander, but if the form from like Mezzy, Flamesy, etc. keeps up at this point, maybe somebody else gets the MVP.
It's just
that could be a difference.
That would be sweet.
Yeah, that's
share the MVPs.
Yeah,
it's just also the luxury that they have, man, where they're just so good right now that Zybu can just chill along, do his own thing, and then they'll still win games and not drop maps.
We touched on that stats graphic that had like the percentage of games a team wins if their star player is below like a 1.0 rating. The Vitality guys were all on the other side, where it's like if you're below a 1.0 rating, like your team still wins. And there's like 4 of them in the category. Like it's too deep. It's too much.
It's all about that depth. And we didn't even mention G2 winning.
Didn't even mention G2 winning.
You know?
Well, yeah.
It was a big one.
They did win. They did win.
They won Cato and Cologne in the same year, and then they decided to do what, Chad?
Destroy the team.
They decided to get rid of that guy on their left.
Before they did that, we got Hooksy on the desk with Kassad, and that.
Oh yeah, Kassad loves that.
And that was
the highlights of Kassad's life. It's
that
like
was
his
one of
child and getting on the desk with Hooksy.
One of my favorite moments, I think.
This was a big win, obviously.
Coco won MVP.
Yeah, but that's obviously Nico been chasing that for a while. Then we had that same story with Apex, who'd been chasing it for a while. So yeah, players want to get this in the cabinet, and it's my favorite event of the year.
It's the most silverware for a player like Nico ever. It is Cato and Cologne, and they both came in the 1 year, so it's always tough. You're always chasing those trophies, right? But things have to come together. You could see how fragile it was for G2, right? Like they had a great thing going, then not anymore, and now it's a completely different team. Only Hunter left on the team from that lineup.
Let's go Hunter.
Talked about some of those big dogs. What about some of the guys still in the tournament just fighting for it? Astralis just got eliminated. I
can't believe they got absolutely flatlined by Furia twice.
I know, that was very weird.
That's an interesting head-to-head to see how that now manifests throughout the rest of the season, but that's very disappointing from Astralis for back-to-back grand finals to then go and get eliminated. And
the quote from Hooksy was the worst part of it. You see
what was the quote?
He gave an interview on, I think it was on HLTV. It said something like, I don't know how we're in an elimination match in Cologne and we're not fighting for our lives. He
didn't feel the intensity.
Didn't feel the energy and the intensity across the team, I'm assuming. So this is very flat. 4 of the 5 Astralis players were in the bottom 7 rated players at the event as well. So it just dropped off.
I think also that will be something he'll definitely work on, because maybe he wasn't paying attention too much while he was, without the team. But this is also a squad that went to watch a football game, in between their elimination games. So, they have an interesting approach in how to handle, their backs against the wall. They just sit down.
Yeah. Some of the other teams in there that I think we're kind of interested in just seeing how they do at Cologne. Maybe not the highest hopes of winning. Probably not the highest hopes of winning. Definitely not the highest hopes of winning. Liquid and NIP. I think NIP has been an interesting one to watch with their rise through VRS and the NIP organization coming back to relevance at the biggest events.
The addition
of Kaspersky has been very cool. Sorry, the inflection points are
and
really
hard. And it was with Kisuga, so you kind of merged the two together.
Yeah.
Right, how now, Brown Cow?
And I think also important for Group B, right, for these 4 teams in the lower bracket, they'll have to play 2 games on tomorrow, right? Like whoever wins today will have 2 games waiting for them tomorrow, and that probably favors a little bit a team like NIP, who's had to grind online and play for hundreds of hours in a week. But Liquid FaZe, a rematch from stage 1, a rematch from last year. Like Freya pointed out, they were fighting for a playoff spot. Now they're fighting to survive in Group B. And NIP Heroic, I thought NIP had a chance against Aurora, considering the stand-in situation.
Yes.
But just weren't able to get it done, and now it's going to be the lower bracket.
It is a shame how many matches, and this is obviously there was the coin toss to work out who was seeded and put where, so it's a little bit random in that regard, right? But it is a shame the amount of rematches.
Yeah.
It does help when stage 2 teams are just winning all of their opening games, but we had the Astralis Fury rematch, we're getting the Heroic NIP rematch, as you mentioned, the FaZe Liquid rematch, so lots of rematches. I'm curious to see who they favor today. Clearly, if we go off the Fury result, maybe the team that won the last time round.
Yeah, going to be really interesting attention to see. Either way, we're going to head off to a break. That's the pre-show for us at IEM Cologne. When we come back, we're going to start diving into our first match of the day. It's Navi Mouse, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter. Right, then, that's the shot. Hold, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back. Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
LNZ, just before we get into the matchup at hand, tell me a little bit about the game versus Spirit yesterday, because super close first map. Where do you feel like maybe it slipped away from you guys in OT?
I think it was maybe not in the OT in particular, but like in the game we lost a few anticos, which is really hard to win the game when you do, and we were maybe a bit slow started as well. We got into it like at the CT side. Also myself, I had a very slow start individually. And I think it was just the deciding rounds of like the regulation that kind of like lost us that game, and obviously the unlucky celebration at the like 12-11 defuse. I thought I had that one, but didn't. But I think it happens. Like they also have Shiro had an insane game. So it was just Spirit is one of the best teams in the world, and it was just they showed it.
It was an incredibly close series nonetheless. Was there anything you were able to kind of take away from that? Maybe some team talks, maybe obviously getting on the PCs yesterday post that game that you're bringing into the matchup today?
I mean, in one way, it gives us confidence that we can win against even a team that is like number 3 in the world. Now, like NIP is not at that caliber, so we're really confident going into this game. We also know a bit more like how they play. So yeah, like we took that from that game, and it gives us a bit of confidence.
Okay, tell me something that you've picked up about NIP then. If you feel like you know them a bit better as opponents, what are you kind of looking out for in this series?
I mean, it's kind of hard to pinpoint, but just kind of like get the feeling of like how you want to play against them, and like obviously now there's a different like game plan, you know, that you have to adapt for every game, and you hopefully have the feeling that you will do it better this game.
What do you feel about Snappy leading the charge on the other side of things? Because he's quite renowned for his style of kind of the off-spawn calls. How is that to be countering as an opponent?
I think in one way it can be quite annoying, but then also it has his like cons, like calling the way he does. Same with us with any other style. I think it's quite annoying sometimes to play against when it goes so fast and there's so many like rounds to have in your mind at once. But it's also if you shut those rounds down, then they don't have so much to play with after that. So it's all about just shutting them down when they play the style they have.
Thank you so much for your time. Good luck. You can go ahead and sign the wall.
Hello everybody, welcome in here to the B stream, of course. As you can plainly see, we've got NIP up against Heroic to kick things off here for today. IEM Cologne in full swing, and well, indeed, dreams are going to come to an end here. It's going to be a rough old day for a couple of teams getting knocked out at the very final hurdles. That being said, these guys are round 1 lower bracket players in Group B, so I think that they were maybe expecting to go a little deeper before getting knocked down here. Heroic kicking off against Spirit. Pretty tough game. let's be honest. Meanwhile, NIP against Aurora, maybe expecting them to potentially at least take a map off of an Aurora that is, you know, without their heaviest hitter this tournament.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. So there's a lot heading in towards this game where I think, as LNZ was talking about there, it's confidence for them, right? You know, they've pushed a really, really solid side, and a side who, of course, who are injecting even more firepower in now as well. And sure, there's going to be teething issues in the early part, but still such a scary side. Shiro playing that well, Dong playing as well as he did in towards map number 1, and they took them the distance. Probably should have gone 3 maps. I mean, obviously, that comes down to that defuse, what was 0.25 of a second or something ridiculous like that. And you look at this and say, man, they've got to feel good in general, saying we've taken a top seamer, and that's what he was talking about. But these two sides, of course, have already played each other at this tournament. It was back in stage 1, and it was an on-paper upset. It was NIP who came out on top 2-1 in a pretty incredible fashion, a reverse sweep. 13-10 nuke in the way of Heroic. Heroic's map pick of Overpass, 39 to NIP, and they finished that with 39 again on Ancient. So we head into this one with a lot of questions about, can Heroic get the revenge, or is it going to be back-to-back upsets for NIP, proving that this side is back to playing in the big leagues?
Yes, absolutely true. I mean, a team that we've got to keep an eye on. That's really the tagline, I think, that a lot of people have given them when they've played tournaments this year. It has been a little rarer. I think it's going to get better into the second season. They have sort of flown up the rankings. It was just a tough start for them ultimately. But yeah, I think that there is a lot of potential for this one to, again, go the distance. You know, both these teams, unfortunate to not pick up a map in their opening stage 2 games, right? Some very close overtimes and things like this. It does feel like the Overpass not make an appearance here, as it was that slightly riskier pick. It can blow up in your face. We've seen that a couple times now, actually, as the Overpass has come out. Probably, I think, every time we've seen it on our casts, actually, the team that's picked it has ended up losing it. So, you know, maybe stay away from it would be the advice, especially now. Right, 3D Max yesterday in a very risky game, knockout game for them. They pick it, it did not go well. The rest of the series, they managed to just about get it done, but the pick of Overpass didn't work. So I think maybe stay away from it for the time being, unless they feel confident enough that they've done enough work. And they do have very recent, very specific against NIP kind of tape to work off of. So we'll see, but my advice would be to perhaps just leave it on the back burner for now.
I have a feeling we're not going to see it today, but we do have a head-to-head as well that we are really going to be keeping an eye on throughout today's game, which is Wrinkle taking on Grix as well. Last time out, they looked really, really solid back and forth. I mean, Grix across that series just 4 days ago was the only real standout player over towards Heroics. This is going to be this big kind of, I think, quite consistent narrative that we come back to is, you know, Grix, who's been heating up continuously through this tournament, can somebody like Wrinkle shut him down? Can he make him feel uncomfortable? And NIP, they've had some decent wins under their belt as of late as well, because not only the Heroic one, but 3D Max as well, which is obviously a side that, as we saw yesterday, are very difficult to put away, as we that deep map 3 triple overtime extravaganza. So the fact that they're able to take a 2-0 and relatively cleanly as well is proof in the pudding that they have the individuals to step up, and we're hoping that in Wrinkle's case he can be one that really puts up some numbers. This is a side with actually a lot of talent around it as well. They've got Kaspersky as well, who's technically not standing in on loan in a sense, but I'm looking forward to seeing what he can bring in and bolstering up this rifling core alongside Shush. U-Jerks, we're still looking for more numbers out from him, you know, more akin to what we saw back in his days on Saw, right, where he was kind of that hard carry, relentless entry, so consistently good at putting up numbers. They're going to need that. The rifling core for Heroic, very, very talented. Tanir alone is an absolute beast, but Youngster has his moments, and Nilo we know can step up too. So veto time here for this one. I doubt we see Overpass get picked again. I think it's going to be second wave banned, and probably by NIP if we're being frank here as well. The first pick's going to be Train, however, picked in by Heroic. NIP have a couple of choices. Nuke's not a bad one. That's where they're going to go as well. I don't see Overpass getting picked in here.
Yeah, okay, so we'll actually be banned out by NIP. To be fair, they won it last time. They don't want to take the chances. Ancient, just, you know, far more reps, far more confidence for sure on that. So it does make sense. But I think, again, this for me is going to be just a real test of where the heads are at, and maybe where these teams sit. If NIP can take a victory here again, then I think that they're maybe, starting to again compete for that instant invite and whatnot to tournaments down to the VRS and things like this, and keep those other teams that are competing for that, like a Heroic or like a VP that we've seen at this tournament, to fully keep them at bay. I just think it's a pretty fun game to kind of watch the likes of Snappy and how he's able to read into, a very young team, very aggressive sort of team, maybe in a way playing a style that he enjoys playing as well, where it's like, search for that first kill and figure out the first exchange. And it did feel like maybe last time he managed to get the read on them after one map, after, maybe 3 halves of Counter-Strike, something like that. But yeah, it's interesting because you do feel like you have a ragtag bunch on the NIP side of things, and do they have the actual firepower to compete? And it's a big question, but Heroic, they also have like a team that's similar to that. So it's very, very strange to see these guys playing off against each other, and I don't know that you can expect consistency.
No, I mean, this is a game that is primed to be kind of really up in the air. We're going to be heading in towards Train in just a moment. Of course, a map in which, understandable why Heroic are picking into it. It's been a pretty good map for them when they have played it. They already played it once as well at this event. That was all the way back in stage 1, and a super confident win over MIBR 13-6. But prior to that, you look back to Austin, win over Tyloo 13-10. Before that, IEM Dallas over Aurora and Big at Messinomatic. So, in the last 3 months as well for Heroic, this has been a really, really good map for them. Sure, 3 out of 4 of those games, of course, was without Nilo, but even with him, they still looked pretty effortless. So NIP, they're going to be tested, but I don't think they're too upset about going in towards Train themselves. This is a map in which, while it's not as successful, they've got a hell of a lot of reps under their belt, especially within kind of the tier 2, the unorthodox Counter-Strike that you see there. They're going to be well-versed for whatever Heroic bring to the table. So a spicy game is expected on Train, which is good because Train, it's kind of been akin to some slower games, some more kind of traditional style of play, which isn't exactly what we expected when it was reintroduced in towards the pool. Nuke to follow, being a very good map for NIP. Keep an eye on, in particular, Wrinkle on that map. He gets very proactive. He's very versatile as well, so I'm excited to see what he can do. Ancient the Decider, of course, was in that previous series as the Decider 2, and NIP took it 13-9. So I feel like this series is destined to go all 3. But the question of course is, can NIP do it again?
Well, yeah, indeed. And I think it has been, a pretty quick moving tournament. A lot of battling, a lot of life on the line.
Yeah.
And therefore, prepping again is just going to be very, very tough in between games. But there's a argument to be made here that I think Heroic had a pretty big test yesterday. Real mentally draining kind of game against Spirit, one where they should have taken a map, and just in the fashion that it came about, right? As LNZ mentioned it in the interview even, where he said like a bit of a premature celebration. I thought I had the defuse, I thought we'd done it.
Yeah.
But they kind of let themselves down, and then it was difficult into map 2 for them, I think, to sort of continually bounce back. So yeah, it's rough. It is very, very rough, I think, for Heroic to have experienced that, of course, but it gives you a lot of lessons. It gives you a lot to work off of. NIP, something a bit similar, didn't catch the game entirely against Aurora, but they had a double overtime, which is also, a real challenge to get through. But it's a weird team, NIP. It's been a weird kind of trajectory. They've just been slamming these like mid-level tournaments, trying their best to get to any LAN that they possibly can just to get the double VRS points, and it's finally paid off for them. But what have they learned? Have they been out of the top level for long enough that it just feels all very, very strange? There's a lot of questions, I think, for this team.
Well, let's get some answers, right? We're heading on the way. It's do or die here as well in the lower bracket. Loser of this will be heading home. It's U-Jerks to open things up. Kaspersky caught on the drive-by as Youngster gets up close and personal. And they're trying to swing it towards his site. There's a molly in towards the back end of it that'll force U-Jerks out, but he's still alive. Same can't be said for Grix and Nilo, caught by Snappy and the Doolies. What a way to lead by example. Snappy gets all 3, and he's loving it.
Yeah, there you go. A bit of energy to him. Usually quite a chill guy. I think it is safe to say. Loves a good interview, loves a good podcast. And yeah, he's usually pretty laid back and just, chatting away. But He does have the demon within him, I suppose, and the mechanics to back it up, in fairness. A lovely pistol from him, especially the two-piece in the middle there to just kind of confirm the fact. Heroic enjoy this map at the moment. Still not loads and loads and loads of reps on it, but as they look towards the veto, they have a few decisions to make, and it's hard, man. They're not necessarily a team, I think, that can ban things away and move towards a solid punish pick. Their most favourite map gets permabanned by this NIP team, so that doesn't help.
It definitely makes the veto process a little bit more uncomfortable. So far, this side not looking uncomfortable at all of NIP. Nice little 2-0 out the gate, set the tone, sell the nerves, all the things you want to see. I mean, as much as they obviously got the win in stage 1 to open up Cologne for them, they still are once again considered the on-paper underdogs in this series. You know, this heroic side have continued to scale up. I think there's still maybe teething issues there with Nilo of getting him to the level they want, especially the level of Xflower, but NIP are the underdogs, but they're starting so well. Wrinkle will find Grix, not a way that this gun round wanted to get going by Heroic. They're down to 3 in a matter of moments.
Tanir, not in a bad spot, to be fair. Could go unchecked, could go overlooked. He's, oh yeah, a little awkward, but he will be traded at least. I was going to say too many enemies to be focusing on, but they just have the numbers to play a bit looser. Bomb down and spotted. Nilo heard now. Just going to have to really defy the odds with this. Snappy gives his life away. He is forfeit for the information. And U-Jerk's there on the trade. So, again, the initial move's pretty good. I think Train's a map that NIP might really enjoy playing, though. Again, it moves very fast, and they can sort of just keep things simple for now. And that's what they need to really, again, get used to playing at this top level if they are going to start competing for playoffs and things.
And I mean, you know, like we said, they've played it actually a really decent amount of times.
Yeah.
All right. Snappy really getting loud. That's what we want to see. Like you said, it's not normally a guy who we see kind of get noisy, normally quite stoic in his nature, but he's getting fired up. Of course, there is a bit of a pseudo rivalry between these two sides. It's not only in the server, out of it too. We know the social media managers have a field day against each other. But all the bragging rights right now is in the hands of NIP, and it's continuing as U-Jerks finds yet another 4-0 for him. A lovely start yet to fall. And of course, back to a lower investment for Heroic. On their map pick, not looking too great for now. His presence towards long, and more going to join them as the gang are grouping up. Wrinkle needs to make sure not to get tunnel visioned.
Wrinkle. Oh, gonna get ahead of this smoke. Feeling confident.
Briefly.
Yeah, the paradox of choice, and he opts not to shoot anybody. So we all get to live. Nice little peace pact for now. Ceasefire for the moment. Oh, Kaspersky just in between those spokes, able to spot the corner of a head. He's got an inkling there's a few more here. Out onto the Tech 9. Nilo's unbothered. Nonchalant, as they say. Can he find anything here? As he's left alone. Follow those traces, bro. He's pretty low. I think they know where you are, my guy. I don't know. He's trying to play sneaky here, but yeah, I think they're pretty sure of where he is at. Down he'll go. And 4 in a row now for NIP.
Yeah. Honestly, fair play. This NIP side putting up some really decent rounds. That one, little scrappy, little weird, but if you can still see them over the line, that's ultimately all that matters. And making sure as well that it's inexpensive, I think, is another big thing for them. Nobody going down is a nice positive to have on that CT side where you're building up real stability in terms of the finances. Here's the spawn smoke thrown by Youngster. And splits the difference between the two trains, gives you a bit of a runway if you want to go quick towards the A side, but they're actually not. So Molly down to slow them down, and Tanir sticking behind it. Flash avoided. Kaspersky sitting up close. This is a big fight. If he can win this, it'll go a long way. It's Tanir who gets caught early. Opening kills have been excellent for NIP, and Heroic are continuously left in a position of reeling.
And what are they going to do to adjust now? Holding some extremities on the A side of the map. Maybe looking for some aggression to come their way, and I think they will get their wish. And Linus just not ready. Nilo there for one trade, but there's too many bodies. And that should be the round, in all honesty. They have the bomb, I suppose. So just got to be careful on the over faces here. And before I even get the words out, U-Jerks proves my point. So maybe there's a bit more space to work with than first thought. Flank coming in. It's going to be quite late, though. So for me, it's shush on the bomb site. I have to watch this guy.
Oh, well, speaking of, he's the one to fall. Wrinkle 8OB, snappy MP7. Griggs gets close, or peering through, but it's Griggs who comes out on top. And it's all down to now this MP7, which is a known quantity and at range. He gets so close, but it will be that first on the board for Heroic. And now they get loud themselves, but Tobin's going to call for a timeout. Wants to build upon this lead. I feel like as well, with how close it got, it still is not that confidence booster that Heroic are really looking for. You know, you come back in towards an investment, you want to make those sort of rounds stick in a sense sort of effortlessly, and well, it's anything but. It very nearly slips, in fact.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Really strange sort of round. It's that first domino, isn't it? You know, U-Jerks had done so much, but then he takes that wide swing and it just leaves them incredibly vulnerable. No one around to trade each other for the rest of that round. Really quite a tough one, and I think Heroic will be very happy that they managed to get that. But yeah, a pretty nice timeout as well, just to kind of make sure that they can now get some building blocks on this T side.
Early nade, bounds round. Just setting up one of his own. Next, Kaspersky going to come join, but he will now be left alone here. Push through Pop Dog. LNC got the right idea about this, but how good is the clearance? The shadows betray them, and Kaspersky going to get both. Oh no, that's not what we wanted towards upper brown hole. It's down to 3, and this has been a, unfortunately, quite similar position for Heroic. They've been in a 5 versus 3 a couple of times, but Tanir is here to bite back with one of his own. A chance absolutely still on the cards. Shush, less than half HP. Far from being under lock and key this round for NIP. You need to make sure. Look who's posted in the open. Wrinkle, you cannot afford to miss. And he doesn't.
Bit easy for him there.
Yeah.
Got to be careful giving him more. They try and double swing in. Oh my goodness, the re-peak. Again, I suppose they are so far ahead that it doesn't matter too much, but maybe some spots of discipline in places. Does feel like Train brings the worst out of a few players, you know? It just moves so fast. It's a little close quarters combat at times. But they'll get the round nonetheless.
Tanir have the AWP, or he'll try to save at the very least. Snappy, he's got the right idea here. Oh, it's a timing one on the exit. Moving round, and yeah, Snappy's going to get him. Orb recovered. They don't actually need to pick up that orb, but if they want a double orb, of course, that is a possibility that they gifted. Nice response, though. Simple stuff. All starts here, Vex Kaspersky as well. It's just the shadows that betray you and you're swinging in towards Pop Dog, but it's his repeat, right? He's really wanting to make it 3. He just didn't give time for the weapon to be ready. Doesn't matter, though. 5-1. So far, plain sailing for NIP. Heroic still looking and feeling fast asleep right now. It's pretty concerning times. Tanir will be the first to fall, and Wrinkle flicking a find. He repeats again. Hasn't learned his lesson from the round previous. He could have easily got a kill and got out. That's overconfidence now for the youngster, and it's something he needs to be very careful of. Oh no.
Oh, shush. Man. Again, allowing them space to get back in. It is a little weird here. Big man Linus is chilling out in main, so if they can get the right pick off. But it's actually heroic to find it. What is going on? Youngster back for a bit more, using the ladder to his advantage, trying to find the head. He can't. Ex-Kaspersky goes up high, as it will be the frag going back round. U-Jerks is left in this 1 versus 3, and again, NIP letting it slip.
U-Jerks, he's been held as well. Youngster knows, but U-Jerks hit the shot. Now 1 versus 2. Does have a kit to work with, no util. Got to isolate fights. And, whoa, he's doing exactly that. As Nilo falls over faces, all down to LNZ. Up on towards the bomb as well. He goes quiet. It's all about whether he can spot him, and oh, he's so close. LNZ will see him off, but that is a sight of relief for Heroic when it comes down to the 1 versus 1, and still maybe concerning times. On the flip side, over fights from NIP, so unnecessary. Wrinkle, we don't need to repeat there. Could easily get one and fall back on the angle, give himself the opportunity to fall away, but no, decides to fight. Shush goes for a push, which is unnecessary. So I think understandable that we get the first tactical timeout taken here by NIP. Good opportunity to resist it. Sort of enter the fray, but you're looking at Snappy. He needs to tell the troops just to chill out a little bit.
Yeah. I think there's a lot at play here in the fact that, like I say, Train as a map does seem to bring it out of a few players, especially your AWPers, just feeling like they can it's a lot of very straight angles, a lot of very big walls to hide behind, or the trains to hide behind. They feel like they can safely repeak. And look, maybe in Go you could, but in CS2 it's a bit easier to punish those repeaks. You don't move quite as quickly back round a corner. And then also I think there's just the fact that NIP feel confident coming into this matchup. Already a game that they've won, and one that they're scaling into, and a good start as well. But both the rounds that they've lost, they probably shouldn't. I think that is worth bearing in mind. It could be 7-0 quite easily right now.
I mean, that's sort of ultimately the takeaway, is that they shouldn't have. But I'm not get too worried just yet. Smoke will be dropped by Ex-Kaspersky, selling the ruse that he gets out, and actually he will just commit to getting out. As U-Jerks playing up close towards Ivy, and Young's just pushed a little far forward now, so it's like a fight brewing. He does have support from the site itself, but they look like they're splitting towards the 8. Utah being set up for exactly that. Under 50 seconds now to work with. Clear through main. LNZ first through Pop Dog as well, and there is that split of Long as a real potential, and in they come.
Setup looks good to me. Tiny little smoke at the back of the bomb train, not really going to upset them too much. U-Jerks, dry swing, good timing. So there goes that prong. Oh, and the taps through the smoke as well. Just doing bits of damage, distracting away. There's some team damage in there. Snappy will go down. Kaspersky in on the site, as he will find himself a clean frag. 1 on 4 overall for Tanir here. Gonna have to find out if he can pull this out of the bag. No time, though. I think they just give him the space, and indeed he will go down. So NIP back to their winning ways.
Yeah, U-Jerks, he's playing excellent right now. Absolutely flying. 11-2 for him. He's been so damn clean, and he's just that consistent factor that you want to see him. He's 4-0 in opening doors on top of that, which is, exactly what we were talking about coming in towards this series. NIP have individuals who can step up. Ex-Kaspersky we know is good. Wrinkle we know is good as well. Shush, a guy who can be a real stabilizing factor and a secondary voice, but we need numbers out from U-Jerks, and well, right now we're getting exactly that. Back to a lower bite for Heroic, and Ex-Kaspersky trying to get in the back lines here, and it will net him an opener. Looks for a second swing and a find, so the low buy into upper brown halls, shut down with ease, and U-Jerks to close once again his 12th as NIP find their 7th. This is very, very nice. They've guaranteed the lead in the first half.
Yeah, and look, the timeout comes in. That's obviously going to buy them a bit more space and try and stop things from falling apart too quickly. But look, they have lost some silly rounds, but ultimately they bounced back from them very, very well.
Yes.
They've not just sort of tilted out and then lost the subsequent. They've stuck to the plan. They've gone, okay, a little bit unlucky. Maybe just need to pull it back a bit. And indeed, took a timeout on the second one because it's like, okay, maybe one is okay, but a second is kind of a fool me once type situation. Burst up here from Heroic. They will clear out the site. At least initially. Wrinkle breaks his smoke. Doesn't see anything on the side of it. Snappy. Tough angle. Wrinkle does manage to find one on the Ivy angle itself. But beyond that, there's nothing coming. So the first sort of legit round for Heroic, they find some quick entries. They work off of it. And they will secure the round. Can they get the hunt on? Maybe not wanting to lose any more players now.
Hang on, though. This AWP is not too far away from Tanir. He might be able to get in the back lines. And yeah, he is. All right, something brewing here. Wrinkle, he's tunnel vision in the wrong way. So he should be dead. And well, he is. Tanir will spot him. Shushes over towards Oil. And he'll get the trade. Again, I don't know if he stays alive here. He's just dancing between the triangles. Ooh, pixel spotted. Griggs known about, but he'll nail the shot. Hunt successful for Heroic. Still a long road in terms of the recovery. They'd like to get to minimum 4 rounds and well, one step closer. And like you said, I think that's the first big round that we can kind of come back on for this Heroic side and say, that's good, that's replicable. The protocols are solid, the call is solid. And we've hit our shots. Yellow and Tanir in particular, doing really well. Of course, we're going to need to see more out of Tanir to keep U-Jerks at bay, and rounds like that are proof in the pudding that he can. Wrinkle posted. Wrinkle finding as well. He's so sharp. There's the repeat, but this time successful. Oh, Wrinkle. That's a stunner for a second. And Heroic left stunned as they're down to 3 once again, and Snappy tucked up close. Youngster might overlook the angle, which he does. A lazy half clear costs him his life. And surely the round NIP number 8 in reaching distance. And Tanir will actually get the finest. Wrinkle misses the shot. Something we haven't said too much when he's been looking this hot.
Yeah, usually going down on those sort of second or third repeats, isn't he? On the trade opportunities. But yeah, a missed shot like that is a little bit rare. Surely you feel he's done enough for the round. Tanir has scooped up that up, so he's looking to try and find a kill of his own. But the FOV of the scope will be his downfall. Grix, the real AWPer, maybe, might be able to save. I think other than that, he shouldn't really have a goal for the round. He's now been spotted. And with 30 seconds left, it becomes a lot tougher, I think, to slip through the cracks here. Make sure you don't go down after time, so on and so on. But it would be lovely to have this AWP into the final round of this first half.
Yeah. I'll definitely help out. But she's got other ideas. At range, nice work, nice find.
Check them. I think so, right?
Precisely. Check them corners. And he didn't. It's a second shot from Wrinkle. So quick on towards Nilo, but there it is. Youngster didn't check his corners. Snappy will punish. Can't give him those easy ones. NIP up to an 8th. Still, 4 rounds for Heroic is workable. There's foundations that can be built upon, but look at the buy that they've got to try and do it with. 1 AK, double Galil, double Tech 9. It's not exactly bountiful here. Shush, maybe in a bit of trouble. They try to soften up, but actually LNZ gets out in front of it, and a double swing from Grix. She might even push through this Snappy. It's bold, and will it pay off is the question. Yes, it does. Tanir caught. 4 versus 3, but bomb down.
A little bit of carnage as that bomb goes down as well. They try and press forwards here to find some return kills. Youngster in the thick of it. Ex-Kaspersky going to go down. It's Snappy and Wrinkle now, and Wrinkle's a little far from the action. He does get one. He reveals his location onto the pistol. He's got to be low, they say. And indeed, he will manage to find it. Not a moment too soon. Gets rid of all his weapons. All he needs is the kit, of course. The 9-3 comes in. And a pretty decisive first half there. Could have gone even deeper, bar a couple of silly mistakes that NIP was still able to Bloody hell, cheer up, mate. The NIP was able to get you together going into this second half. Either way, we're going to take a break. We'll be back soon.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first match.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
You have to understand how things are up here.
Touch them toe, earthquake with it. No, do that there. Touch them toe, earthquake. Oh no, do that there. Touch them toe, earthquake with it. No, do that there. Touch them toe, earthquake.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
Welcome back in, guys. Second half about to begin, and vibes very good, it seems, over towards the NIP camp, and understandably so. They're 9-3 up here in their opponent's map pick of Train. We need a, for lack of a better term, heroic showing on the CT side if they want to get back into this, and it all starts with a pistol. If NIP find it here, I feel like map number 1 might be already under lock and key.
Yes, and they do have a game plan for it. Plenty of utility brought up here. Looks like it might just be a slow B move. Actually, more looking for pop dog control. Youngster gets the timing but can't find the head shot. Grix gonna have to stand strong on these Julies. What has he got for us? Goes unchecked by the first, but he cannot find the kill, and that is unfortunately the life of a Julie's buyer. Nice through the smoke from Shush. Tanir's still around here though, and he's maybe slipped through a little more than they would have expected. 3 versus 2. Wrinkle on the P250 raid boss here, just trying to find the next head, but it doesn't happen. They brought it back. Another classic NIP slip up here. We'll see if they're able to convert nonetheless. Snappy,
Smart,
I think.
Snappy.
Yeah, he's not known about. Kaspersky on the site is, yeah, Snappy revealed. Can't find this Nilo guy. He's incredibly low. There you go. He will eventually go down. Knife is out. Tanir with a nice little one tap. Knife is out again. Knife is out. Yeah, just not enough time. He can hear the slashes. He doesn't want to get on the end of that, but the round will be won out. And Heroic just not quite enough there at the end.
Yeah, exactly. Chaos and carnage coming through. There's an IP, you come out on top. He could hear the slashing of the knife as well, and that's the thing that sort of dragged him away from just sticking that defuse. I don't think he would have had time either way, but a few things just go right for NIP, and that's all that matters. So I guess the consolation, it doesn't really matter. 10-3 now, 7 rounds ahead of Heroic. And it's getting closer and closer. NIP looking fantastic. There's, of course, going to be a force buy in for Heroic. You don't blame them here, but chances are dwindling in this map. It did go for early Pop Dog presence. LNZ just going to retract that forward movement. I think that's probably the smart call. Play together with Tania. So they might even look in towards main, and he'll get tagged up by the scout. Softens. So XS30 now needs to be careful, and LNZ will reclaim this control.
Oh, come on.
That's unfortunate.
Seriously, man. That's the game's fault, bro. I'll not hear anything else. That's so insane. Mac 10 at range. Grix with the flick. What is happening? Some crazy kills here thus far. And maybe an opportunity, actually. Kaspersky is low. We do have this flank coming in, so any kills that these main defenders are able to get, gonna look good. Sort of counter attack is on the way. Nilo is in behind. They now know it. There's no need to take any risks. He could have kept going, to be honest, and just played the element of surprise, but he will take the first one in front of him. Ujerk's gonna have to do all of it now, as he is left alone. 1 on 4, essentially. But down to a 1 versus 2 once the dust settles. He's finding the heads. Lineups are there. He knows this guy's got to be somewhere over here, but he just can't get it done. Oh, man. So damn close. At least making it costly, but Heroic take it.
Heroic needed that as well. You know, we always say it's good finding the pistol, but the force buy is actually just more important, especially in terms of setting the econ. And for Heroic, who are in desperate need of consistency and consecutive rounds on the board, that's what they required. Little bit of a tilter. It's unfortunate. And Ujerk gets so damn close at the end there. He's been having a whale of a time in this map thus far, but cut short in that 1 versus 2. Time out going to be taken here. No need to worry just yet for NIP, but I'll call for their second pause out of 3. Still 6 rounds ahead, and they're going to force buy. Of course, they sort of have to in that double eco territory. So with loss bonus being at a minimum state, you've got to be buying in here, and you want to put that pressure still back on, because even if you are to lose around here, if you make it really expensive, bring Heroic down to 1 or 2 players, long-term still has big effects on that CT economy. And of course, changes have been made that make it a little bit easier now with the kill bonus and all the rest, but you still just want to keep the pressure on, especially when you've got as much of a lead. You can take a gamble.
It is true. See if they have anything in the back pocket that they've worked on. Lovely little contact flash there. Tania does not know what day of the week it is. Multi-spray down's going to be needed, but they do not arrive.
Oh, no.
Ujerk does go down, but he found a big kill. Kaspersky in the back lines is a real thorn in the side. It's on Youngster. It feels like to maybe even save the game. And there's just 1 player too many. He nearly breaks back into the site there, but he is denied from behind.
It feels like if that's a 1v3, he actually has a really decent chance of winning it.
Yeah.
But either way, what a response from NIP. They just go quick. They just shift that tempo up in towards that 6th gear. They fly in towards the A site. And there's just, unfortunately, nothing Heroic can do. They're caught short, pants around their ankles, and they had no way of responding. As the force by wards, they go back into one of their own, bringing a lot less to the table. UMP, MP9, greater pistols. And chances dwindling for them now. Kaspersky up close, does need to be a little careful. There's Tania around that corner. He's spamming the smoke, trying to find a head. And Tania going to answer with a bit of his own as well. Heroic needs something kind of miraculous here. Lindsay's going to be posted in the corner. Nilo pushing forward, but look who's here to meet them. Ujerk. Another opener for him. 5-1 he is in opening duels. Continues to be such a thorn in the side of Heroic.
Just gone quiet here. So I think NIP realised the position that they find themselves in. They have to capitalize. Just put this to bed. And really knock Heroic for 6 on their pick. Looking good on B. We do have a double flanker on the way, but that's kind of, well, it's not really a flank because there's nobody else left, I guess. I don't know. They're a little late. Not sure how that would work in military terms. Snappy, though, he's looking to just close it down. Doesn't really care too much. Lovely correction to keep it going, and they now have 8 in a row to work with.
All right, it's already feeling like a done affair, and vibes seem very high over there. Money going to be completely shot over towards Heroic. That was everything brought to the table there for them, and it was barely anything to really be too scared about. Heroic look fast asleep in this first game of the day, and I mean 2 p.m. on the continent, so no real excuses. LNZ was talking about confidence off the back of taking number 3 in the world, the distance, but it's looking anything but. You jerked another opener for him. On to Nilo again. Under pressure here, spots 2. Drops a smoke. That's a lot of attention drawn towards Ivy, and LNZ runs to his demise. That's sloppy, that's lazy, that sums up his map, 2 and 15, and probably sums up Heroic as well. All down to 1 man, and Griggs was spotted earlier. U-Jerks knows that he's somewhere in towards Ivy. This is a done affair. Heroic, a unbelievably flat performance on their map pick, and U-Jerks will close it in style. 21 and 7, a 3 KD for him, and 6 and 1 on opening doors. He had a blinder of a map. After script, we specifically said in the pre-show, we need to see him put up numbers. He heard, he listened, and my God, did he deliver.
Yes, absolutely. I think they all delivered, to be honest, but U-Jerks in particular just seemed to really put the team up on a mantle. Very, very well played from him. A few more resources taken, and indeed looking pretty locked in when you catch him on the cams.
Yeah.
So we'll see if things can continue into that second game, but man alive, it's just, I don't know, Heroic never really showing up, unfortunately, having rings run around them, maybe not as much depth to their train as they thought. It's still kind of in an early-ish cycle as a map where it's like, right, some teams are going to have a completely different approach. The CT hold in particular, though, from NIP was just so good, so well read. Sense of timing, sense of confidence. Individually, maybe outmatching them in places as well. Bit too much confidence for a couple rounds, which is, you know, what denied them the almost perfect half.
Yeah.
But it was close enough, I think.
I mean, if we're being frank as well, you're right. I mean, we're probably saying, what, 3 rounds that Heroic got out of their 4 were basically gifts from NIP, where they overextend, overfight, give opportunities back over sort of for no reason. So that's what you've got to say. I mean, a real credit to NIP. If Snappy can rein in these youngsters and these guys who are so prone to fighting, if you can just rein them in a little bit and say, right, get your kill 4 back, let's set up as a team, let's use the numbers in our favor. This is, you know, something like a 13-1 scoreline, maybe 13-2 if Heroic are fortunate, but I mean, an incredible showing of dominance from NIP, and again on their opponent's map pick to make it all the more sweeter. We saw this happen with that overpass pick in the first time out. This time we go in towards a train, but we said this is a map which NIP don't mind. They got reps under their belt. They play this a lot, especially when they've been kind of grinding up through tier 2. This has been a map that they're well versed on, and sure, success isn't as flourishing as the flawless run of Heroic, but ultimately, who cares? That was an incredible showing, and now they took the series so well.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think, you know, just come in feeling good, feeling very, very sure of themselves, thanks to the fact that they already have the 1-up on this team. And Heroic, maybe a bit of a damp squib to it, unfortunately. We do have that nuke next. They are capable on that map, but NIP just looking so damn good. We're going to take a break here, folks, before we get into that second map. About 10 minutes or so. Make sure you're back here in time.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
I mean, he's actually just keeping Na'Vi afloat while we wait for the rest to wake up, you know? I mean, look at him go. Opening kill onto an AWP. Thank you very much.
So you've started the round very strong with his opening kill, but one of the worst case scenarios is giving up the site, because right now, I don't see a defuse kit. And if Mouse are able to breach and get the bomb down, then the time pressure starts to play into this. So the setup at the moment, bit over towards A, wonderful ticket, Emma jungle, Makazi up towards the vent room. He's taken over the operations as the short player on this CT side, and Alexi on an island over towards B has just deployed his smoke. But going through the protocols right now are Mouse. They're getting their space. So Exertion and Brolin going to pipe up through Connector, Spinks and Jimmy out through Palace.
Perfect flashbang from Brolin. I mean, come on.
That's
he's still on one. Makazi's got to finish the job. Imer has done enough. Jimmy, ace clutch potential. 18 seconds, and you're right. Bomb retrieval becoming his priority, and as he turns to his focus on that, he's flying up the ladder. They're going to double swing him. CT in transition. Okay, Makazi closes. Imer, he starts off, and with their powers combined, all 5.
Oh, if Jimmy had the bomb, and it's still going to be a very, very tough round to win, but you can see they're having to go back late with so few seconds left on the clock and then getting caught in the open right there. If he was able to scoop that up. But yeah, this happened way too quickly, didn't it? So here was the opener. The player's trying to path in front, because if you molly the top mid box, so then he activates for 2 more. But it's Jimmy coming out off the back of the Brolin flash that happened in the blink of an eye. Great attempt considering the 4v5 disadvantage for Mouse, but Na'Vi back into their winning ways. Straight into an A execute.
It looks like it. Torji's holding the flashes to get him set up. Oh, he's faffing with his nades. Wonderful. Eyes on the prize. Eyes on the scope. Jimmy instead. And Zershin. That's the site gone. 3 swift frags into the A site. Pacey. Little taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, we just had that A rush from Na'Vi in the first half, so this isn't just full W, but it's pretty damn direct, and both just using this shock and all this all in while they're expecting, hey, it's going to be a mid default. They're going to be working through the motions. They just break in and tie things back up. Looks like map 1 of the other series has concluded, and the only reason I could note that was it got damn quiet. I just peered down the row and I can see nobody in their seats. So NIP versus Heroic is another one of these rematches from stage 1. We've got FaZe versus Liquid. That's up next. Another one. And, well, yesterday, Astralis getting dominated by Furia, which has happened in back-to-back series now. So Fallen having the Danes number.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, Furious Dust 2 just looks... Damn.
They don't give us much, do they?
Give us just a little crumb.
Well, he was wanting Spinks to do something.
Okay. Eyes on Spinks.
That's a very tough round to lose because of how many casualties they took in the previous. Their coffers are pretty limited at the moment, so it's going to be a Famous dropped across, given a bit. Kazi with the M4. Some upgrades for 2 of the 3, as Wonderful will just be on the USP. So Mao's winning the important rounds as far as the economy is concerned, and Jimmy gets away. Tilt to the head there for Bit, knowing that was an opportunity to give them a man advantage early within the round. So you will have to acknowledge, if you do finish A for Mouse, for the potential for a player to be in Palace.
Makazi, oh wow, his understanding of where he needs to put his crosshair through that smoke actually chips at Brolin and Torji. 70 damage unconfirmed, spread amongst Mouse on that save rifle. You are going to need something from Bit and Makazi, and that's why Bit is stuck around here. He's brought, and Jimmy's brought a friend. And now he's jiggled you out. Oh, can't find lethality. 20 for Jimmy to work with. Nice from Makazi. Needed the double up. Couldn't find it. An important trade. A headshot found by Zershin.
Oh, the molly gets Spinks low as well.
Significant damage. Just dual Berettas and USP. It's
not glamorous.
Not easy. Far from easy for Wonderful. And there it is. Torji with some combat orping. Mal's raising the roof, finding that energy. I actually did take my headset off and sneak over to listen into their halftime chat.
Wow.
And Cyclone, I'm just giving you a little nugget.
Was he stern?
He was stern. He also bigged up Brolin. Like, he made sure he highlighted, I want to make it clear that you played really well, but...
Oh, okay. Yeah. The good, bad sandwich.
Exactly. And then he just basically made it clear energy needed to be leveled up, and that's perhaps what we're hearing in these rounds. One, he wants his boys to really kind of be present in the Na'Vi camp as well. Be aware that Mao's have found their energy and found their footing. They really have, considering that both pistols have gone Na'Vi's way. Hit on Na'Vi's map pick. Mao's winning the important rounds.
Well, this is the second tactical timeout called from Blade, and I'm not sure his will be regarding energy. It's just regarding going into another gun round. So they did it earlier in the piece, and they're doing it again right now. But this time, the success must be found. You're frustrated. He's not having a great game, but the only player having a great game for them is Emma. So, but if he gets a double, maybe that could change the outcome. So you can see why he's a little bit disappointed with himself in that moment.
Oh, yeah. I mean, these players are not oblivious to what they're capable of.
Hello and welcome back to Nuke here between NIP and Heroic. Heroic, they actually picked Train. You wouldn't think it looking at it. They unfortunately just never really showed up. NIP having a great time, looking to just get through this game and continue on with the lower bracket. It's going to be a long old run for them if they are indeed to make it to the Lanxess. But this is a good place to start. They've got Nuke coming up now, and it's kind of their home map at the moment. I think going to be very, very confident moving into this one and should be able to take the 2-0 by all accounts.
Absolutely. I mean, you jerks, what a phenomenal showing from 21-7, 1.99 rating. I mean, he was loving life. If we can get more of that heading in towards our next map, I feel like it could be already a done affair. I mean, we need Heroic to step up tenfold, right? There was nothing on offer. I mean, the best they got was a little bit out of Tanir, but even he didn't go positive, which when you can kind of shut that guy down, you really do nullify a lot of the positives out of Heroic. I mean, this is a map, sure, that they have played, and we've actually seen them play it at this tournament, right? The first time being against NIP, and that was, of course, a 13-10, but the fact that it's been picked in here by NIP makes you ask a couple of questions. With that 13-8, of course, against Spirit, which was that sort of one-sided showing. Maybe NIP have taken some stock in that and seen that, okay, these are the positives for us. We've still got ideas about how we can overcome and take this as a 2-0. And with that level of confidence that they were showing, you start to believe, honestly, this NIP side, there's a lot to like right now.
Yes, yeah, I think so. And you know, they've maybe just got a little bit of the ring rust, as it were, in stage 1. Still a little rough here into stage 2, unfortunately, right? Like, the opening matchup's always going to be very, very tough. The way that the seeding is, you have to play off against one of those teams that's sort of waiting for you, you know, twiddling their fingers with delight. And you've got Aurora, who are always going to be a hard team to open up against, I feel, right? Very, very, very difficult to read within the server. And then they don't have Zantares, so, you know, a lot of your prep work of like, right, this is what he does and how he plays, and maybe we can try and abuse him, is going to go out the window while he's not here. So, pretty tough matchup to open up with. Same goes for Heroic, in all fairness. But I just feel like, you know, based on what we've seen on that first map, the history that they have already at this tournament, and you can just feel like, you know, the Train pick, maybe not the best, maybe not the most confident.
Yes.
I wouldn't say super desperate, but just trying to look for an angle of like, okay, we didn't beat them last time. How do we beat them this time? What can we change? Whereas NIP, relatively happy. It's like not much needs to change. We felt like the better team, just kind of play through. And we also saw like individually, they were just better. Which sometimes is all it takes. You can talk all about tactics and depth and how to get a leg up over your opponent in terms of the map, or the half that you're playing is going to be slightly different from last. But if this guy's just shooting at you better, that ultimately can be 9/10 of the game if done correctly.
I think you're right. I mean, when you look at this map as well, for NIP. As much as they picked up that loss against Heroic back in stage 1, you can really understand why we're going for it. You touched about it, it's their home map right now, but the results speak for themselves. If you exclude that Heroic one, it's 8 games in a row that they would have won. It was 7 that they won in a row before playing Heroic, and of course they beat 3D Max just the day after on it as well. And all of their wins they're picking up, nobody's even getting to double digits. I mean, that's how one-sided a lot of these games have been for them. It is a crazy showing how dominant they have looked for a long time on this map. You do have to take it with a pinch of salt. A lot of the teams are kind of tier 2 onlines, playing within kind of your CCTs, for example, and more sides that aren't to the caliber of Heroic. But regardless, it's really good reps, really good results, dominant wins on it as well. Very positive signs for them, and they're hoping that they can bring a little bit of that tier 2 flair back in here as well. With how map number 1 went, you had that feeling that, honestly, if they can get out the gates and get a pistol and a force buy kind of to follow, get a 2-0 star, it might just continue to roll in the same motion. You're really hoping that LNZ and Tobias have combined together in this 10 to 15 minute break and have told the team essentially to just shrug it off, get rid of that map, forget about it, but in a sense, kind of utilize this pressure, right? Our backs are up against the wall now. We're on the brink of elimination here through this lower bracket. It is now or never for us. If you want to prove that we are a side that deserves to be here and fighting and competing with the big boys, well, it's now or never, right? And this is a side of Heroic who are desperately trying to climb back inside of that top 20. It's wins like this over NIP that are meant to shore you along the way. A side who are now climbing inside of the top 30 and are putting pressure on that position of Heroic. But it looks like we are about to get on the way. Map number 2 about to begin here as well. As it's Nuke, we're heading towards the pick of NIP. And Cedar Creek will be our canvas for this one. Let's see if Heroic have got anything in the locker after a abysmal map number 1.
Well, you'd certainly hope so. I think the fresh slate argument that we like using sometimes can be very effective. Just play a bit of Nuke and try and have some fun with it. Youngster in the right place at the right time. Surely that's like a 2 with 1 bullet, it felt like. But the Julie's coming up big for him. Is it going to be enough? I mean, surely. Come on, guys. 2 kills traded back. A Goosh landing. You've also got another low HP player here, so it's kind of gone very messy. Snappy, meanwhile, surprise, is downstairs. There goes Nilo with the full health. So surely they've done enough now. Oh, man. Started so well, and there's nobody else to support Youngster.
Unfortunately, that's been a very similar story for Heroic. Top. Snappy doesn't need to peek as well. Pressure being put on him by LNZ, but it's U-Jerks. 4 kills to his name.
That's fucking insane.
Who is this guy indeed? U-Jerks. He got a new lease of life, it feels, in this series. Heroic, he is punishing them. Like we said, 21-7 for him in map number 1. And he starts off with a quad kill. They're loving it. They are loving it. And you can't blame them. My, oh my. What a display. Another rough one for Heroic. They're going to go for the force by MP9s across the board. But like I said, you get that 2-0 start for NIP and they can start really pulling away.
Yeah. And again, we talk a lot about the atmosphere within a team. Listen, we saw a really good atmosphere from like Gamer Legion. They ended up losing, so it's not everything, but it generally speaks to a pretty good kind of vibe, and the rate of success tends to be a bit higher. NIP, oh, again, looking around this corner, just feeling like they are on that other level. Heroic unable to match thus far. Nilo does get a catch on the unsuspecting Shush. Surely this round going to be over. Do have some kills back here for the CT side, but there's not really all that much that they can do to answer.
Bomb has been planted.
Very curious now as to how this Heroic team answer back, because there's just really not been anything from them the whole series. Go for the force here, it falls flat. Gonna have to eco the net. You know, it feels like such a steep uphill battle, man. And you really have to enjoy the process if you're able to get up to the top, so to speak.
Yeah, I think you're right. They need to, I mean, probably coming in towards the next gun round, I would say take another breather, take a pause, get Tobis into the fray and see if he can find ways to break them down. I mean, they know how to win against NIP on this map. They've already proven it, right? And I think for me, it's about, you know, getting rid of all of these thoughts of what this series has brought to the table and saying, right, we've already beat these guys. We know how to take them down. Let's rekindle that flame again. At the moment, they look so mentally checked out of this. And it's rough to watch. 2-0, really. Should be made 3. Heroic, we bring an MP9 saved, and that is basically about it. MP should be easy. Kaspersky just holding in case somebody tries to tuck up close, as Youngster did in the pistol. Flash, Molly Olfen trying to send Snappy in, and he will do well. Gets his, and, well, gets out as Nilo tries to push with that MP9. Down it will fall. Doesn't even do a point of damage to Wrinkle.
Ooh, Snappy.
Good reaction.
Yeah, I mean, he's not looking bad, you know. He was all right on train as well. Certainly one of the older players, you know, he's an IGL that has maybe flown under the radar throughout his career. You know, reached high heights given the teams he's had, let's say. But just never quite, you know, kind of not got to that Carrigan point of Danish IGLing. 35 at this point, though, now.
Yeah.
Looks good for it, first of all. And, I mean, I didn't...
Potter him up over here.
Yeah. No, just saying. But, you know, he's also been around for a long, long while, you know?
Yeah, he has.
Played under the Heroic banner at one point, even.
Of course, I mean...
ever look like this.
And he's still proven that, you know, age is just a number, right? I mean, continuously not only kind of looking good, but continues to be this leadership figure and making teams. And of course, the story for him this year with what he had to do with NIP, the run through the ranks that they had to make, and the new VRS system actually screwing them a little bit, or a lot of it, if we're being frank. I mean, it's super commendable how he's made this side climb back inside of the top 30 and be on the brink of regular tier 1 invites. I mean, they're only a few spots away from being guaranteed. Normally, it's someone in around kind of top 24 that are guaranteed invites to sort of basically every big event. They're 28th currently. And who knows? I mean, maybe even a win here over Heroic. That might even bolster them up a little bit. Just checking now. It would actually start pushing them up a little bit. So, yeah, you know, up a spot or two. That'll help.
Yeah, it's very, very commendable what they've managed to do, to be honest. You know, I think people feared that the NIP name would be down there on, like, rank 100 for a long time. But they are certainly playing like a top team. I'll give them that. U-Jerks finds another keen opener. 6-0 for him now. They will break in towards this B-bomb site. There's a small lurk upstairs. If Snappy finds his kill, I think round is over. And he will. I mean, what can you do? It just feels like one of these series, man. That's M4 versus Mac 10. Felt like the M4 had more of a drop on Snappy, and he still gets the kill. Sometimes you just have to look at it and be like, it's just not our game.
Yeah.
You know? It's very, very tough.
Man. I need this time
Yes,
out.
100%. Yeah.
You can tell they're all over the shop. Guys, relax. But yeah, I think you couldn't have put it any better. You know, sometimes we can say it's not their day, and I think you're bang on. I mean, it absolutely is not their day right now, but you can still change the tide a little bit. You just shook it down here. He will. He was looking for something on the tail end, but not to be. I'd love a pause within the next couple of rounds. They can't really afford... And okay, there we go. Finally. I actually would have preferred it in towards that gun round. Conversation before heading in towards the buy and saying, this is how we're going to put pressure on them. They're on a bonus buy. We've got the better weaponry. Let's utilize it. But no, they let it run. And of course, it does have a bit of an effect. They can actually buy here, though, if they really want. And Toby's trying to instill things, but there's some pretty long faces over there, right? They're not looking good.
It's a very, very tough spot to be in. Because we can have the luxury And when everyone watching, when we play and whatever, right? Like, you have a game and you just, shots are not landing, they're just better, whatever it might be. You know, you might blame them for cheating as well, to be fair. I do that. But, like, we have that luxury because it doesn't really matter all that much in the grand scheme of life. But for these guys, they have to be able to pull it back within the game. You have to suddenly be able to turn it on and be like, oh, now my shots are landing and maybe we can turn this around. You can't just sit there and accept. Listen, we've all been in games, you know, you lose 3 rounds and your entire team's like, right, game's over. But, you know, you take a timeout and Shush kills you through a smoke, you have to be able to just go, okay, got to bounce back next round, and that is not an easy feat.
No way.
You can't be serious. You can't be serious. Yeah, I think you might have spotted the question mark on the minimap there for the T player. He seemed pretty sure of him, and again, just unlucky.
Nilo, nice shot, needed as well, but still 2 versus 3. It's Griggs with the only real solid amount of health here. Up on a retake, it's never really what you want to see. They do have an HE. Banking that in towards Evan should confirm things. Griggs finds his shot, but it feels like he's angling for the save already. And understandable, Nilo, of course, is reeling from that earlier engagement. So 4 made 5. Tania 0-5 for him, yet to get a kill. LNZ, only the 1 for him. Tough old predicament. That's the first death for U-Jerks. He's still 6-1. He's had both maps where he started out the gates excellently. Nilo's actually going to go down to the bomb as well, so all that save.
You need to go for the rounds. You need to win them also.
Yeah, you're damn right, buddy. I couldn't have said it better myself. At this point, where it's already starting to run away from you, you've got to give these a go. 2 versus 2, there's maybe got to be a conversation saying, do we take the gamble? And I couldn't have said it better myself, Snappy. Brilliant with how NIP are playing.
You need to go for the rounds. You need to win them also.
He is having a whale of a time. 5-0 NIP are muting this heroic side. They're offering up nothing.
Yeah, for the second map in a row as well, by the way.
Yes, yeah.
This is the thing. You know, we talked about it on train. 2 or 3 rounds there felt like they should have been NIPs. Could have been super one-sided. Then you roll into this one. And it's also super one-sided. We've watched enough Counter-Strike by now to know the vibe of a 5-0. Sometimes it can be tough. You've lost some 50-50s. You've lost the clutch to the time of the bomb or whatever it may be. But no, this is a very different situation. Just getting picked apart. There's a few players doing their own thing. A lot of freedom here, it feels like, for NIP, and having a pretty damn good time. Snappy does get caught at the start of this round, so maybe something brewing for Heroic. You would damn well hope so. A clean conversion to kick off the round has to work from here. Nilo in one of these pesky back angles will manage his kill. Scope heard, shadow spotted, pre-fire there. Kaspersky getting it done. Looking for a bit more, and he will correct. Cool, calm, and indeed rewarded. Down to just LNZ now. Up the vent, down he falls as Wrinkle will finish it off. And despite losing the first man, NIP win the round. It's just hard to watch.
Yeah.
Especially if you are a fan of Heroic.
It does feel like even with that entry for them, you know, the first kill on the board for Tania, the understanding right now of how to stop NIP on the C side is minuscule. Wrinkle, great work. Fortunately, looks like a bit of a tech issue over towards Shush, but let's hope that doesn't slow them down by any means. It's a 6-0 star Heroic across the map and a quarter we've played so far. Barely anything. Only 4 rounds they've found, and all of which being in that first map, and even then they were... It should have been kind of max, maybe 2-1 if we're being kind of maybe even realistic. A brutal display. Lost something on Shush's side, though, trying to figure that out. Can't hear him, it feels. So let's hope this doesn't kind of disrupt any of the momentum. Heroic, they're probably praying to the gods for something like this, just to slow them down, because it's a 6-0 start, and they're waltzing to eliminating Heroic here.
Yeah, tech pause, maybe something awry on the Heroic side of things, you know, the classic chair wasn't adjusted correctly. That must be the difference, but yeah. Also, Youngster, what is 90-degree angle keyboard? That's crazy.
I never get how they let you do that much.
Yeah, a little bit of a tilt, I understand, because it's like a more natural when you've got your arm out to the left.
Yeah.
Not twisting your wrist at all, like, especially for longer sessions, is probably better. 90 degrees is crazy, you know?
You know, as well, more than anything, I don't understand how they type. Like, I cannot type when my keyboard's like angled. Yeah. It's impressive, but that's why they're the pros. They
they got all the tricks.
Yeah, one with the keyboard, some would say. We're back with this game. Shush's tech issues concluded. Headset seems to be back on and working. Good to see. Pretty necessary in this game. Next person going to be tested here. It's a foot spotted. Oh, he moves at the worst possible time. Oh, wrinkled 2 on the cards there, but he can't quite find it. Shush fumbles that one a little bit. Might be Heroic's first round. It's an orthodox the lobby crunch, but it looks like it's got something behind it. There is Utah to work with. 2 mollies. A smoke, a nade, and a double flash.
It's the back vent. Oh, he's out in the open, so U-Jerk's going to have to do it all by himself here. Molly comes in. He's got plenty of time to just play the field. See what he can get away with. See if he can spot anyone. Griggs just holding the ladder here. Absolutely needs to play this correctly. Not going to go too early. Not going to go at all, really. Till he hears that bomb coming down. Even then, taking his time. Ooh. Bursts up. May well have been heard. So he's the distraction for Tanir's M4. And indeed, U-Jerks was just trying to find where is that next guy. Can't get it done, and Heroic are on the board.
He finally, right? So all it took was a bit of a grace from the gods, maybe. With a tech pause that slowed down the roll of NIP, and that will be a first, but it's got to be the first of many. This cannot afford to be a flash in the pan, and I think they do get a little fortunate. I think Shush, his labored kind of fight was pretty costly. I think same, unfortunately, for Wrinkle as he moved his way forward. And it will be that first pause. They, again, in the flip side, for NIP, they just want to slow this Heroic roll down. Make sure they can't build upon this. They'll, of course, buy back in. They've got plenty of money to work with on this T side. It's a first round finally, but like we said, first of many. If they get shut down here, they're going to be continuously left reeling. I mean, already 6 rounds in your T side of Nuke. I'm pretty happy with that, generally speaking. Any more for any more bolsters statistically your chances of taking the map, and well, ultimately in NIP's case, the series too, and eliminating Heroic from Cologne contention.
All right, let's see. Is this the turnaround that Heroic need? Is it just that one fluky round that can creep its way in? U-Jerks finds the first.
So smart.
Yeah, just so well read. Clear all the angles, don't take any chances here. He's maybe clearing them a bit too hard, as LNZ will drop him. Speaking of drops, 3 down the vent. He should be able to get the bomb plant here, but they have been heard somewhat ahead of time. There's just not really much that the CTs can do about it. LNZ makes his way down. Secret one on the vent as well. Just a distraction. It's not the feet shooting at Shush. He knows that much for free, but he is trapped and cannot get out. Meanwhile, up top, Wrinkle gets caught. A little messy in places here. Still 2 on the bomb itself. He just got to try and buy time. Snappy goes flying in. Nothing that he can get done. If this kill comes in, oh, we're maybe on with a chance. There's not a lot of time left on that bomb. The nade is enough. And they do have kits available, so Heroic see it off.
Couple of overfights there, I feel, for an IP. Especially kind of even like Shush around Ven. He's trying to tuck himself in, and maybe, you know, half a second earlier, and he probably has the drop on Tanir there, but the fact that he gets spotted leaves him dead to rights, and U-Jerks maybe, yeah, too many clearances from him towards outside. I just think NIP in that post bomb, they're way too spaced out. There's no real ability to trade any of those fights. They're playing individually and hoping that they can win out head-to-head at 50-50, but why take 50-50s when you can bolster your chances? Shell up towards the site, invite that pressure in, and then try and overwhelm. They have the numbers to do so, but it does not work out for them. So second on the board, Nilo, what have you got for us? Swinging a fine extra Spursky. Really well done there.
They are down quite fast. Defense on the bomb side itself looks a little bit better here for Heroic. Really, really key swing round here if they can take it. Oh, Youngster, he will burn ever so slightly. Good for one. Will it be enough? Bomb has gone down. Nade on the double doors just leaves it open for Wrinkle. A lot of options for him. Eats a small nade himself. Just got to be careful here. LNZ moving up through the ramp. Looked like he could have thread the needle. Wrinkle eventually set up and ready for him. Hex Kaspersky, meanwhile, up the top, has got this one on lock, and I think they recognize that fact at this point. Not enough time to get going, and neither of these players have got kits, so they'll have to back off, which is kind of a little wild, but I think they would have saved there anyway.
Yeah, right. I don't think they would have been able to give that one a go. Hex Kaspersky, he'll go down to the bomb, but a 7th and a lead now guaranteed for NIP. As it should be with how well they started. All start so well. Expertly nice swing and a fine. And if Youngster had got the second there, there's probably a bit of a chance that we can make something of this, but not to be. Once again, we reinvest for Heroic, and they've got the finances to do so. You lose this round, though, and they're going to be left reeling a little bit. Sure, this loss bonus building once again, but money's still going to be in an awkward spot, and that wallet a little thin. So an 8th here for NIP, and especially a pretty clean 8th as well. If they can deny that kill bonus from the CT angle, I think that's where they could put a lot of pressure back on. Molly, that'll force Grix away, and he's tagged up by the nade again towards outside. U-Jerks, a lot of respect being shown. A flash comes over, but not committing to the fight just yet. Smoke broken open too, but now cross smokes are set in place, and Grix has to just fall away.
LNZ getting down below. It has been a pretty popular area for NIP in recent rounds. Tanir pushing forwards. Waiting it out a little more on the NIP side. See if there's any sort of reaction from Heroic. Big rounds on the horizon. Series winning rounds potentially. So not pulling any punches here. A bit more discipline to NIP it would seem. They have a plan to finish A. 30 seconds in which to do it. Tanir goes early. We'll find a big kill. That knocks off a prong of the Vanguard, and Youngster's got his man covered here. And they got help from Heaven. It's looking pretty damn good. Snappy comes in kind of late here, as he is the final player holding that lobby area, I feel, for a flank that never came. And down he will go. Heroic holding things out. NIP can't break through.
Good work. I think Youngsters are really solid around there as well. He's just that supporting element as the A anchor, but he does very, very well. Tanir also gets a second before he falls. That one on towards U-Jerks, unbelievably important. So a 3rd put on the board and keeping chances alive here. It is still a bit of a swing round heading in towards the final. So keep an eye on this. As the buy comes through for NIP, if they lose this round, Heroic probably get up towards a 5th before the turn of the half, which actually is a pretty commendable recovery considering it was a 6-0 start. So worth keeping an eye on, and Nilo, he'll get the first. And he gets down as well. That's a luxury they'll take. Youngster going to find U-Jerks as well on the lurk. This is all slotting into place for Heroic, recovering at the end of this half. Nilo going to play up close. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place anyway, so why not gamble? And oh my god, he plays off! Who was that? Who just walked? Was that Snappy who just walked past him?
I think so.
How's he not even spotted him?
Front.
He's come from behind too. How has he not even spotted him? I have to see that from his angle. How in God's name has he not seen him there? What is he looking at?
Unless he's like looking to the left, walked in front of him, and then just sort of starts moving his crosshair to the right.
There's also a team kill as well.
Wild. Yeah, of course, just for good measure. just to show how hard of a round they just fell off with, you know. Crazy. Well, final one here, as they're on a really, really low buy. Grix on the up. There you go. Baits him in with a bit of a smoke, and he will manage to find that head. Needs some backup now, though, as the shots are going to get harder with the gap closing. Yeah, doesn't quite know where they're at. Dink lands there. Shush up close. What is going on here? Grix is quick enough for the close shotgun kill, but this is a bit wild. Jerks finding his. Snappy gets peeked on. Not expecting him to peek, I suppose. That's a little tedious. That will surely be the round secured. They couldn't get through Grix's up. Jerks just extending play ever so slightly. A decent recovery from Heroic, you know.
Yeah, honestly, that's quite commendable. 6-0 it started, ending 7-5. Still, of course, advantage in the court of NIP, but Heroic are slowly but surely rolling back into this. And the question on our minds now is, can they do enough to push it to a third? Well, we're going to have to find out, but before that, a break. Welcome back. So a recovery from Heroic, finally, for the first time in the series, showing signs of life. Still more to be done and more to convince us that is for damn sure. But 7-5 from being 6-0 down to start, not bad. You can maybe even look back to that tech pause from Shush where the opportunity to get back in towards the game arose for Heroic. Now, a pissed around here. And maybe, just maybe, we can start to believe. It looks like Kaspersky going to be first to be tested. Flash comes over. The dualies for one. Looking for the second, but unable to deliver. Potentially, Shushkan. Oh my God, can he? 3 quick fire headshots. Lines them up, knocks them down. And NIP back to winning ways. That was fast.
Yes, you can certainly say that again. I mean, crazy work. Absolutely crazy work. Good to see. Shush was a guy who I think really didn't catch much attention. A lot of his compatriots turned a lot more heads with their moves, you know, post-heroic, post-life over there. But he was becoming one of the more solid players, you know, and reliable players in that lineup. Maybe not hit the same kind of stride for me moving into this team, to be honest with you. But, you know, good to see him coming alive there in the pistol.
Oh, Wrinkle. Having a bit of a meal of it out towards that side. He's desperately looking just for a headshot. He can't quite find it just yet. Oh, and he actually got loose to the Glock as well. A little embarrassing. You hate to say it, but this round still shouldn't be too much of an issue to dispatch of. You see Wrinkles feeling the pressure there. Oh, on spot outside. Snappy dinked as well. I've got a bit of an awkward feeling right now. Don't let this one slip, boys. Even if it's made expensive, but you still win it, you're not really going to be too happy.
Just having a little chat here outside. Youngsters looking at the sun or something. What? I mean, I guess he's just there for the boost. Keep it silent, but it just looks funny. They are fully snaked up here. Shadow spotted, though. Yeah, it's such a hard angle to beat. They only wanted the 1 kill. It's what they get. Money being made. M4s to be retrieved. We'll see here in the post if they are able to get their hands on them. But I think they do lose at least 1 M4 there.
Yeah. That's a little awkward, but I think you're not really looking for anything in that round. Oh, yeah, I feel you. When I'm full armored with an M4 and I lose to a Glock at range as well, I also would be pretty tilted. So, understandable little death punch there. Still, keep the vibes up, NIP. You are inching closer and closer to a 2-0 in the series. 9-5, and it's Snappy to open things up. Look at this move for Kaspersky. Surely doesn't get checked. This early in towards a round, he has the chance at a double here. There's the first. The second he doesn't think about, but it's fine. Snappy's still finding his kills as he drops LNZ. It's a 2 versus 4 in a matter of moments, and Grix gets tagged. Just a tap through the smoke. Oh, man. Bad to worse, it feels like, for Heroic right now.
Yeah, and look, if you're not able to get yourself off the ground into this second half, I think it is just going to be flattened. You jerks, nice peek. Grix on 35 HP, what can you do? I'll answer that question for you. Nothing. Might be able to get a bomb plant, so it's not quite nothing, but still not looking good. I actually do think he's got space on B now.
He does, actually, yeah.
Yeah, so fair enough. Small oversight from NIP to let that bomb go down. It could have been a pretty much flawless round. That's all he gets.
Yeah,
it will help them a little into this next.
Nothing he can really do after it, but it's fine. Another great round that comes through. Snappy, both the kills. Really well done from him. A tough predicament, but I mean, that round is over in a matter of moments. It's 2 simultaneous pushes that happen, one towards lobby, one towards outside, that kill any chance of that round within, what, 20 seconds of play, if that? Not what you want to see. I mean, we're not really seeing any individuals truly take over on the Heroic side. On the flip side, kind of everybody's having their moments towards out of NIP. Shush being the quietest, and he's still having plenty of impact. Everybody's stepping up, a team-wide performance, and they're taking turns to see who really pops off. Wrinkle will tuck himself in towards Ven. Has Kaspersky to still stick around on that top side. This is sort of in that make or break territory. It's the now or never line that we like to throw out, but you lose this 11 there and kind of more or less the 12th as well, and you're playing to see if you can survive on a lesser buy. Wrinkle spam, and he'll tuck his head. Round number 16 is everything for Heroic for survival here in Cologne.
Big from Wrinkle, big from Snappy. Those 2 individual kills, I think, are going to be enough in this here round. Oh, Youngster does win out his fight. Important that he does so, but he is short-lived. Trades back in. Snappy just gets that catch. It's down to the one-on-one, though, because Nilo picked up a kill before going down.
Airburst Molly.
Oh, maybe giving things away a little. Grix had gone for a fake anyway.
I like this angle.
What does he want to do? Is it the drop-down vent? Is it just looking for the big catch-up? It's great pathing. He's totally unexpected. But the elevation from U-Jerks, it just gives you so much vision. And he's able to find the kill all the same.
Oh, man, a bit of a sigh of relief. I think it's safe to say that was still a little janky at times for NIP, but it starts well and it closed well, and that's all that matters. Still from a 3 versus 5, commendable that Heroic even bring it into any sort of a conversation that round going their way, but it's not to be. 11-5. They don't want to play for OT, so they're going to force buy in towards this one, but it does require 2 Galils and a limited amount of utility for this seaside. So it does feel like we're more or less at the beginning of the end here. U-Jerk drops a smoke and just want to invite pressure in behind it. Oh, and he gets the spam down. That's perfect. A second. The third is on the card. And U-Jerks is looking lights out. Tania bounding round. The nade might see him off, but he doesn't. He's a lucky man to stay alive. But surely U-Jerks are ready to settle this round. And Wrinkle going to make sure of that. Tania needs an ace clutch with now 9 points of HP. Surely a complete impossibility.
The bomb is retrievable. That's all he's got going for him. Can he work with that?
No where he is.
Angle. Got the idea. Oh, man. He even survives a little longer than you would expect.
Yeah.
Somehow, Shush didn't get him on that first exchange of bullets. Nonetheless, looking good here, as they will hold it together very nicely. I say they, mainly U-Jerks.
Yeah. Especially that third kill, actually. That's a really difficult one. And he's running out of ammo. A lot of pressure as they're bounding through that smoke, and he still transfers to his right-hand side with, you know, only a few pixels to work with above that box. Really, really well done. Map, series point, NIP. An elimination on the line now for Heroic. The recovery required is mammoth, but it starts well. And only got to start with 1 step. Wrinkle for a double, though. Bring the numbers back. Level! Oh, my God. The third was there, but he can't find it.
What a mess. What a mess. It very much is. That first kill for U-Jerks might just set this up here. The bomb is pretty late to the party as well. Molotov to keep him at bay. Just keep the information. Ah, the smoke.
Go through it.
It's a little deep. It's a little deep. Youngster's watching it. Surely not. Yeah, he will indeed go down. But for a moment there, you're like, oh, I don't know. There's space to go through.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no crazy finish like that. Heroic trying to keep it together here.
With a deficit as large as this, you just got to take it 1 step at a time. And well, a 6th up on the board, but no issues buying in towards this round number 19. However, the next round, different story, right? There's not a lot of residual cash for NIP, despite the success they've been finding. So they fall flat in round number 19. Heroic get up to a 7th. The 8th is also there as well. And that pathway to recovery starts to get a little brighter, a little wider, a little bit more possible. But doesn't start well here. Snappy spotting shadows and sealing a 2nd. He opts for the AK, and that'll cost him his life, but it's Wrinkle up close. Shush out to the tally, and I think now it's safe to say that it is game, set, and match. NIP at 1 versus 4, and Grix now a known quantity. He has a minute 15 to work with and a bomb on his back, but no chance in hell of winning this. They've sealed it in style, and a bit of suave as Wrinkle finds yet one more. NIP a 2-0 over Heroic. They won the first time, and Heroic looked for revenge, and it's only made that much more worse.
Well, indeed, yes. They do themselves one better. They get it in 2-0. They get it in a very one-sided fashion. Heroic barely showing up today. And as we fell into the early rounds of Nuke in particular, just not their day, man. Not able to match up. Work to do back, arguably, maybe even just in the training and, you know, in the mechanical edge, because it just felt like NIP across the board, even Snappy, you know, really able to outmatch the Heroic players.
Yeah.
So very, very surprising in that sense. Maybe a bit of the secret sauce that was missing in the U-Jerks camp, and he really did look good throughout this series. So a lot of fun from NIP. Heroic, though, we maybe wanted something a bit more competitive from them just to sort of stay alive here, ultimately at Cologne, but also get a rivalry going. They seem to have it on the socials, as we like saying, but on the server, maybe not so much.
Yeah, well, you know, if you're NRP, I'll give you a tee up. When does Heroic play? I think is the question that a lot of people will be asking, and unfortunately, not any longer. That's them done in Cologne as well. Of course, this being the lower bracket, round one, it's cutthroat here in stage 2, and off the back of what felt like some really decent wins under the belt for Heroic, and they were building a bit of, at least a bit of foundations in towards the second half of the year. Not to be in stage 2, man. They just really could not get going, and elimination here to NIP, I think that stings just a little bit more because of this sort of slight rivalry that we have here. But all credit to NIP. They picked a moment to step up, and my god did they. This man, what a series for him. I think he has to walk away with the MVP. Even just map 1 alone was incredible, but across the board he was lights out. U-Jerk, a joy to watch in that one. We asked right as we got in towards the pre-show saying we want to see numbers out from this guy. We know he did it on Storm. We know he can still do it, and my god, did we get it. That was beautiful to see. I think you're right in saying that Snappy looked excellent. He didn't look even remotely different to the rest of the kind of cracked out the wazoo youngsters that he has around him. He held his own, man. He was kind of shoulder to shoulder with them, and I think that's actually one of the things that killed Heroic. LNZ, really slow performance from him. They needed it, and none of the star riflers kind of had that star material.
Yeah, it's one of the big things that Heroic lack, I think, across the board, even in sort of a coaching perspective as well, is just that experience to really draw on to help them out in those moments and, you know, to keep their heads in the game. It went 4-0, 5-0. They had the timeout, right? That's the moment where it's like, right, get those voices talking. What do you say? How do you keep the team together? And it just didn't really work, didn't really change too much, you know? So I think that's something that they do lack a little bit. There's so much potential, so much ceiling breaking coming in, you know, but are they going to be able to really turn it around with a team like this and really push towards that top level? Maybe not, right? It might be similar for NIP in a sense, but at the moment we are looking at this very interesting time for Counter-Strike, where we have like Vitality, then we have maybe the next 10 teams, right? They're all sort of scrapping to try and compete and maybe knock Vitality off the top spot, but focus on that a little bit later, perhaps focus on a few more consistent top 4 finishers, things like this. And then we have a really big battle for the rest of the field, you know, and the best of the rest, as it were. There's a lot on the cards when it comes to like, okay, well, we've got VP versus Heroic. That should be a very oh wait, no, it isn't. But then next time, actually VP are able to, you know, there's a lot of like competing and a lot of changing of the guard, and we see that in this matchup as well, right? As we talked about, NIP last time was a bit harder for them. This time it was a breeze. So like, what do we make of it? It's very, very difficult to read at the moment how good these teams really are on any given day.
Yeah, here's the bracket as well, of course. With that win, it means elimination for Heroic. But NIP move on forward, and I'll have to wait to see who'll be facing off against them. Of course, there is still a game going over on the A stream. Na'Vi taking on Mouse, and despite Imma's heroics in map number 1, it was a map 1 for Mouse. And yeah, they're looking to see maybe whether they can answer back this new Na'Vi lineup. Still looking to integrate Makaze properly. I also think Aurora Team Spirit as well. A little bit of kind of a barn burner in itself, right? right? Two sides with kind of a newer rifler stepping in, one of which, of course, being a stand-in and whatnot. But regardless, still a lot of firepower on the line there. So that one could be good. We've got an interview to bring you, but for myself and Script, that is us done here on the B Stream. And as you can see, bottom right, there's quite a long break until Exner and Fire be taken over to round out the rest of the day. So a quick day at the job and the office for us, it has to be said. And all thanks to NIP with a incredible win. But commiserations to Heroic. For now, though, we're going to throw it over to an interview with Freya. And I think she's with Tobiz from Heroic.
Over on the B Stream, unfortunately, Heroic have been eliminated from IEM Cologne 2025. Initial takeaways from this matchup, considering just yesterday we saw you pushing Spirit to overtime. It was a very close affair. Not the same situation against NIP today, right?
Oh, I think it's a big contrast from yesterday and also the other two previous matches. I don't think we turn up on the server, and I also look at statistic in the first map, like we're 16-1 in opening duels, which is crazy. Yeah, big disappointment in terms of like what we expected. So yeah, that's it.
Has it been potentially more difficult than you thought integrating the two newer players into the roster?
Yeah, I mean, it's always hard to integrate two new players, but also Griggs coming from CIS region is a whole nother play style and what he's used to. And also my philosophy is also something that I want to integrate piece by piece, and it just takes some time in general. And yeah, and we haven't had much time leading up to Cologne and also Fisher beforehand. So, but I'm still like satisfied overall. I think we played good against VP and MIBR and went to stage 2, which I was hoping for, didn't expect it. But yeah, I think we just need to remember those two games and move forward from there.
I really appreciate your honesty, and obviously you've got a hell of a lot more tournaments already coming up in the second half of 2025. You'll be heading to Malta next, I believe, for Blast Bounty, or doing the online portion at least. Anything that you're going to be working on, considering it's only just over a week until you start that tournament?
Yeah, I think a lot of the basics we need to have refreshed, and then it's just about adding a layer from each day that we practice, and then we'll see how good we are at the online tournaments here leading up to Blast. And yeah, I'm comfortable going into these. Like these guys has world-class potential. I can see that, and it's just about like, okay, how can we utilize it in the best way?
Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate your honesty. And yeah, gutted to see you guys going, but good luck in the rest of the tournaments for the rest of the year.
Thank you very much.
Really appreciate it.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys.
I'll cover you. Flashbang!
Oh my, what the
Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Brain. How is he ready for this? How? Oh, Makazi still takes the first. Like you said, he is now playing in this 1v1, this clutch, to make this a very quick trip to the second half of Nuke. Looking for Torchy anywhere. Now he gets him. He's licking his lips. One headshot would do. One bullet left. Reloading in front of his face. Torchy can't find it. Gets the job done.
Damn.
Oh, even off.
Well, Torchy knows he got away with murder there. The 1v1 is one thing. The shot he hits onto Bit, that right there in itself was clutch. Not in the traditional sense. Check it out.
One bullet.
Bang. And that buys time for the next player to chip in. So they handle it, but barely.
Let's see how many bullets it takes on the reload. Like, he's jiggling and wiggling. Right, 1, 2, 3. There we go.
Well, that's it. Makazi, when he took the initial fight, he had 11 bullets against that of Exertion. So only his few there, but then ran out. Great attempt at the 1v2. And well, Na'Vi know that they have this lead. They're not going to bother forcing in. They're going to keep it quite light. There's a few Deagles, a P250, and some Glocks.
On your head, son. Avoided.
Okay, well, can remind everybody we do have 2 streams running simultaneously. You can go and check the results of the NIP versus Heroic game. That is the lower bracket in Group B, where we'll find ourselves with this one. Now, we have Mouse versus Na'Vi. Winner of this will be locked in for the Lanxess to join the likes of Vitality and the Mongols. Later on today, we have Aurora with stand-in X-Flood for Zentares taking on Spirit. So by the conclusion of your Monday, we'll have 4 out of the 6 teams in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike. Whether or not it'll be quarters or semis, that's up to tomorrow to decide. But making quick and light work of this, it's just one to find, and Alexi will grab a kill.
Always feels better when you get one.
We'll see if he can get anything else, as the door does have a hole in it. So Exertion will remove him. And they only lost an MP9.
Okay, you want to do the device, right?
Of course. I wanted to do the device as well.
There's no AWP. What's the device without an AWP? Now you've got me thinking. We'll get to see, I suppose. Round 15. Let's get into it.
Torji starting ramp. I imagine this is part of the device.
He pushes straight up. They want to try and go for this, asking early questions of Wonderful and his Galil. Okay, spots it out, knows that they're going for an early press trophy side. He's had a great first half as Wonderful. Can he bring that same form into his T-side rifle work? They concede. Back away, Torji trying to avoid giving away the sound cue of his retreat. Makazi is going to have a head-to-head here with Spinks, and ooh, oh, he couldn't finish his meal. Spinks, he was a sitting duck there. Gets away on just a scrap of health.
Oh, Spinks is even able to backpedal. Now he should just play this one for info. Oh, Exertion.
What's
going on? Thick of things there. Map felt small.
Weird standoff in the secret stairs here.
They're actually regrouping to head backyard. So aware that there's no AWP at this juncture, they should be able to cross and take some fights where I was going to say AKs have the advantage, but it's Galil's.
This should be his fight. Yeah, lovely. Finishes off his job, but now that bomb trying to get across has been spotted by Torji. Isolates the support of Bit.
Well, Bit gives away his life so the bomb can get down.
Yeah, I mean, the greater good. Oh, Brolan burning down. Pays a heavy price, but he's there. He's present. He can disrupt him. Makazi says no. Tries to lock him at the door, but that's enough of a distraction. Brolan pulls attention away, and now the ramp players can play. Torji gets 2. Alexi, a known entity.
Time.
Yeah, he has to run into Brolan and can't even finish off the first, and they really let him know.
Let's fucking go!
Oof. And Blade giving us a demonstration of the Zoomer stare right there.
He's not happy with what he's seeing into the second half after a dominant performance in the first. Mao's winning their first pistol of the series, and now 2 consecutive following.
Yeah, that's a cheeky one there from Exertion, catching just before the smoke booms. And Alexi had that kill dead to rights. This was great, though. Stalling out with the door closing his face. Now he's in no man's land. Makazi knowing he needed to get that space because of Brolan, who played through the flames. So the in-game leader, only with 5 kills, but impact right there on an important round because of the financial ramifications.
Yeah, look what it's left them with. A rather half-hearted partial. Oh, Makazi can't seem to escape. Early damage, 12 HP for him.
Just a stray bullet, all that's necessary right now to take him down, but he has support.
Oh, that's one single point of health.
It's happened a few times today.
He gets away.
All right, well, they're having to be noisy on the cross because of how much they were stalled out by the utility. So slipping down the vent, rotating from ramp, there are multiple bodies to deal with this.
Yeah, there's only one from Alexi's Tech 9, and the rest should just be a comfortable one. Whether or not they get the bomb down, I think that's what Makazi's going to try, but yeah, absolutely not, says Spinks.
Too fragile. And Alexi low on HP as well. Spinks will be able to delete him. And having a good time as Torshi lets out a bit of a cackle. 2-round game. So what was an extremely dominant first half for Na'Vi. Now we'll have to see their T-side put through the paces. So this is only going to be the second rifle round. Lincoln, you miss it in MR12. I still have to keep reminding myself of just how fast it can happen.
I mean, yeah, but you did lay the groundwork by highlighting just how important that pistol was for Na'Vi and how different the scoreline could read. Now Maus are in it. Now Na'Vi are feeling some pressure of their own.
The orb not even starting outside, so does he progress? If they do take yard space... Oh, Smokewall has a bit of a gap there.
You've been an effective block. Good damage. Look at that. Softens him up. Spam doesn't quite find its target this time.
Oh, they are down secret. Spinks again. Now, last time, it was an awkward positioning against Makazi. Looks to be the same again.
And Brollan actually taking down Alexi B. This is falling apart for Na'Vi. Bit, you gotta win those. Tries to peek into the commitment from Spinks, but great control of his AK. Torji tested by IEM. Oh, nice reaction. How is he not distracted by the nade? By his pursuit of the AWPer. Still wonderful down to Spinks. Solid hold again when they try and get down these secret stairs. Spinks leaves with a multi-kill. They're laughing.
Okay, guys, they spotted my ult on A.
Well, partial territory right now for Na'Vi. There is the ability to bring out a hero AK if they would like. And it appears that they are doing exactly that. That has ended up in the hands of Makazi. So they're not rolling over. They'll continue to put up a fight. And this is going to be very tough for Alexi and Blade to get them through. New roster, rookie. Oh, Heinz and Obner. Okay, that's why you give him the AK. I was just starting to say it's going to be tough to call him into the game, but there you go. He doesn't back down. He shows some confidence. An opening kill and a big scalp. That's exertion. The tone setter alongside a Torji for Maus's defense.
Yeah, do you think about it? Just your team trusting in you, dropping you that AK. You provide.
Oh, Spinks.
Wonderful spots the shoulder. Cognizant of a potential consideration.
Orb's in the right spot, though, isn't it?
Of lobby. It is. Torji. Oh, actually, the strafes.
Costly miss.
Difficult, and now Bit can punish. Using that AK well. Making this one threatening on RV.
Get that orb.
You'd think so, right? Yeah, Wonderful's got his eyes set on it. What's Jimmy stepping in to try and punish them on the retrieval? It's still Bit's AK. Makazi and Bit making good use of that single rifle. And now, love this, a little probe into the A site from IEM. He's got nothing to report.
Well, you can't rotate up the vent, or at least it'll be an ill-advised decision. So Brollan is going to start hedging back up through secret. Spinks. How's he going to get involved in this play? Because now that the digits get punched in, do you even give this 2v3 number disadvantage situation a go? You've got cash. You can have a look and still buy into the next. This is Na'Vi getting up to double digits with an invested hero AK and a couple of upgraded pistols with util.
This would be the second round in one map alone where Na'Vi have had the lesser weapons and managed to convert, right? The Makazi USP in the first half, pushing up towards that T roof.
I stayed. Oh, didn't clear.
Had an AK delivered to IEM's front door.
Okay, well, Brollan should get out of there now.
Wow. Coming in with very little, leaving with the round, an AK-47 and 4 kills.
Well, how do you replicate a round like that? You weren't calling from the strat sheet. That's where you need to get a little bit more creative in the way that you're going to approach those rounds. You send one man outside, it's your new rookie. He gets you the opening kill onto exertion, and from there, it's a blistering hot shot from Bit. Now, the desk was discussing his lack of kills and impact on Mirage. I think he only had 5 frags in total on that map. Wow, the nade as well, and he's still able to get the job done. I like this from Jimmy, knowing that he needed to fight, and he almost had the double. Spinks didn't hard clear his corner, and
I think the black smoke as well just led him to overlook it.
Interesting that Blade calls the tactical timeout now off the back of the round win. Either heard something he didn't like or was going to call it anyway out of the partial buy. Does give Cycrin a similar opportunity to have a discussion. Now, that money will fortify a full buy for Mouse. Torji gets his AWP again. Everybody has a defused kit. That might be overspending at this point. Full bags of nades. They've even given the luxury of head armor for 4 out of the 5. So Mouse not afraid to flex how much cash they have.
Interesting.
Brolin's even given away the AK. He's put that in the hands of Spinks, but this is going to be an extremely telling round. Navi, you win consecutive, and you could just take the map and send us to train.
Yeah, that's a very deliberate Mac 10 from Alexi B. Those helmets justified. He's got intentions.
Literally no presence towards Yard at all from Navi.
Yeah, just top util. Mollies will come through. Immet down the vents, but Loud wanted to catch the ladder. Ooh, Jimmy, got to get out. Support from Torji arrives just in time. Alexi plucked from the skies. He has to get out of there. Lovely patience from Bit. Doesn't give Torji what he was hoping for. Jimmy, however, ooh, nearly. The team flash leading to a nice pickoff. They are trying to run him down. Jimmy to be disruptive. Destructs another. Still, though, with the site under their control and that bomb going down, there is a conversation to be had that this one goes Na'Vi's way.
They can't go through the vent because, you know, Imma's down there, so have to go secret. It's a long rotation. You're also worried about an outside lurk because you haven't seen Makazi just yet.
Yeah, interesting. How do they play this?
Look at this crossfire.
Boost. Makazi staying high alert. Oh, still hits the good shot, does Torji. Nice quick AWPing from him. Spinks brings it into a 1v2, and it's wonderful. Is it going to be wonderful to come up clutch? That's a nice headshot. All onto Spinks. And now confirms he's off the bomb. He's played this perfectly. 280. Desperately jiggles. Oh, Spinks hits the shot in time.
That's so good, bro.
Oh, dear. Wonderful did the hard work, but gives Spinks just enough to hit that headshot.
Damn, okay. That was tied. And for poor Wonderful, he's like, okay, well, the flames are there. I'm sucking towards the window. The flash did absolutely nothing.
Like, I can sit here in my lovely air-conditioned room with zero pressure on my shoulders and say, why didn't he count an extra second? But you just can't be critical.
Can't believe he hits this.
That's a great shot.
And very important in the scheme of things, wasn't it? And Spinks plays that as the last piece, right? He was waiting above the vent to activate late. He didn't drop down until they identified where Imma was fighting. Then he was able to grab that kill in the backlines and then coming in clutch. So that's when baiting pays off.
And Wonderful's had such a great nuke.
He has. 21 and 13 right now. Hugely impactful in that first half. Imma continuing to have good form from Mirage. 17 and 12. But that round just whistles by.
Yeah. Close 1v1s. A couple of them going Mouse's way.
You still know the map's in touching distance, though. You get the bomb down. It is a 1v1. The pressure's still on the CT economy. Loss bonus for them. Bottom of the barrel. And Blade knows exactly that. There's still a chance to break this.
They didn't break any of the skylights on their run out, so yard-centric. Torji holding for Wonderful. So many nades thrown out towards that yard position. Makaze running to its demise. Yeah, lovely subversion of the expectation. That util implies no one's home. Now burning out. Nice find. Claw back from Bit. Gets across and accelerating. Not expecting Spinks to have been so quick to tend to this.
And he's playing in the same off angle again, or this time. Yeah, there it is. So just in between multiple angles is Spinks. You're going to have to aim down with the crosser to worry about the stairs. You have to worry about back vent, the vent itself. So hoping that he can catch them off guard with the same type of a play. But meanwhile, Torji, Jimmy, they pair up and they try and take this lobby control, which is a gift. Na'Vi have given it over completely. Immet was on the roof and now he's dropping outside to join the rest of his team. So they know they've given over lobby. So this is informed. This is understood. Is it just going to be the finish down secret to B? It looks like it. Rotation will be late to help out Spinks. He has to stand and bang.
So good in this position, and he nearly finds the second.
Saw the bomb. Here comes the rotation. Fast down ramp with the AWP.
Yeah, okay, Torji. How does he play this, holding for that door open?
For the tees, that's tough.
Yeah, right. He has kept options open.
Enter top.
Yeah, right.
20
He's kept
seconds.
Options open. It's Brolin in lobby that will be the difficult. Pour the thorn in their side. He's got the vent rotate cut. Oh, you're flying up the ladder, are you? Brolin's here. Takes him down. He's ready for him. Pushed up. Okay, wonderful. 8, 7, 6. Bomb goes in.
Oh, he faked it.
Oh, he's faked it.
Round over.
No time. Gets away with the AWP, but it's Mouse that make it 10-10.
That's going to be very, very frustrating. That is Counter-Strike timing on display going against Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Because Imer calls it clear, says nobody's peering out Squeaky, there's no jiggle. Alexia goes, all right, well, I'm flying up. I trust you.
Yeah.
And Brolin, without knowing it, has just bailed them out massively. The first was great. The bomb gets delayed, but the second on Imer was brilliant. This exchange outside, it's a 1-for-1 because of Bits. Wonderful work on the trade. But this is it. This is the round ender. As soon as that kill comes in, oh, that's tough to swallow.
Second on him. Okay, jumping in, round 21. It's all to play for still, folks. And Makazi's not looking at Zershin at all.
Oh,
Trigger discipline. They completely overlook him. Important. Makazi redeems himself with an immediate trade, stops it from being the double kill that could have defined the round. Instead, Spinks gets active, using that smoke wall to walk on out and reclaim yard. This is going to be such a boon to the Mao's ranks. They're going to have so many answers straight away.
Oh, Imer's taking space again. Ah, Brolin.
Thank you very much. Oh, did he spot a shoulder of Alexia? I think he did. Yep, comfortable for the Swede. Locks him down and takes the round. Holy.
And that type of a round couldn't have come at a better moment because the last 3 before that were all just one player staying alive for Maus, even in victory, which meant there was so much more pressure on the economy. But now to break through at that point, sure, the loss bonus is in favor of Na'Vi because of their heroics within the first half of play, but the bomb doesn't go down. There isn't so much damage done. Blade did save these tactical timeouts for a rainy day and was afforded that by the aforementioned first half. But right now, it's only one T-side round, and that came with a hero AK and some pistol upgrades with a light smattering of util. Now they can get out the AKs. You wonder what the thought process on the target selection. Either way, Exertion doing his job in yard, information and a kill.
Hearing Torji through the Na'Vi microphone.
Well, it's very quiet in here at the moment.
It is, yeah. That's what happens when the B stream game's so quick. Silence in the studio. Dead focus. Can Na'Vi tie this one up, or is it Maus just rolling out the red carpet for that Lanxess Arena? Makaze set up for success. He hears an audible reload. Smoke broken and set up for success is Zershin. Makaze just exposed. Wonderful spam down to half health, and they get past the speculative taps of Spinks and have done so. For the first time, I think, in this entire half, Spinks hasn't already beaten them to the rotation.
Yeah, and that is going to put pressure on somebody else to be the player to rotate down. It's going to be Jimmy. So because they haven't rotated immediately, Jimmy will play a more site-centric defense, right? He can play on the railings, he can play dark. But either way, they are giving up all of back vent, single door, and windows as the smoke into Squeaky replenish. Exertion. Oh, look at this from Jimmy.
Feels like he's got wonderful dead to rights as everything else goes down him as with a double, but Maus, they find and prevail.
All right, well, this is a very tough way for this to all fall apart for Na'Vi.
It's been a really bleak couple of rounds.
And it's going to be a 2-0, so the record books is going to show this was a very convincing victory for Maus, but they've been made to work for this. The semi-finalists of Cologne last year, the number 2 team in the first season of 2025. Just one round away. He's doing so much damage. Let me kill him. Well, he's 18 and 18. And it looks like another good team effort. So last tactical timeout called. Same situation as the last. This time even less money to work with. A 2-round gap to force this into overtime. Train feels like an impossibility at this point. Be hoping and praying right now if you're a Na'Vi fan that they can stretch this one out. The lower bracket awaits. There's the initial catch, and then it's the late piece with the bomb trying to cross over towards Secret. We were focused on Jimmy, who also dispelled them, so unable to breach in anywhere, Na'Vi. Your options are very limited. You have nothing to fall back on, no gimmicks like what Mouse had within the early stages of their first half of play on Nuke. You need to just hope that you can break in somehow, some way.
Is that 2 CT smokes, Yard? Oh, has an angle to work with. Trying to deter commitment.
Same position as last round for Exertion. Slower on the pace. This feels helpless, hoping for an overstep of the mark. Ill-advised aggress. Maybe Mao's getting too cocky.
You've just used all of your nades and you've gained...
nothing.
Nothing. The writing's on the wall. Is the bullet going to find the head? First couple do not. Xertion's position noted. Makaze flashed around the corner, gets away from the Spink. Spray! Okay, Makaze removing Spinks opens up options, and that's one hell of a headshot. Tiny pixel gap. Bit exploits it. Brolin holds on though. Maintains his sight. Headshot from Bit. He keeps going.
That's the bomb.
Keeps hunting and drops the bomb down B. Running it.
Rounds on right now.
Yeah, thanks to Bit and his handiwork, some real sharp shots.
Well, they don't know where Wonderful is. You can see that by Brolin clearing Squeaky, and Wonderful's out towards ramp, so he will be able to get down to vent. Bit playing in dark. There are kits. An incendiary for Jimmy. No smoke for the bomb. 2v2. This is going to be tough.
Got to let the clock work for them. Bomb about half gone here. That's awkward.
Perfect.
Forced into the fight. Okay, Wonderful. Have you got it in? Yeah, not at all. Mouse secure it. Massive work on the retake. Tenacity on display. This team, it never started easy. They managed to recover every single time. Na'Vi, sure, you put up a fight. Sure, you had some strong starts, some good halves, but as Chad has said, it will read 2-0.
Mouse taking on Liquid yesterday, getting the job done. Quite dominant performance there, and today made to work for their money. Only winning 1 out of the 4 pistol rounds in play. Put through the paces, a close map of Counter-Strike. And this is going to be Mouse, who will be quite content with the way that this team is kicking off the season. For the big names, you're coming straight into the start of the second half, into one of the biggest events. So the fact that you can bring this energy, you can lock yourself in for the Lanxess, the playoffs away. This team, they were in the semi-finals last time round in 2024. They're hoping to do better in 2025. They will play the winner of Aurora and Spirit for either a spot in the semis or the quarters. But Mouse, you'll be happy with that. Na'Vi, it was competitive on debut, but it's still a loss.
Standing by with Spinks. Let's hear from the victor.
Congratulations, Spinks. You're through to the Lanxess. Obviously, this time last year, you hoisted the trophy in that very arena with Vitality. Now, you get a chance to maybe take down the Kings with Mouse. Tell me what it means to you to make it to top 6 at the very least.
It means a lot. We are going every playoff so far. And I'm on the same streak with Vitality to going for playoffs. Maybe not winning them, but I'm going to them. So, yeah, doing good, enjoying, and hopefully we'll have a nice crowd in the arena.
Tell me about this matchup at hand, because, I mean, arguably more so on Nuke than the first map of Mirage. Na'Vi were leading in both halves, right? Tell me about having to put the comeback onto Na'Vi in this one.
Yeah, I think they had a good plan on the start of Mirage. They played really fast and they caught us not ready, not aware, I don't know exactly, but yeah, they had a good plan, but we managed to adapt in the end, and I think the T-side, Boran made a lot of good calls. It made it really easy in a way. So, yeah, and on Nuke, well, yeah, we are good on this 3-9 T-side situations.
Yeah, tell me a bit about, I think it was round 19, you had the 1v1 that ended up against Wonderful, B-side. How did you kind of read that? Tell me about playing that 1v1.
They were going too secret. I was vent, Exertion was ramp, and we just played the timing of each other. Got some trades on secret, then we were 2v1. He caught Exertion 1v1. And I think he could play it a bit better, a bit more time, because I didn't have much time, but just this combo and the nice shot, that's it.
Final question, Spinks. I've got to ask. I know I'm getting maybe ahead of myself, but the fact that you hoisted the trophy this time last year in Cologne, how confident do you feel that you can potentially go back-to-back this year?
Maybe I will destroy Vitality Dream back-to-back, and I will be the back-to-back. But yeah, we are confident. We want another chance.
Thank you so much for your time, Spinks. Congratulations. We'll be seeing you in the Lanxess.
Thank you.
Oh, look at that smile creep onto his face as memories of lifting the trophy last year creep back into his brain. Here with Yanko, we're standing by with Torji as well after the victory. Congratulations. Welcome to the Lanxess stage. We got to figure out where exactly you're going to be placing, but you've made it to playoffs. You know, goal number 1 is accomplished.
Yeah, I mean, we are happy that we qualified to playoffs, but job is not done yet, so we have a lot of things to do.
I thought they had you in the...
I was lost in the idea of it all. Too many years I've been suffering here, burning down right now. And I don't know where I run to, but it could be oblivion. I dream I was making love to a whole new life. Learn my lesson once, I'll skip the reminder of what's left for me if I turn around. You let me down.
up, wake me up. Wake me up, wake me up. Wake me up, wake me up, wake me up.
We're looking at a Spirit, and we're looking at a Spirit that is here in Cologne and Force. How you doing today, dude?
Just the same as always.
Same as always. Excited to play some Counter-Strike Zontics?
Of course.
Absolutely. Well, you guys have already played a little bit of Counter-Strike here. You played against Heroic. You had an overtime there, 16-14. Heroic won that second half pistol. Spirit picked up 3. Then it's 6 rounds unanswered. How did Heroic pressure your T side of Ancient?
Well, basically, they just were rushing everywhere, and we were dying. That's it.
It's just as easy as they were just pressing W and mouse 1?
Yeah, we just couldn't handle the pressure they were giving.
Could be as easy as that. Look, we look at the Nuke as the second map of the series, 13-8. You win both pistols. Did it feel like it was supposed to do a little bit more there? Did it feel like this was a series that was always in your control?
Yeah.
Like without a question of a doubt, you always thought that there for a second you were going to be Heroic up in the server?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Well, playing Aurora today, who beat Nip yesterday without Zontares. Head-to-head, Spirit's got him historically. But who on Aurora could give you some problems today?
Well, statistically, and I think, anyways, if you look even not only on the results of Aurora against us, but on the results in the past like 3 months or 4 months, you can see that we're a better team, and now they don't have Xantares, they have a substitute, even though maybe they're ready to play the Counter-Strike they want. I believe, obviously, we are the favorites to win, but if you'll not join the server, and they will just play Simply Matter, and they have aim, obviously, they can just out-aim us, and then we can lose.
And Spirit is the better team on paper?
Yeah.
Easy as that. Can you sound the wall for us?
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashbang. Oh my, what the Bomb has been defused.
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
And we are in. It is the B stream back in with a playoff qualifying match between Aurora versus Team Spirit. Welcome back to the most storied tournament in Counter-Strike. It's IEM Cologne. We've been here for a decade, since, 2014 is where it all really began, especially back in Global Offensive with the Major, and all the way to 2025. Here we are.
Yeah, it's good to keep things running here in Cologne. Looking forward to continuing to see who's going to be making it into the Lanxess, and I'm so excited to see, the next roster that can finally make it through here. Obviously, between Aurora and Spirit, a lot on the line here for a matchup today. Chance for Aurora to really prove something, even though they're dealing with this stand-in situation, versus Spirit bringing in some new look roster and really showing up here in their opening match.
Yeah. Team Spirit showing their usual stuff, even as the season, even after a little overtime affair, even with Heroic as well. But we got to see the debut for Zwei as well just yesterday, and I just wanted to bring up a little comparison of, we look at these ratings and we kind of try to compare. Zwei could have been Kiyosuke maybe 6 months ago as well, so I wanted to bring up the little comparison here. I don't think Zwei necessarily played badly, but I won't necessarily he changed the game for Spirit either.
Yeah, and you have to take into consideration if that is even something that Spirit are looking for when they pick up a player like Zwei. Obviously, again, when you talk about the win conditions here for Spirit, you focus in on a player like Donk, you focus in on what Shiro could do behind him in the clutch factor, but for Zwei, it's stepping in and especially for your opening matchup, not necessarily having to shake the ground here too much and change things up in a big way and still being able to pick up a pretty solid victory is a good sign there. I obviously want to see a little bit more of what he can do in this matchup, his second opportunity here, playing out another best of 3, but the expectations for him just seem to be a little bit tempered compared to some of the other new additions that we've seen so far throughout Cologne, and I think that's just fine for Spirit.
That was just one game, though. I just want to put that as big. It's just one game, because we know what he was able to do back in Namiga. Yeah. I think Namiga, he's just a really impactful anchor, and he's just a multi-frag machine. When people try to target his sights and finding impactful lurks as well, I think here for Spirit, they kind of are looking for another player to truly level up their lineup. Just imagine Team Spirit when Magix was fragging, they go ahead and win majors, right?
Yeah.
Without so, they are, a number 4 team in the world, and we're wondering if Zwei can kind of still bring that win condition that Magix had.
Yeah, that's a really good point, right? When you look at Spirit here and now the level that they have to bring to the table, when it comes down to playing up against the best of the best, it has to be a little bit of an elevated performance from this new guy, that's for sure.
Yeah, and just to take a look here over at Aurora, obviously in a stand-in situation, I decided to take Wakadia stepping up in Xantara's position versus the true Xantara's stand-in. We still have the jury's still out on whether xCloud can bring some strong individual performances to the table here. He's going to need to against a team like Spirit.
Yeah, I think we're going to need to see that X factor coming through there. We kind of been taking a focus on B-Trem's graphic or quite a bit there, and the win condition that obviously Xantaras provides Aurora, and not having him, it's going to be some extra pressure on xCloud.
We've got our map veto here. Automatic permas are going out. We're expecting a nuke pick here from Spirit, but Aurora could have went anywhere with this, and they're choosing their comfort over anything else, but picking Dust 2 into Spirit is almost like a death wish.
Yeah, it's a really scary prospect when it comes down to the constant performances that Donk delivers on this map of Dust 2. Yep. It's one of the lead reasons as to why Spirit remain so scary. But when you also watch what Woxic was able to do in their opening matchup, I feel like there's some sort of win condition there with his op that was constantly finding opening duels there, constantly providing 4v5s. And it makes you think, I kind of respect the idea from Aurora to lean in to some comfortable territory, to say, hey, I know we're dealing with some tough standard situations here. We have xCloud on the roster, we're missing Xantaras, but Woxic's still hitting his stride here on Dust 2. And if you want a chance to win here, you've got to know with the known quantities that you work with. And Woxic playing good on Dust 2 is something that has been a factor throughout this year here for Aurora.
This is going to be a really exciting matchup on Dust 2 because both teams are exceptional at this map. This one could be a bit of a slugfest as we are opening up. Obviously, Spirit bringing in Nuke as we expect. That is just their first pick, and it will be Mirage if needed. But this Dust 2 is basically mandatory, and Team Spirit starting on the T side, because Donk gets those AKs early.
You like to just control the pace right now here for the side of Spirit, looking to start things off in a lightning fast fashion here, but so is X5 pushing it through lower tons. A collapse through Catwalk and a flashbang to set it all up here, but never getting a chance to get that flash off with a quick kill coming through from Shiro.
Yep, we've already got Woxico boosted up on the cat box, and X-Cloud no good. That was the one gambit they had, and he gets sideswap. Woxic is not looking good as he was only able to collect one. 2 versus 4. Spirit can go anywhere. Just Madger and Joda.
Well, there's aggression going through tunnels right now, and it's been overlooked. Joda just nails the timing and could drop the bomb. Now, can he anticipate this flank that's still formulating? Can he get around the corner in time? Looks likely.
Chopper is just sitting in the corner here, but Zwei could be caught. No, it's Joda instead with the sharp headshot. Zontic surely with the flank, though. And there you have it. 1 versus 3. Madger.
It's another deadly timing.
Weirdly, they don't know. They genuinely don't know. Madger, first headshot, but fast trade there from Zontix. Shuts down any chance of the round, and it will be Team Spirit with the pistol.
Spirit showing some crazy caution right there in the 4v2, right? You got a couple of kills, you pretty much shut down that mid setup, but they're still posted up outside of B. They're using every resource at their disposal to ensure that that round doesn't go too wrong, even though there's 2 crazy timings nailed by Aurora there in the 2v4. It's just too much resistance to overcome. Force buy back here, Scout immediately in play, multiple of them. No surprise there, Wakadia rocking with the secondary Scout. Looking to pop some shots up, but nothing connecting through this mid smoke. There's a nice tag right there on the Shiro.
This is full.
Oh my god.
I mean, this is full Senzu mode. This is what he does on Dust 2. Oh, and eventually will be put down. What are we rocking with? Zwei or Zwei? I like Zwei. I like Zwei just because it's a German number. I believe it's the number 2, but all the Germans are gonna hate me for that one.
I've been rocking with Zwei for a while.
Yeah.
Got to cast a lot of him on Amiga, showing up in a couple pro leagues, so I feel like still having a little bit of that experience here. Looking forward to seeing if he can really show up here.
Right. He's a bit of a different rookie than a lot of the ones we've seen at this tournament, because he actually has played like big event lands. Oh, that is a hell of a shot from Madger to get him back into the round. X-Cloud popping shots off. Now scopes up and now goes down, but this is still possible. There's another scout for Woxic. But still, site access allowed, and Donk doesn't care. Oh my goodness. Your feelings ripped away from you as Aurora will be forced to back away. That is the Donk effect.
Yeah, that's a deadly double right there to seal it on up. But yeah, I mean, Zwei bringing in a little bit of experience in terms of not necessarily, you know, being fresh face when it comes to the LAN experience and playing some of the best teams, right? He's got a little bit at the major, where he's able to build up some experience, and then of course playing in some LANs here and there as well for pro leagues and such. So it's not, you know, brand new. This isn't his first experience playing on the group stages.
Yeah, even has a major underneath his belt, right? So there for Namiga, even making like stage 3 of the major really impactful, and Dwyer a big part of that as well. So one thing that also helps him, obviously, was Donk's bold prediction, longtime FaZe-It teammate of Donk, so the duo synergy is already there. That hasn't really been lost. Like, obviously, Magix and Donk were kind of a diehard duo for, well, since Donk's career really started on Spirit.
Still got a little bit of synergy here that you're bringing in with your star player. A little bit of work that's already been put in the server and definitely showing up here again. This Donk in the early stages.
It's always gonna be leading the pack. I think Donk has the most ridiculous stat line on Dust 2 in like all of Counter-Strike. Donk averages a 1.7 rating on Dust 2. Yes, I did not misspeak. Well, technically 1.68 with like 1.9 impact. He is the best Dust 2 player in the world. There's no doubt.
It's so deadly, man. And it's just a map that feeds into his play style. That is why you kind of highlight the risk here for Aurora in the pick, but they've got to show up here with something special. And again, it is Doc trying to lead the pack here. Up catwalk. everyone grouped up right now here on the T side, so it still feels like their hand is forced. They still have this lower lurk as well, dealing with any mid re-aggro, and Kadi looking to jump up inside the confines of this smoke. There's a workaround here, though. No, spotted out by Donk.
Yeah, and there's just one player here. It's Voxix with just a P2000, and Donk will make mincemeat of that as he's starting to already charge up the scoreboard right now. 5 kills. If he kept swinging wide, he would have met xFloud. This will probably be an attempted AK save.
All the kills for the CT side are always really valuable, so at this point you want to hang around here with the weaponry that you have remaining. For Joda and Madra, they're going to look to find some success up the catwalk. Anything extra you can put together there? They won't give him the duel, though. Spirit just running away. Not too eager to hunt those ecos. Madra on the chase here, realizing he's not going to be fed. Going to have to work for it and get shut down by Shiro, so no further damage. Spirit up to a nice 3-0. Oh, a little bit. That's an AK, or rather Galil to pick up. And another one from Jota on the retreat right there, so some valuable exit kills rolling out, and an extra gun to save on to.
Yeah, still plenty of cash there for Team Spirit, but now it's going to be the real challenge for this side. We need Voxix to step up, because we talked about how Donk has a really good dust too. Voxix is also historically the Dust 2 god here for Aurora. Honestly, he is the win condition, and even though Zentaros is out of the team. So let's see what he can bring to the table. He's already brought an op out into the picture, and someone needs to shut down Donk. It'll have to be this guy.
They get a little bit of a telescope there to try and deal with Donk's antics up the catwalk, looking likely here once again. And Voxix already on the scene, ready to post up here for any sort of early motion. Instead, it's going to be utility dumped on towards this catwalk here. HE's avoided from Donk, and some cat control already manufactured here early on into a round is high value. xFloud getting his utility set, though. He's got a couple HEs to continue to toss down range. We're not going to do any damage, though.
A lot of people, I've seen a lot of Ts continue to throw that HE onto the jump up boxes because just to counter the utility sets from the CTs.
Chopper's got a cache of utility right now. It's either going to line up for a bit of a fake cat execute, and then he can drop into CT spawn, and then they go mid to B here, which is looking a little bit likely at the moment.
Looking for his proper lineup. And it did land properly. Now Chopper with the fake catwalk execute. Already inside of the smoke. xFloud maybe communicating that potential timing. xFloud's not even going to walk cat, but if the mid B's already on. Wakadia finds the double kill. Needs another, though. Somehow it has the best Zontix here in this fight on only 19 HP. Staying alive, but this might not be enough. Surely not. Zontix will convert, and Chopper inside of CT spawn keeps Voxix op out of the picture. It's an easy 4-0 for Spirit.
And that's just a flawless execution right there. Now Voxix looking to hold on to his op. Wasn't able to pop too many shots off, but he is able to recover in time. Shiro falls there towards long. He takes an extra gun out of their hands here. Now Voxix prepared for the elevated peak from Chopper. So fighting for his life right now on a save. Is going to be successful at this point. But Spirit coming through with some serious depth in the execution. Chopper setting up that full belt of execution. Voxix kind of playing a non-factor there, focused on catwalk while the mid to B split is coming through. And while Wakadia is still able to deliver a multi, it's just too much to ask.
See, xFloud's position there is actually the most valuable one, though, because normally xFloud is going to be this flex position between both CT spawn and the A site. And when that player is not present in CT spawn, your mid to B has no help, right? Your B defense has no support. All you're doing is fighting from the B side. When you have that little bit of spam or distraction that the CT player can provide, or the threat and the pressure of a potential push through the smoke, xFloud isn't there to put any of that. All of Spirit are focused onto the B site. Zontix was able to make it out of the tunnels, and Wakadia was doomed from that point on.
It just feels maybe a little bit confusing right there as well for Aurora. They see the catwalk execution. There's still a smoke that's in bloom for xFloud. He tries to gather the information on catwalk, but what he finds is absolutely nothing. And then you're committed in that position. Extending the rotates there. Shiro was capable and available to cut it off. So Aurora getting worked around right now. Having to find some quick solutions here during this timeout. We'll see if they can find those solutions. Again, Voxix saved AWP in play. And when he's kind of having to play the hero in this round, you're going to see him get a lot more active here.
Yeah, we could be seeing
a double op. How did they afford that? I guess they saved a couple guns as well, so that makes a little bit more sense. Double op has been pretty deadly for Aurora as well.
It's going to be necessary. You have to have something to shut down Donk, and the best thing to do it is an AWP. Honestly, his biggest counter, but as xCloud overextends, Donk is going to punish. Quickly traded there by Woxic, however.
A bit of a sacrifice right there, luring Donk into the AWP, but Woxic still stepping forward. He wants more, not happy with just a single, but Heroes posted.
Woxic, I think he's just going to continue holding this off angle instead.
It's good off angle to avoid the early cat flashes that can come through. And it's a quick drop-off point there for him to reposition and stay alive.
They're going to throw a full catwalk execute at him, though. Smoke in.
I can't get in front of the smoke either. No visual granted. They also have this long lurk, and there's no resistance on this long lurk, especially with that opening pick of the 4v4.
And Major needing to hold. Zwei on first contact. He does deliver the entry. Big impact from Zwei to start off. And Woxic on the site needs a big time hold. About to get flanked by Chopper. And there it is. Headshot delivered. Woxic in the dirt. And the A side of Spirits.
Yeah, you got to call a save, I think. Wakadia not too interested, hoping for some picks on the cross, but that'll not be presented. Spirit, again, patient and allowing for access right there of your extra players. That's, again, a big credit to Donk's opening pick right there. It sets up that defense a little bit more weak side on towards long and creates a huge opening opportunity there for Chopper's late lurk. So Shiro, or rather Woxic, trying to provide some heroics there. Just can't get the multi necessary.
Yeah, that 4v4 just requires Aurora to gamble. Do you play one over towards B? And I think they could have afforded to do that, but more so just trying to make the hard read that they would try a mid to B setup. Especially as, you know, they took down xCloud, right? And xCloud is that flex player between Catwalk and CT Spawn. Maybe a mid to B could be weak. It's all these little mind games that are happening inside of Aurora. And at the end of the day, it's just the wrong site.
There's big entry number 2 there from Zwei, man. He was able to find one on the B site, going mid to B. And now when Donk falls, and it's a 4v4, guess who can also crack the site open right there? Zwei right behind him on that cat execute.
Hero's going for a long pick here. And he gets it unbelievably, and that's Wakadia down early. Woxic immediately back, though. Here's the op at long, knows that Shiro knows he can take a mid-doors peek. And a bit of an overextension there from Chopper.
Trying to make it through right there, gets punished. HE to get some visual. Now Woxic still looking for more duels towards middle, playing confidently right now. Trying to pull the advantage in his team's favor.
Now Shiro is back in middle, so Woxic can't really do much with this AWP.
Again, they're kind of gambling that this will be a B finish coming through from the side of Spirit, and that just doesn't look to be the case here. Another right target coming through out of Chopper on this A side, and Major with a good late smoke to try and block things off, but I don't think that's going to be respected again. HE to blow open the smoke as well is an option. Smoke mid to B to try and draw out attention, and as you can see, xCloud is focused.
It's just Major. Is Major about to be facing off versus the whole team, and one of the players on that team is Donk.
There's a recycled smoke. Okay, that's really valuable. Major up close and personal, and again, there's HEs that they're going to have to use to blow open the smoke.
They're going to break the smoke here. Donk with his HE in hand at the moment. And here it goes. Major going to be in big trouble. Do you have a big play? Absolutely not. Gets sent into a backflip. And 2 rotates being cut by the other.
Oh my god.
Just drops CT and drops xCloud round over again.
Oh my god. Deadly stuff coming through from Donk on the drop. Just destroys the idea of that. Now Shiro is walking through middle, looking for these exit. He knows the round is won. His opening pick and then Donk following it up with 2. Just seals it on up, and Aurora are left dazed and confused here. Again, you're looking at Chopper identifying the weak sides on these executes and perfectly capitalizing on it. The numbers just not there for a defense on the catwalk. The HE to blow open the smoke, leaving Major high and dry.
Again, they're hoping for a mid to B right there for Aurora. Everything is gambling. Like, come on, they're going to be running out mid to B. They put the op over on the B side as well. And Spirit are just targeting the right site. They are just completely running rings around Aurora at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if you're watching the consistent gambling and you're kind of having the wrong read on the situations consistently, I think there is going to need to be a little bit of CT side aggression. You're going to have to find some facts in the server, right? You're going to have to figure out where this offense is coming through, because Spirit are playing a bit of a silent but deadly game here, and you're going to need to press the issue at some point when you're in these 4v4s.
Woxic's making a play, thinking about it. He's going to wait for his teammate in X-Spot. I think there's a
boost.
Lower tons boost. But that T-side smoke is so annoying. And they're still going to do it anyways.
Not a bad idea. The issue is you kind of feel a little bit of pressure because of the delay in that boost. Doesn't seem like it's going to worry them too much, but they're not going to stick around for forever. That opening play, not bearing too much fruit here so far. And forcing the repositions. We'll see if that CT side activity comes through in this round for Aurora as an adjustment late into the round. Straight back up catwalk here again. We've seen this.
Yeah, this is
getting in, trying to lead the charge.
Very default to the setup here for the side of Aurora. Nothing special. You do have X-Cloud and CT spawn. You want X-Cloud to be able to support the A side as quickly as possible instead of being in CT. So he's going to get out the jump up here.
Good HE. Oh, just deep though. And that one's shallow, so they just miss out on the timings here. The smoke is not going to be respected again. Donk was thinking about turning the corner there, but decides against it. A potential for a lot of utility damage, doesn't really provide all that much, but this time a mid to B coming through, and Aurora still focused in on it. Great flashbang here, but a trade is quick from Zwei.
So that puts it into the 4-on-4, 2 B-side defenders. Arcadia swings wide though, helped out there by Joda, crunching in on that mid to B. Joda needs one more here, and he brings it home. Shiro on the Glock, no good. Joda with a nice triple kill hold to get Aurora on the board.
They finally get what they're looking for. A lot of focus on this mid to B for Aurora. Maybe reading into the tendency heading into this round for Spirit. They finally head into what is the more stacked side of the map here, especially when Makadia and Joda just give up the tons control and focus their fight on middle.
It's finally the one round as well that X-Cloud is in the proper position, able to actually put pressure on the mid to B setup and get them ready to go. Also, I mean, Wakadia's damage and no doubt Joda, but I think it's the stand-in that we're really focused in on and where he's going to be, and in that round, he was properly positioned.
I mean, he is playing that linchpin position right there. That's so crucial on this map, having to float through CT and also cover catwalk. We know how important that is. And so far, I think we've seen Spirit consistently hit the right side of the map there to avoid his presence and make him a non-factor, but able to at least go 1 for 1 and also draw in attention away from those B players that were ready to crunch in on middle as well. And we're back to the double op. It's back in the server here again. This time a different boost here on top of the boxes. You don't have to commit 2 players for this.
Donk is in the lower tunnels. Woxic is posted up, but a perfect jiggle peek makes a miss. And Donk he's going to see that op, and he's going to walk through the mid-smoke, taking a fight versus X-Cloud that he wins. A stand-in steps up.
Man, jumping up right there on the boxes, catching Donk off guard. Big time pickup right there for X-Cloud. Off the back of this timeout as well from Spirit. This could be a bit of a breaking point and an opportunity to claw your way back into this half here with double up setup ready to go, and Shiro walks right into the trap.
Absolute perfection so far from Aurora. 3 versus 5. No Donk in the server. No Shiro. It's got to be Zwei.
Or takes over Chopper here. We'll see who picks up the mantle, but this round doesn't seem like it's given anything at all. Recycled smoke towards B. They're going to be left to wait it out. Now, at least for now, that's the last smoke they have, but there's still a molly for Kadia here at the moment.
I think this is a save, personally. I don't think Spirit will end up going for this.
Yep.
Zwei is actually on a mission to retrieve the AWP. And mission successful, he'll be able to bring that into the next round. But Spirit will not be attempting this. They don't even have a smoke for B. That's the biggest problem. No B door smoke, 2-player defense.
not happening. And Aurora with 2 in a row here because xFloud wins his straight head-to-head, jumping up on the box.
That's a big-time pickup right there. You're looking at Donk making a very early move, just what feels like could be a round sealer if he's able to open it up and catch him by surprise, but instead, xFloud all the more prepared. Ready for your antics.
Big expectations. Madger was talking about in his post-match interview back versus NIP, saying that without Zentaris, everyone else has got to put an extra 20% in. Even though, you know, xFloud, he's a solid player, but Zentaris is irreplaceable. Yeah, everyone on the team kind of felt that. Honestly, I was listening even to the lobby, and everyone on Aurora felt a little defeated without Zentaris, but now
fast B play.
Maybe they've got the right players. Joda on the B site, back turn for Zontix. Joda holding on with Wakadia, a perfect hold with tons of damage on the back end, and Spirit have been swatted aside.
Oh man, what a hold right there. Perfect coverage coming through. Now the eye
there,
or the flank towards long rolling up. The op gonna fall here. Surely Shiro not gonna clear this corner. Not a chance. Bomb dropped to the floor, round shattered in an instant, and Aurora are clawing their way back into this one here quickly. Chopper falls, and Donk left scratching his head. His whole team vanished in a flash.
I think the one big difference, though, is that those defeated looks from Aurora without Zentaris were before they got their big win over NIP, before Madger was standing up out of his seat, nodding his head after they picked up their first win on Train. And I think that big win over NIP can definitely power up Aurora throughout this tournament. And especially when you have the gall to pick Dust 2 into Spirit. They're starting to run back the CT side.
Yeah, I mean, again, that extra 20% was provided from Woxic on the op on this map, right? He was able to do a lot more in that matchup versus NIP. And same was true for that CT side of Train. I mean, obviously, we talked about Wakati and what he was able to bring to the table on Train, but we got that extra influence coming through from the whole squad of Aurora in that victory. And that's kind of, it maybe does feel like a little bit of a turning point here where you're heading into this one knowing the pressure, and that win is a confidence builder here, but this could be after time in which Donk falls.
If Donk doesn't have an AK in the next round, what is Donk? But he will end up keeping it. He will dodge out on the flashbang and hold on to all of that. But now, this game gets difficult for Spirit. They actually have to start taking ecos now. And missing out on some valuable entries. Donk wasn't even able to catch a rotator. There's just no one even rotated to the B site because they didn't need to. And so it's just Donk on an AK. We've seen many a silly round brought home by him, and that was nearly a 1D onto Madger too.
I haven't seen a lot of early long aggression come through here. Maybe Shiro going for an opening pick, but then giving it up.
They've got 2 flashes and a smoke, and that is enough to get out the long doors and smoke to cross.
Going to be a little bit of a delayed presence here. Donk.
Oh, it's
maybe the tip of the spear, but there is a couple deagles in front of him.
Woxic's gotta hit one of these. But it's only a leg shot on the chopper, so they do get out the doors. Flashbangs to allow the escape for Aurora, but Spirit have some map control.
Yeah, they have some map control here, but there is some very quick reactions coming through from Aurora. Instantly fighting for cat control off the back of that, as is necessary. xFloud calling it clear as well, but the evacuation of long control, sticking a player inside the pit, and Shiro trying to cause a ruckus as everyone else rotates in towards this B side of the map here, where Wakadia is zoomed in, looking deep in towards Tons. There is still a smoke and a flashbang. How do you use it to get past this op, though?
And they've just cleared Catwalk as well. They basically know mid is clear. Are they going to use their smoke as a lurk smoke? No, it's going to the doors. So, it's going to be Wakadia on the hold. He has Joda to try and help him out. And Wakadia missing some shots, so they're actually approaching him rapidly, hiding inside the smoke. Joda needs the help, but it's Donk who brings it home with a kill from Zwyan. They've got the B site, and Shiro is still in middle. Spirit with just Glocks, Deagles, and a Donk AK. It might be enough, but xFloud, he just
still gets the kill. 2 versus 2, it's still possible for Aurora.
Oh my god, Donk looking to get active with this AWP, but he's tucked in towards the back of Big Box.
Looking to peek on a timing here as they run in through the doors. Walks it first, but a missed flick. It's Zwei who has to hold on. He gets the first. It's Donk now on the Glock versus xCloud, and xCloud gets him again. Aurora with the defuse. He doesn't have a kit though, and I think he's still got the time. Aurora with 4 in a row on the defense.
Man, what a hero right there for xCloud. I thought he was dead to rights to Shiro. He was tucked in the cubby, so sneaky, but xCloud able to turn in time. And even Donk with an AWP landing that tag, but not being able to finish off this kill. Absolutely gut-wrenching right there for Donk. Oh, look at the pressure that was applied right there when that pistols charged him down. Zwei able to provide some more coverage right there.
Man, I mean, Zwei almost did it for his team right there too on that B site. And it was just one Glock shot from Donk needed. He hit xCloud through the wall with the AWP most critically.
But down 0-6 here. Aurora making a conversation to tie things up at the turn of the half here. Unbelievably so.
xCloud been stepping up as well. That's been the big difference maker. Some good multi-kills from the B-site defenders, yes, but it's xCloud on this flex position on CT side Dust 2. That is setting up his team.
I mean, everything in that last round as well. Able to not only find the kills on the lurk, but bring home the final 2 to secure the clutch. xCloud bringing that round back to life. Can they keep this up here? The double op has been so deadly. Wakati on the secondary allows for Woxic to constantly be in position on this A side here, always on the ready. But maybe it's Spirit. We're back to the basics here. Their catwalk executes have been incredibly deadly. And if it's been working for you early on in this half, why not go back to it here later down the line?
Especially as...
Ooh, there's a good HE right there. xCloud has been missing those, but this time it's on the money.
Has another one in the pocket, but obviously the mid-B smokes will lure him into CT spawns. It's exactly what Spirit want out of this situation, but a good counter molly from Woxic will keep Catwalk under wraps. As xCloud is getting very inquisitive. Chopper wanting to walk through, and he's nailed the timing at the moment. Madger in charge of defending CT spawn. And as the smoke fades, Chopper gets the instant kill. Only 2 A-site defenders. It's Woxic and xCloud needing to do everything, and they are. xCloud jumps up, eventually meets his maker, but Woxic with 10 seconds just needs 1 extra kill here on the site. 7 seconds, 6. Shiro has to run forward to get the plant. Chopper with the coverage. And Woxic couldn't get that extra kill. It's Spirit who plant the bomb, and Joda has to run away and save.
I mean, it was exactly 4 seconds right there for Spirit. No time to spare on planting that bomb, and Chopper is able to provide coverage as the bomb goes down for Shiro. And Jota has no options.
Woxic needed 1 more kill. Even shoot, just staying alive and finding damage. Because Shiro was just sprinting directly at him with the bomb in his hand. But Chopper had the coverage. He had the lurk, he had the entry, he had everything needed in that round.
I mean, he really threaded the needle right there. That HE to blow open the smoke, while also the mid defender of Okadi's secondary op goes in and peers through window. He captures that timing perfectly. And as you can see, it's a complete surprise for Madra when he's in spawn. The timing that he just hit was truly unbelievable.
I mean, an excellent effort from the 2A defenders, but that is it. That's it right there. That elevated angle just above the box stops Woxic from getting a shot at Shiro. And a very brutal round to lose there for Aurora. They almost did it. They almost pulled off the man disadvantage A-side hold. Be it just half a second. What do you think of Zwei's performance so far?
I mean, it's been fun to watch here. Again, a couple crucial opening duels rolling out here for him. Especially, I mean, when they were up 0-6, he's just finding access there. It's kind of feels like a little bit of a backup to what Donk's able to do here in terms of if Donk goes down in a quick 1-for-1, there is more prowess on the opening fights here. Has been able to show that in the past, and T-side looking pretty solid for him. It's a T-side that obviously I think is fielded through a lot of success from Donk early on in this half, but as Aurora were able to get those rotations a little bit more effective, it has had to be some of the supporting staff here from Spirit to help out. Especially Chopper with the 3K there.
Yeah. Don't forget, Chopper can frag. Once upon a time, he actually used to be the best player on Spirit.
Fragging IGL.
Yeah, as we go all the way back to like 2020 Team Spirit with like, shoot, it was Magix and some Dayoung on that team. SDY. I'm trying to remember the rest. I don't think, might have been like, no, JR wasn't on the team. I'm just thinking of all the former Vega Squadron boys, but there was a point where Chopper was the big prospect. Believe it or not. Once upon a time, he was a 20-year-old young fragger. Donk is still younger than that, by the way, though.
Scarily so. Yeah, it is interesting prospect here. It felt like that round was largely kind of on his shoulders as well, given the lurking position that they put him in, right? I mean, that's a lot of responsibility right there for Chopper as he's kind of calling the shots, and again, just threading that needle perfectly. You could see the vision in that round for Spirit, the timing that was captured.
You want to know a fun fact, and that is Chopper was actually helped deliver the fastest 16-0 in Counter-Strike Global Offensive ever. Just a little
How
history
did he help
time.
Deliver that? Was he on the right side?
He was on Vega Squadron, yes.
Okay.
Vega Squadron versus Dignitas, some random online match. The whole game itself, the 16-0, lasted about 20 minutes total.
Oh my god.
I believe actually even a little less than that.
That's insane. For 16 rounds is wild.
The average round time was less than a minute.
Do you remember what side they started on?
They did start on the CT side.
Okay, so they
side of Mirage.
They were just pushing. Were they running up middle?
No, the thing is, you have to give credit to the other team that got 16-0'd. And that was
they rushed every round.
That was It was Team Dignitas, but he was like the weirdest.
Was that Halzer?
No,
oh, that was before. Yeah,
this is like this is in 2017.
Okay,
this is in 2017. Halzer Dignitas was like
2020.
2020, but 2017, and Dignitas had this very weird lineup with it was Jacob, Rubino, like Asilian. You had Fox on this team.
Oh god.
Yeah. Okay. A bunch of names that Zoomers these days don't know. But Chopper was throwing it down on the A side anchor on Mirage. That'll come later today if needed. Honestly, if Aurora pick up this map, it does too, as we are back live.
Back into the action there. Living in the past here, but now in the present. It is one more opportunity for Aurora to try and stamp this comeback in the half here. Able to offer up a little bit of resurgence. But a wrench in the system offered up by Chopper in the last round. But close it out strong.
Kadia holding middle, but the perfect peek. Nearly get the second 2 onto Kadia as well. Shear's just going to drop his smoke and try to live. But opening pick going the way of Spirit. Bad news.
Just ducking out on the early return fire right there from Kadia.
Don't see that?
I don't think so. Not sure if he got around the corner far enough, but either way, it's going to be a retreat coming through from Aurora. Again, it's a man-down situation. We talked a lot about the gambly setups that Aurora have had to lean in on. Well, this has taken place. Well, Sontix could catch this exact move off guard. Being on the other side of that box, that gives him an extra half second to try and pluck Joe out. He moves, though. And that's going to bait the utility out right there. Gets his motion. And utility out.
Wakadia's secondary op is going to take an aggressive line on the catwalk here. Kadia versus Donk. Donk needs to frag out on offers.
Long duel, it feels like a little bit more here.
Yeah, you're right. The bomb is moving forward. And it's Zwei clearing forward on entry, but Chopper reveals himself first. Does Zwei have the trade, or can Madger keep it in here?
for the side of Aurora as he's running forward. Monster flashbang backwards though from xFlow. Great support, but Donk has brought it forward on the A side. The problem is they lost the bomb at long.
No way. 20 seconds. They've got to get a move on here. They got to get quickly into transition, but that's a big shot from Donk.
They can still win this by frags, keep that in mind. It's not just the time. That molly will not be respected. Donk running forward with the op.
10 seconds. They have to get it through elimination. Thatcher just needs a run, but it's over.
Yeah, and Donk goes down. xFlow will expedite it. And hey, Aurora with 5 rounds on this CT defense. It was looking doom and gloom until they ran it back.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
Oh, that was so saucy.
So creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
And suddenly showing a little bit of comfort or maybe some distress, at least early on there for the side of Aurora. But stand-in xFlow is delivering some big impact alongside that B defense. And Aurora looking a bit more animated here on Dust 2. Can they possibly compete with the Spirit CT side, though?
Yeah, we've got a lot of more impact out of xFlow here. The Tons Crunch. 4 guns and lower. Ready to go here with the dual Berettas. And as you can see, they are synchronized. Joined up, ready to delete this B play, but it's going to be entering into this B side. Before they can get there, though, Shiro has something to say.
Donk is also chasing him down. 3 players in the tunnels as well. It's like
fighting for mid control here.
2 B rushes just happened in the span of 15 seconds, and now
they're going A?
They're going A, but Zontix has a huge backstep that Wakadia is watching. Back to the 4v4. Wakadia just keeping him boxed into the B site. He's as 2 kills through the smoke. Wakadia don't need to see him. It's just Donk and the 1v3 that's looking mighty unwinnable as xFlow will sideswipe him. It's a miraculous pistol from Aurora.
Oh my god, he just is bumping into them inside the smoke, completely gray screened. 2 kills somehow out of nowhere. And they pull the B to A strategy. I don't think we've ever seen a move like that. Aurora have a B bomb site, they don't care. They take it all the way to the A side, and Wakadia sticks around a little while longer, makes him pay.
Oh my god, beautiful. Madger, that's his man right there. That's Xantares number 2 that this team can bring to the table. Shiro will at least get a scout tag. It is a force buyback, though, from Team Spirit, and we know what these Deagles can do.
Yeah, they are deadly. Can't take him lightly. Double scout as well.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's rocking with it. Dust too. It's the perfect gun. A lot of mobility here. Some shots popped off through the smoke, none connecting, but Donk is hunting. On the other end of the servers, Woxic, who's also deadly with this gun. His headshots have been nasty so far.
Saying 2 scouts at long is absolutely terrifying. Woxic's gotta start dealing with them, but he eats a tag as well.
Oh my god.
It's getting weird out here, Donk. Oh, there's another tag. Oh my goodness, 3 players down low to 30 HP.
Oh, it's just so incredibly scary now. This allows for the 5-7s that stand behind some of these scouts to do even more damage, and it is still Donk.
Oh my god.
What a shot onto Woxic. On the fly right there, able to deliver the finishing blow. And this is going to force their hand. You don't want to tussle with 2 scouts towards long. So this one has to be rerouted here towards middle.
They're going mid to B, though, and that is going to allow for more scouts. And Zwei, no, not on his Deagle. It's got to be Donk, and Wakadia's up next. Incredible entry frags from this guy. Zontic's tucked away into the corner. Xfog does fall eventually, though, with the scout tag. Wakadia's also pretty low, but now into the B site. Safety behind the doors. And this should be settled for Aurora.
Yeah, that was great coverage from Shiro right there. If there was an ability for Zontix to hang around and hang back there, maybe a different story. He still could have had that element of surprise, but shows himself.
Shiro. That is low HP on Cat. Just 1 body shot will do.
What a recovery. Joda gonna get tagged down there. Shiro gonna eventually finish the job, but it's Wakadia again, providing strides into the site, especially when they were left locked out towards long, getting destroyed, plucked to pieces by the scouts slowly but surely. Their health was dwindling, and Wakadia makes an active move to fight through CT unfazed, and 3 kills in recovery of that round there for him.
You know, it's funny. Xantares is the big name for Aurora. We've all known Xantares. He's literally defined how the game is and how we peak and the culture. Wakadia has actually been having better rating performances than him on a very frequent basis, even going back to IEM Dallas and the Major. Wakadia's second half, I guess the second quarter of 2025 was really, really good for him. And I think a very underrated piece. Joda can also shoot too. Easy spam through the smoke. And this Deagle purchase up. A couple saved guns. Should settle down. This is why you literally can't 1D at that range. But the scout sure does. Oh my god! How does that even work?
Oh no, there's heads presented here to Donk, but he can't quite track him. Not yet, but there's another kill.
Okay, on the site, 6 HP, but only had 1 opportunity, and Shiro will get spammed out, and this round will settle down despite the Donk double.
Oh, Chopper's denied. Jota was hunting for it there, but Chopper will send him sidelined. A 1v2 is still ahead of him, but any players playing very reserved at the moment.
And he bring out the 20-year-old superstar in him.
They're still crossing. Another kill presents itself here, but Wakadia going to join his teammate on the site proper.
That's all that matters.
Chopper re-aggro towards Cat.
Already walking up towards elevator. And somehow the shot doesn't connect. Felt like it was a given. But 3 kills off of the saved weapons. Not bad there for Team Spirit.
A couple of the young guns right there really getting active. Wakadia in the last round, now Jota in this one, able to provide a 4K. Getting past those scouts again, just have to keep swinging. It's terrifying that they have to face those scouts head on, but the trades were available. The body shot's not good enough to take him down. Woxic boosted up. He's been deadly on this cross, but this time nothing presents. This has been a deadly factor of the T side, is Woxic's ability to pluck players out of the sky and start off rounds in a 4v5 for free. This is a just full commitment on this boost here. So that provides a lot of coverage for mid to B. Now, there is smokes to block it off, and a lot of players like to molly behind that box, but good positioning early on here. It's going to force a lot of Shiro's hand here to hold off this A side if a cat execute does come his way.
Now, where is the bomb going to angle? Long doors or middle? And it's going to be a long pop.
Orc's got 2 flashes to help them out. And Zwei is here alone, so a big test here for the new guy on Spirit. And helped out by Shiro.
Oh, with perfect timing. They're not even going to flash, I think. Just a contact block, and Shiro finds the off shot. They get past the line, but Zwei gives up the duel. Only a dink onto Akadia, and that puts pressure onto Shiro.
I love the utility to flush him out, but there's a cat execute going. It won't go ahead of the smokes either, so no more shots present for Shiro here.
Oh, but he steps up, stands up into an X-Flout headshot, but the fast flank from Donk do not rule this round out. X-Flout still watching the CT smoke, but he gets tagged up down to 30. Now switches to the AK and brings the round back to fruition for the side of Spirit, as Donk does. Triple kill for him, and Spirit back alive.
Just a quick flank right there. The fearlessness coming through from Donk on the flank. Absolute quickness. Make sure that even though the entries are provided, Aurora are finding the kills to get on into this site. They can't plant their feet in the post plant because Donk delivers again.
When this guy is alive, you know, sometimes you think you're casting normal Counter-Strike, and then you aren't. So,
it's just, I mean, it's moves that you just can't anticipate there for Aurora either. You think you have a little bit more of a window to get up on that catwalk. You caught Shiro by surprise. That's your ticket in.
I mean, again, like a 3 versus 4 post plant, by the way. And you think it's over, but it never is. Against most teams, that would be the death sentence, the lock-in. And instead, of course, Donk is very much alive. A chance there for Zwei to show his stuff, but had his dink, I suppose. We're very kneeling on just every single opportunity Zwei has had. Not a lot of activity there on the T side, to be fair. But CT side, we'll see what changes. So plenty of rounds to play as we're even at 8.
The timing there is so perfect from Woxic. No connection on the damage here. Smokes are already in play. Utility lining up and a whole lot of players in tunnels right now with a bomb soon to join them. So multiple defenders ready to go on this B site proper. Donk and Zontix combining their efforts into what surely feels like a bit of an off-spawn call here. Brought to you by Aurora. They throw the flash to turn the corner, but no one peeks here. So there's still more counter utility that is held onto. None of that baited out. And HE that could do some early damage.
Here comes the utility set. Donk turns the flashbangs, though. It's an easy double spray down.
Oh my god.
And Zontix is going to help out as Donk turns it to a quick 4K, composted into a highlight. Aurora.
Yeah, absolutely no chance to get through right there. The flashes dodged perfectly. Donk just deleting them on the inbound. No ground gain. They're stuck into an absolute bottleneck in tons. No chance to make it out. And that's a force by punish. Aurora's off-spawn call gets sidelined, and now they're left onto Deagles and Gloxier. And Spirit looking to take the reins on this game once again.
Just a Donk highlight. That flashbang's meant to blind him, but of course he's prepared. He turns, and Shiro gonna knock the top off the boost. All things said, this has been an impressive game so far from Aurora. But so far is what we're saying. It can be impressive, but you have to get the win. This is your pick as well. And the mainstay of Spirit of Nuke is coming up next, where Shiro went and dropped nearly a record-breaking performance if he kept up the pace, but he had like 29 kills by round 16.
Yeah, that Shiro game was crazy. There's a rifle picked up right now from Woxic. Any extra damage? No. Zontic's going to keep that one clean. Only a single casualty. And as you said, it is definitely going to be Spirit looking forward to what is in the future. Easy destruction. We're getting a game out of Donk here in a big way.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Did Chopper have head Kevlar? I don't know if it mattered.
He didn't have.
You got the burst right there, the full treatment. This time no op for Woxic. No chance to pluck him across the skies there. And long control maintained. Slowing this round down a little bit here from our last real buy attempt. We saw them go for an off-spawn call towards B. They're looking to manipulate the defense this time around.
Having Donk over at the B site, though, is basically the win condition.
Sheer looking, he's hunting for a long pick right now. This positioning, though, if Woxic turns the corner force, it might allow for Joda to trade.
Holding for the corner right now is Shiro. Jiggle peeks. Swing forward, and shot connected, but you're not escaping there as Joda was in the corner, swings out and trades, but an instant headshot from Donk. X-Floud theoretically would cut the rotation, but Swy gives up a duel. Chopper now, here at Car, will get the first, but not the second. Joda does actually frag back and Madger onto Donk. Can you believe it? It's a 1v2 for Zontix.
HE for the site, could drop the bomb, but it's going to be a little late here. It does do the damage to land the kill, but Madger's still in the clutch, still in the mix, and this is one of his specialties here. Operating in the late round here, Zontix slow on the arrival, still not yet making his strides through CT.
Zontix is just waiting, burning time, and that makes Madger second guess the catwalk. But he does turn back and clear it.
Smoking a kit, but he has to run now. He's making noise, loud and proud about his positioning. Madger looking to activate.
It's going to be a smoke defuse. Madger, does he have this jiggle peek on towards the catwalk? Zontix has just got to stick it the full way. He's getting tagged, but not the kill. It's the ninja defuse for Zontix in the smoke. He gets the kill to make it sting that much more. 11 rounds for Team Spirit.
Oh, man. Donk just staring him down right now. Deleting on the headshots, but Zontix ice cold in the clutch right there to finish. And even some opportunities presenting itself. Not going to be allowed to close it out. Azure just can't track him inside the confines of that smoke there. Zontix stealing that round away, and Aurora chugging through the last timeout available. They know they are on the ropes here.
And it's going to be a buyback in. They did get a bomb plant. They have a little bit of loss bonus. And even got a 1v2, even got a favorable position. But still, that round could have gone so much worse. Obviously, Chopper, he picked his targets perfectly. He took out the guy who was running to clear him and should have had the double. Aurora shouldn't have even been in that position. And I'm sure that's something to discuss, because they've only got 2 rounds left in this game.
Yeah, they set themselves up nicely in that round there for a couple opening duels on Aurora, but as you said, also some panic there. They do take Donk down to half. That's a credit to Woxic, landing some early damage. Always nice to have him just a little bit lower. Shiro committed on the catwalk. They've been throwing so much utility to force his position, though. And that's going to be included in this round. Ollie goes out to this exact spot. Forced a little bit further back. So that utility drawing in attention towards catwalk, but as he reposts, it's going to be now Chopper who's allowed to rotate through CT.
I think he misses flashbang. There's a great flashbang back in.
A lot of them.
And there's 4 players in the smoke, and Chopper gets none of them, though. Donk is one of the defenders on the site with Zontix. Long-time duo.
Smoke for the doors. That's going to offer up enough disruption to change the direction, and for all the right reasons right now. Aurora with the reroute, leaning in on this catwalk, but can they make it in time? Shiro getting around the corner.
And Zwei, none on the hold, but Shiro is on the long corner. There's no flashbangs to stop him. But Madger does have a scout headshot. Are you kidding? That gets him in. That's a bomb plant. This might be the round for Aurora.
Oh, man. Fast, though. Quickly for Zontix, and he deletes Madger on the cross.
Is Donk also coming up the catwalk? Flying forward. And gets the headshot. It's just Woxic in the clutch. It was looking good for Aurora, but they met their maker. Of course, it's Donk on Dust 2, the devil. And Woxic needs to stop him, needs to purge them, but can't. It's Zontix who brings it back for Spirit and puts them on map point.
Again, man, Zontix in the clutch, able to deliver, closing that one out. Donk offering up some assistance up the catwalk, but Zontix 3 kills in recovery of that round. Absolute chaos and coordination coming through from Aurora to try and get into this site. Some beautiful shots connected, but in the post, the aim, the accuracy coming through here from Spirit is just too much. Donk is delivering 131 ADR.
I mean, it's nice to check out xFloud's utility damage as well. Like, xFloud has done some great work, but it's a Donk
Donk wants to end it. He's in lower. He wants to close this one out quickly.
Donk with an AK-47 is the bane of every T's existence. Donk said in an interview, I want the CTs to be able to buy the AKs. For this reason.
That's not fair.
And here's Shiro top mid, knocking them down. It's another superstar Donk performance on Dust 2. Honestly, for him, it might just be average.
Yeah, this is business as usual, it feels like, on this very map. That's the risk here that Aurora played out. And unfortunately for them, it is flaring its head again. Another monster map and a 5-on-3 to cling on to life here for Aurora. Donk and Shiro, this combo deal, powering through this round already. There's some utility left for an execute, but you're still having to charge forward into a pretty hefty setup on this B side. Catwalks is looking a bit off limits with Shiro's positioning. And Donk is playing that transition spot here through CT and middle. The aggression from Shiro's bold. Oh, it's off the back of this long flank. Zwei has this one wrapped up.
Yep, sees all the players. Easy first. And a 5-7 from Shiro and Zwei to end it. A Dust 2 pick from Aurora. It started okay, a 7-5 half, but then once Donk gets a CT side AK in his hand, it is all over.
Yeah, not a chance right there. The CT side looking dominant, rolling through there. So many different ways to win. When you talk about Donk opening up rounds there, Shiro providing coverage with his AWP. Most importantly, I feel like for that late round surge there coming through from Aurora, it's Zontix in the clutch that really delivered in a couple of rounds to make it look easy for Spirit in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, those two B rotators, Donk and Zontix, retook that A site like, what, 3 separate times as well? I mean, that's why you have them on B. B is off limits, and then they're just going to come back and retake the A site for you. Credit to Aurora for what they brought to the table as well. Some good moments from Arcadia. Even the stand-in for xFloud does step up. But again, CT side, Donk AK. That's why he wants the CTs to be able to purge or something.
Yeah, and again, you know, unfair right there. There's no way you can allow that to happen there. And as you can see what happens, oh my God. When he does have that gun out in hand, it's just absolute precision. Deadly nature. I mean, as you said, saw some good signs from Aurora. They started out 0-6 down and were able to pull it back into a 7-5 scoreline at the end. So they were always hanging in there in that first half, despite a bit of an early deficit. Unfortunately for them, the CT side just led to some dominance. This is another example here of what Donk can do here. Why that B side is off limits. An execution that was called off spawn that Donk and Zontix absolutely don't allow. And it forces their hand to much more A-site hits that Donk and Zontix can recover.
Yeah, and Team Spirit, a typical Dust 2. Aurora could have really tried to bring it anywhere, and I think Spirit would have just been the better team on it. Aurora have been put in a really difficult spot just as a lineup. Obviously, losing Anubis, that was like their second best map in their pool. Fortunately for Team Spirit, last time they played, it was Spirit's worst map in their pool, or one of their worst. So that's where Aurora could have gotten their potential win in. Now, losing that, they're not just gonna, fire overpass into the dark, even though both teams did leave it open. And, well, now it's Spirit going to home turf and nuke. it's going to be tough scenes.
Yeah, especially if you have some of the same individuals stepping up, right? And as we said, it was kind of that really powerful match coming through from Shiro on Nuke that was kind of super shocking on the T side, finding a lot of rifle impact, winning a lot of clutches, never really allowed Heroic to stabilize there, and it was impressive what he was able to bring to the table. That's another kind of fear factor that you have to deal with heading into the next map.
Yeah, there's so many more elements of team spirit. Is why not even needed yet. I think we're still trying to solidify what we.
Hey, he got that last flank though. That was pretty good.
All right, dude. But at the end of the day, we're still, eyes on Zwei and seeing what he could provide. It's only been 3 maps here for him on Team Spirit, so maybe he can have a little bit of a pop-off map and impress. That's something to look forward to as we're heading to map 2 with Nuke.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, Zowie, Nor.
Starts here with Shui. Eats that long flash and the HE connects. They'll finish off the job. A nice tap. Tracking the head of Leaping Frozen. A good response from Elige, but put down by Shui. Double kill from him. Carrigan gets up close and personal, but Naf's dual Berettas are there. Looking good. Rain, no tracking. And fragging up a Storm. Okay, bomb down. Brokey, the unknown entity. Nertz's position and whereabouts completely unconfirmed. Planted for long. Rain's output has already left echoes in this one. Oh my god! They're both on top of him! Brokey and Rain, 2 clicks of Nertz's mouse! Cheeky giggle, how does he win that?
That was damn hot, isn't it? Okay, well, a CT-sided round. That's nice. That is their first in the series so far, and it comes in spectacular fashion.
I wasn't ready! I was not ready!
I don't think FaZe were either.
But, come on.
First pistol, first CT-sided round, and that's the one it is. They couldn't have lined up better. Oh, and Carrigan sees how ugly that was.
It's a Listerine face right there. Okay, all right.
Okay, nerds.
Yeah, he's doing as best he can.
Why do they have 4 SMGs? Well, no, that's my job. I meant to answer that.
Yes.
So they've gone very utility heavy on the CT side second round as opposed to firepower. So clearly feeling they need the nades to be able to...
There are more rifles on the team that lost the pistol.
Yeah. And we're in the moment in time where you get the extra $250 for wiping the slate clean. Well, they do have extra util to channel FaZe around the map.
I'm sorry to talk over you. I'm just curious. I'm just watching Carrigan's full belt leaving with the bomb. Feels like it's a very... he wasn't supposed to leave with the... He was supposed to leave with the bomb. Okay, we're just having a conversation.
Brokey can have the smoke.
All right.
So they have B lane, and now they peer out heaven. That's with the AK-47s on Rain and Frozen, Elige with the Galil.
It feels like the first move was just to get Rain and Frozen into these positions, right?
They're taking B lane control.
Yeah, but that's what Frozen was waiting for. Okay, good damage from the MP7. Rain with the health has a look. Pressure applied.
Too many gaps for Liquid.
Yeah, massive. Good nade from Nerds. Has their ears ringing, but they're stampeding.
Naf, help.
He does need a lot of assistance. You might have a Elige dead to...
Oh, no.
The MP9. God, this is just the story of Nerds doing as best he can in dire circumstances. The bomb goes down on A site. Elige with that low HP is sticking on the angle.
3 of them are low.
He'll give them info. He's playing for that safe info as best he can. And yeah, you're right, they're low HP.
You think we'd see a kit considering the type of investment they made, but no.
Oh, it's a 10-seconder ahead of them. Nice find. Nerds doing it all for the boys of Team Liquid. A messy spray that Rain actually converts. Okay, Ultimate, you have to hold this. He picked up the kit. He found the kit, and they should find the round. No time left. Oh, Ultimate saves him on the defuse. It's Nerds' handiwork, though. That is just back-to-back rounds with impact. Nerds 6-1 is keeping Liquid afloat.
Yeah, how long can you get away with this if you're Liquid? That becomes the new question, and likely because only one player staying alive there, you could see FaZe justify another force buy. Now, Nerds coming in late.
Oh, that headshot.
What was that?
I don't know.
I thought, what? Slow that one down. Okay, well, they aren't going to...
Guys, we need to talk here, okay? Please talk together.
Okay, well, there's a contrast of energy. FaZe, you kind of lost it after map number 1. The job isn't done, and you don't get an off map, not against this caliber of team. So the rounds have been close. The AK on Rain, can he find the incision in towards B? Ultimate, deep towards long, doors smoke. Vision will be retained. Now, Ultimate, do you want to brave? Passing back across, you do. Conviction, and that's what you want to see from the young Pole. But they're boxed in at the moment. Naf and Nerds have mid, Chewy towards cave, Twist and Ultimate back towards the site. There are smokes and flashes available for this execute, and I say smokes and flashes, well, it's carrying with a smoke and a flash. Singular.
Nerds put to bed. Wow, long range work goes nicely for Rain and Elige on that lane. And oh God, Naf happy to oblige.
You're mid an A defender. That means you can head towards A. And you would assume, oh, they're chasing, they're chasing.
Yeah, but they've rounded the corner. Frustration's going to bubble to the surface. Twist hits the head. Okay, bomb carrier down. Does that cause a pivot? Ultimate's going to operate under the assumption that they'll be running into A right now.
Ultimate can still win this.
He's not. He's actually, I mean, he certainly could win it. But he hasn't expected A. He's actually read them. Pivoting back to him on B. He goes looking for cave. Gets answers. Gets away. 14 HP. Elige has to save FaZe. And he does. Oh, wow. An intense round. Elige with 4 kills, but also started with a Tech-9, ends with the AK-47.
And the fight came to them, right? So FaZe were just postured, waiting for whatever the go signal was going to be. Eventually, Liquid, it was too quiet. They peered down and they took these fights at range. Now, it was the Tech-9 in combination with Rain getting the opener onto Nerds. Elige gets into the AK, puts his aim on display, and between the two of them, they get all the frags required. So very good job from Elige.
Pushing Ram. Quick about this. Chewy and Twist, they push down and immediately are met by Rain. Oh, nothing for Nerds either. Carrigan ready for it. Jumping up mid.
Very good handling of the situation there. They didn't let it get out of control. They threw nades for each other. They spammed to bait for each other. So what is the force from Liquid dealt with now to tie things up 2-2. And to be completely honest, it was individual brilliance getting Liquid through the openers. It's just Nerds winning a clutch. Impact on the retake. Ultimate on the defuse. And now likely to see FaZe Clan taking the lead into the next with an eco on the docket. Handled, all 5 staying alive. Beautiful. I think kind of playing in the future right now, if FaZe do end up winning this and we see more matches to come for them, it's about consistency of the energy. You know, you can't rest on your laurels of a good match and then expect it to happen again next. Everybody is responsible to come in with the right energy day after day.
Yeah. It's an under-discussed element of team play in Counter-Strike.
Humanity, I suppose, right? Yeah. Like everybody knows the discipline, motivation, they're hard things to put in a bottle. Right? And people who have mastered it, they tend to be some of the most successful people in life. And that's something that Vitality as a team have going for them. It does help when you're winning because you're reaffirming the good that you're putting out into the world, or at least into your team. And then that also gave them more opportunities to have breaks, which then you could mentally reset. You could take your foot off the gas a bit. You could then take that time to be cognizant of the situation you are in, grateful of the situation you're in. Whereas everybody else, other than Vitality, haven't been doing so much winning. You have Mouse, who just made their 8th consecutive playoff. You had Aurora last season, who were making every single playoff up until the major. That is the biggest gut punch.
Yeah. You've got Spirit. They have Donk.
Yeah. that's something to fill you with confidence.
Yeah, I would be confident with him on my team. Ugh. Loses control of the hose pipe a little.
Yes, everyone's Favorite weapon to save, the MAC-10. I guess if Shui's playing Cave, it's fine. It's interesting as well to see Mouse moving away from Ancient with their vetoes recently. I know I'm talking about a different tangent, but...
That's fine. No, please, tangent away. They're moving away from Ancient.
Well, they banned it in their last 2 series, I believe. I'll double check. As Frozen Rain farm up the last few.
Interesting.
You can do Na'Vi. That's what Nerd said. I bet you learned that one from Flashy, didn't ya? Yeah, so against Liquid...
And sometimes you just can't beat the Donk show. As even though they picked up the pistol from Aurora, as you see these celebrations here, it was Team Spirit running it all the way back because Donk can retake the A site.
Yeah, it's scary stuff right there. Donk just delivered a big-time performance on Dust 2, as he usually does. This time even showing up with a little bit more oomph, and Aurora not able to handle that. That was kind of the risk that they come into this veto with. We were wondering if they were going to fall into their Dust 2 excitement that has brought them a little bit of relief without Anubis in the pool anymore. They do, and they have to deal with Donk on Dust 2.
Yeah, they did an attempt at dealing with him, but a 28 and 15 KD with 130 ADR. Believe it or not, Cole, that is only slightly above average for Donk. This amounted to, I believe, a 1.89 rating. Donk only averages a 1.7, so just not really a great day in the office there for Donk.
It's a little bit better, right? You'll take that, right? If you're able to play at 20% a little bit better there, that's what you got out of Donk right there in this matchup. So some excitement rolling on out here for Donk in the opening on Dust 2, and now it's their map pick of Nuke coming up as well, which is going to provide even more concern here for the side of Aurora. It's still a chance to fight back, right? I mean, if we look at the way that they're rotating, it felt like XFly was feeling more and more comfortable on Dust 2 throughout that CT side when he was able to activate. But we did watch a couple days ago, and it was Hero dropping some monster numbers versus Heroic, and that's a scary sign that he was able to bring to the table on the T side.
Yeah, right. Shiro on the T side doing all the damage. I think he had 2 1 versus 2s that he was able to bring home. Because, that's what Shiro is kind of, built to do. This man was built in a lab to win T side 1 versus 2s. Oh, we traded out everything and we actually got onto the post plant. Hi, I'm Shiro with an AWP, and then we're going to go ahead and collect this 1v2. Here's the tutorial.
I think that's what makes the combo of Donk and Shiro so exciting right there, is that there is going to be a lot of opportunities for him to get in those late round positions and deliver in the clutch. That's what makes this team incredibly deadly when they're playing at their peak. When it's kind of all according to plan, that's where you really see this team rise to the occasion, and that's exactly what they got out of the T side versus Heroic. We're able to claim a very successful first half there, and now it's up for Aurora to put up that resistance here. And again, we didn't only see Shiro deliver in some of those late rounds, but it was also Zontix bringing home some clutches as well. It just feels like everyone's coming to play. We still are kind of looking at Zwei, what he can bring to the table. But so far, I just feel like this event, not a lot of explosiveness required out of him. Yeah,
not yet, obviously. When the big matchups come through, yes, Aurora are one of the top teams in the world, but obviously rocking with a bit of a stand-in situation. You can't really put too much weight on that, especially with the new map pool switches as well. It'll take a while for Aurora to kind of rev back up, even though they are in a playoff qualifying match right now. They're still doing great here at Cologne, but we're talking playoff performances, right? That's when we're really going to be looking at Zwei. He's going to be on a stage, potentially. Obviously, that is if Spirit do win this map of Nuke, that will bring Spirit into the Lanxess Arena.
Yeah, that's a big impact right there. One map away from entering into a playoff stage here. I mean, Zwei, obviously, we talk about the experience that he has in group stages, but playing in front of a crowd might be a different story here for him in terms of the pressure that finally is going to be felt there for him. I mean, that's kind of where you really get to prove it, where a lot of these debut players are going to have to show what they can do with the pressure amplified, and be an interesting showcase there as to what they can bring to the table. We'll see if Aurora can fight back. They still look motivated. They still look prepared. But obviously, Nuke coming into this one, this is a special team spirit.
Yeah, not devastated just yet. You can see everyone's trying to get the energy back up for this side of Aurora. This game is not over yet, but it is Spirit's map of Nuke. They are one map win away from heading to the Lanxess Arena donk in front of another roaring crowd.
Excitement that looms here. Spirit looking for a statement to make it through this group stage. Seeing if they can make it happen on their map pick of Nuke. Seeing if they can do it the quick way. A nice 2-0. Arcadia looking to provide that resistance here. Early fights looking to come through here. A nice HE to start this one off. There's a smoke to allow Donk to drop.
And Arcadia, though, that's an instant pop of Chopper, even trying to trace Donk through the smoke, but Woxic from up top does bring home a kill. Madger now pressured at ramp, though, will have to cede extra control, and Arcadia chasing down Donk. Aurora looking good on this pistol round. It is the low sight, and it is Shiro and Zontix, but it is a 2 versus 5.
Cool Berettas turning the corner, opening the door.
But Shiro covers for the second.
Oh my god!
Spring transferring a Glock. Are you kidding? It's down to Zontix. Low HP as well into Woxic. He was gooshed up at the start of this round. Shadow seen. Zontix knows where both players are playing from, sees the flashbang coming, and delivers the headshot. A 2 versus 5, not quite meant to be. Woxic with 11 HP will stop that uprising, but boy, it gets close.
I mean, Shiro and Zontix, the two players that we talked about that are so capable of winning these clutches in a 2v5, bringing it back with the quickness, but not enough in the tank. Woxic, who is low on HP, uses that P2000 to put that round to rest, able to save the day. That's not the start that Aurora were looking for if one more kill was provided, but they're able to survive it. The uprising coming through. But you know that pressure is going to be continued here. Force spy called, back in return. Galil entrusted in Donk's hand and a lot of utility for this round.
But it is actually Donk in Squeaky right now. In lobby trying to pressure for a fight.
Oh, good lineup. Shot's not connecting here. It's going to be an upper pop here.
It's upper pop with players reloading. It's just Madger here who really needs to deliver, but only the one. Arcadia caught next. Donk with the triple. No, it'll be Zontix to take it instead. A site has fallen, however, and I think Aurora have to consider a save unless Joda has something on the flank, but with XCloud gone, Joda's going to try and save.
Oh my god.
Wait a minute. 1 versus 4. No kit available. Both players jumping up top hut, though, will make this so darn difficult. As a perfect double swing, and there's the Donk triple eventually. Force buy for Spirit.
I mean, the perfect call right there, especially off the back of the spamming players early on. Get caught in a trap position in Tetris. And a single kill rolling through from Madger's good, but the timing and disruption of that aim coming through on the execute. You could see the amount of utility. The fact that they keep their Tech 9s instead of buying more Galils and AKs, hinting at where that play was going to go from the very start of the round. And Spirit are able to execute, and they still have that Donk opening factor in full effect here on Nuke.
Yeah, it really was just a weak A site early because you had Woxic in heaven, but he was looking outside. And that's the moment where you can break through, where only one player is holding each of those choke points. 3 players on the A site, different story. Donk probably gets instantly traded there. So a good call there from Team Spirit just off the opening force, and that could devastate Aurora very early on.
Okay.
Madger's Desert Eagle. Do not doubt him. He gets Chopper for 99 damage with the dink.
He's not making it out of this alive here, that's for sure. That he's getting hunted.
They're already on low sight, though, so as Chopper goes down, they have the control. It's down to XCloud, though, and Donk will not clear him. XCloud activates, he now has an AK, and he now brings the fight back to Team Spirit. It's Shiro in a 1v5. Nice 2 kills, but that's not enough. It's Force by Wars early on Nuke.
Madger's got a deagle in him right there, man. That is nasty work coming through. One opening pick, the leading Zwei on his early aggressive maneuvers, and following it up with 99 more damage. And then XCloud already in rotation. You can see Donk feeling the heat right there in that round. Did not anticipate the quick transition down to the lower side. XCloud able to split the gap perfectly. And he punishes.
He goes for 3. He's the big time step up. Yeah, and Donk knows he just made a mistake, right? Hand to the forehead instantly. And actually got caught off guard. xCloud has been a real piece in this series so far, obviously despite the Dust 2 loss, because Donk is Donk, but he still maintains some pace. Donk has been armed with an AK though again, because Spirit will do that in every single round.
Because there's always an opening here. There's always a chance when Donk is working towards that outer yard, this time hunting for duels. Nothing presents on this go around. He coming through there towards the heavens. Woxic can't stick around to take that fight for forever, and now Chopper scaling up accordingly. He's going to get into heaven here pretty early. No. Going in towards the lockers, clearing it. And Zwei instead going to assemble into the heavens. Calling it clear here. The space is valuable, but Sontix gets plucked out by xCloud's activity through
They're
mini.
already down on the low site, however, and they can stop vent rotates. You've also got Shira with the bomb, Donk with an AK, and nobody is watching the B site. Also, Zwei is in heaven. There is so much map control for Spirit without throwing a piece of utility.
It's going to make him feel like this is still an A-side play. Chota goes 1 for 1, and Zwei still able to cut one off with the Deagle, but there's low HP bars.
But he's let a couple down the vents too, so Donk's going to be in trouble, and Woxic needs to put up this hold. Can Zwei hit the 1 deke back? No, it's Donk in a 1v3, and even that's unwinnable for the best rifler in the world right now. 2-2.
That right there for Aurora. It's able to allow for some stability. Some map control there for Spirit taken, but still able to close it out.
The 3-1, obviously. Just hard to count when it's the 4 Spy Wars and it feels like, you know, Aurora were the ones who potentially got the pistol, and now they're screaming. Now they know that they're actually in the driver's seat here on Nuke.
Yeah, had to recover a half there to Dust 2, right? It was early on a 0-6 scoreline for Spirit. They got off to a roaring start. And now, it's Spirit that are left on the back foot here. And Aurora playing with confidence. A couple AKs picked up, Woxic on an op. xCloud feeling some confidence. Misses the jump though. Gonna go for it again, maybe?
If he goes for it again, he can get 1-deked out of the sky.
Multiple HEs to blow open the smoke there. Nothing presents until Zwei turns the corner, and a nice opening shot there from Woxic.
There's 3 players here. This shouldn't even happen. Even wall bangs from Wakadia being annoying. xCloud gonna go for a swing here at credit. And he does take down Shiro. Gonna be a clean, easy anti-eco. Okay, I shouldn't say that because Donk is still alive, but it feels like it'll be a clean, easy anti-eco.
Yeah, it's tough to dig yourself out of this hole. The Eagle's still in the mix, but no kills now presenting itself. They might double swing towards the outer yard, though. They're interested. And in doing so off the back of this flashbang, now Magic gets to call it clear. No one here whatsoever, so it's going to steady up your defense elsewhere on the map. I guess they did leave ramp vulnerable here for now, so the big weak side is on A. This flank is wrapping this round up for Magic, but there's no one presenting itself on the A side here.
And they're going to end up watching the flank here because they're worried about a potential ramp push. So a free walkout onto the A site given, just held by Woxic's op. That's a good shot though. And a 2 versus 5 with just Deagle. Mattis speeding up. And Donk unable to connect. No bomb plan even. As Jota denies, and 5 stand for Aurora.
Mean as can be right there. No bomb plant especially. A little late impact on that denial. And the vulnerabilities, the gaps in the defense shored up right there. They are prepared. Aurora not getting caught off guard early. But this is going to be another gun round coming through here from the side of Spirit.
One thing about Nuke is that you always have to start T side when you do pick it. But Spirit have had great T sides on Nuke. Just yesterday had an 8-4. 8-round T side should be plenty enough to be able to pick up a map like this.
Oh my god.
And Donk, especially running outside, is the engine of that.
Reached into xCloud's opening move there perfectly. Freebie on the opening duel straight to the smoke, and they still have those cross smokes open right now. HEs are tossed in, multiple of them. So this might force some recycled utility here. But there's only 1 smoke left, so they can't quite cross safely. Especially with Woxic's op on the scene and Magic joining up in secret. They're looking to collapse on this control that was lost early.
All these flashbangs being lobbed out only makes Donk even more privy to a secret peek. I don't think Madger will really step up for the fight.
I guess doesn't need to, because that positioning just being cut off alone already values this round here.
Here to add a utility, and they need to frag their way out of the situation. Madger goes for a little info peek in the mid-round and gets executed. Donk is already running down in towards the B site, or at least threatening it. Now it's go time.
Full speed ahead here. Just got to group up and attack, especially with Zwei cutting off the vent rotates. He's going to be in a position of power to keep this success on this lower site.
That one's on the low side, even for Aurora. They are just conceding this round. Obviously, losing Xfloud in the round early removes all outside presence, and Madger just needs a little bit of information, and boy, does he get some. Zwei won't be able to complete his lurk. Wakadia still stands. It'll be pretty important to take these AKs out of CT side hands. But I don't even think Spirit want to do that.
A little bit too worried about their own foundation right now. Got to build up their own bank here. We saw how quickly they ran out of utility in this round. And despite that fact, Donk's still able to deliver not just one opening duel, a reading into the re-aggression from Madger. And as you said, those flashbangs that get tossed on over are typically either for that peak or to delay long enough to give them that peak, to deny secret cross control. So Donk fully prepared for this. One through the smoke and an instant dismissal of Madger's aggression. Peeking his head up for just a semblance of control there towards the outer yard. Nothing given.
Looking like it's going to be a speedy outside play. We've got Woxic going for the red peak, but anticipated right now from Spirit. Oh, they're just going to nade his position.
Zwei has an HE as well.
What about a Molly? Flashbang to go for the deeper peak, though, and everyone hides away perfectly. They are prepared, and he is dealt with. Woxic absolutely sidelined. He had no chance.
Yeah, trying to facilitate some opening duels right there. Doesn't get a chance to catch anything. On this outer yard play, through the smoke, Donk takes a little bit of damage. Xfloud on the money for that spam here. And Donk going to retreat. They threaten the lower side. This is going to force some rotates that need to come through, or a gamble. Either one from this Aurora camp, and it looks like it will get one more player down in towards lower. Joda going to commit in the defense, and it weakens up this A side now. Still multiple defenders ready to go. And they go towards the ramp side, interestingly enough. Madger here on the scene, ready to deal with that. This isn't a bad read from Aurora.
The thing is, Madger needs to get one and go. But if he swings, okay, he still gets it. Mission accomplished here for Madger. He can back away 30 seconds, even drop a molly over towards the ramp. What do Spirit want to do with such a little time remaining?
It's not just Madger here. There's still Joda behind him.
And Madger still tucked away in the corner. He's looking for the big multi, and he does find one. Joda now, top of the silo, on the Raptor, seen and dealt with. He gets to fire one bullet at Donk. It's not a headshot, but Wakadia is still in the picture. Double rotate is here. Molly will stop the single door, but leaves Ontix open, and it's Aurora who pull the round back magically.
Magically through Madger right there, man. It's perfect hold coming through from him. The multi-kill, the timing on his swing towards ramp, able to provide enough disruption. Despite that 4v5, it is nullified. The man advantage ripped away, and Madger with the time-buying maneuvers. That is impact coming through from the IGL. And Spirit forced out to a timeout. They had their advantages. They had the donk opening. And it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think the round a little overthought there as well from Spirit. You know, you pick one of the outside players, you pick the AWPer no less, and you can kind of just take full outside control off the back of that. You can start wrapping heaven, you can start setting up plays.
My big thing is, if you're going to kind of throw that amount of utility for outer yard and then go ramp later down the line, at least leave Donk, who is already kind of successful in crossing in towards Secret, in a position where he can activate late and you can still have a multi-pronged approach.
Literally, like some teams are just... Donk is one of the players who, you know, just activates off of instinct, right? He just plays with such complete flow state, complete confidence. And you take away some of your biggest weapons when you try to slow down the round. Ooh, look at that, Zwei. Catch a barrel there.
That's full lobby control taken by the CTs early.
Yeah, Donk in that round wasn't really let off the leash.
Yeah.
Maybe they could benefit from that. We'll see what Spirit bring to the table here. Wonder if that's what they talked about.
They're already playing from the back foot here. Lobby control's ripped away from them. This is also being contained right now by the side of Aurora.
Yeah, they do have outside at least for Spirit. Aurora don't have info there. They committed all their setup.
I mean, that's another smoke here. They have to be able to take this at around 40 seconds left on the clock. I mean, that doesn't leave you a lot of time. And Joda, I think a smart decision to fade away. You don't have to stick around here for forever. You've already done a good job of containing this space.
Woxic's being called over.
Extra smoke.
Oh my goodness. The last smoke. I think, what is this, like the fourth smoke that has been thrown at the back of lobby?
That's what they've used all their utility for, and it's well worth it. Now the crunch coming through, but it's still an opening from Donk.
Is he going to get the next? No. Joda does shut him down. Now where do you go next? Chopper is outside, putting on pressure. Two backs turn, but it's just a P250. Can Chopper do anything more? Madge around the corner. And Chopper out of ammo. Both players out of ammo. In the meantime, Woxic is cutting down the whole team on the A site. That makes 6 rounds for Aurora.
I mean, what a statement right there. Pressing forward in towards lobby. Their CT side activity right there. Rolling on out. Completely disrupting the game plan. Donk's still able to provide an opening duel here again. But they have to get past Woxic's up, and this is 12 seconds left on the clock. They're just gathering control of lobby at around 20 seconds. I mean, that's a brutal setup. Aurora played with confidence in that round, and it rewards them.
I think the coolest part was Woxic running all the way from heaven to ramp to deliver a smoke to Joda.
Nice package straight to your doorstep. As is the round. Aurora coming through with a point to prove. They will not let Spirit get away with this game plan. Smoke spam timing looking good from Joda as well. No connections here, but they still have the X-Cloud rotate. Rolling down in towards the lower side. And now Joda going to recover ramp control as a secret cross is confirmed. They actually spend a lot of resources towards lower and a timing for Chopper.
Oh my gosh.
But now he can take control of ramp.
He knows he has a timing on ramp, and Woxic has no idea. Out in the open, it is just a P250, but it is the kill. Chopper gonna be able to pick up this op.
They're gonna hunt him here through ramp though. They want to take him down. They know he can cut off all these positions and misses the op shot. Joda with the ultimate, Wukadia with the multi.
And he does eventually go down. Molly damage. Donk trying to find the AK. He does get it eventually, but 2 players holding the cross. Of course, Donk is the player you want to deal with them, but not meant to be. X-Cloud's double kill. 7 rounds for Aurora's CT side on Nuke. And another timeout needing to be called from Spirit. It's starting to get a little bit desperate.
Aurora offering up some domination here in the first half, keeping them at bay. They're able to fight through some adversity here. Donk still finding some opening duels, but that backup not provided. Even when timings are landed here, they're not able to capitalize. The rotations coming through from Aurora are so heavy. They are stacking up these quick rotates, and it's catching Spirit by surprise.
And the one big thing is that they're also shooting incredibly well. I mean, Wukadia, in the chaos of the vents, still spray transfers too. Yeah, you can say, oh, they're half bought up pistols, but that's necessary. If he only goes for 1, round is game. If Joda doesn't hit that instant kill on the Chopper, that round is game.
It's smart decision making there from Aurora entirely as well. They've got to quickly recover that ramp control that they know they've lost early. They're able to do so in time. Fast crossing in. A chance on the back of red right now. He wants to go
on the timing.
Try and catch his X-Cloud off guard. Big time pickup there.
And sending it into secret, nearly goes down for it.
Wukadia hunting now. Again, they always try and fight when the space is lost, and now Wukadia wants to play around the smoke there. Donk can't sneak his way around and gets caught off guard. Wukadia equalizes.
Walks it now on the hold, and Zwei eliminated. It is Aurora who can keep putting down Donk, keep trading him out, and then shoot their way out of the rest. It's a double ramp setup.
This has got to be dead.
Yeah, while on the boost. Oh, but Magic gets seen. Zontix clears it, but his knife out into Joda. 2 versus 3, Shiro and Chopper. And Chopper gets the entry. Joda was not prepared for that pace at all. 2v2, this is where Shiro thrives.
Oh, this is a perfect position for them to try and recover. Chopper looking for some more activity, flying through the smoke and getting stuck in towards control.
Chopper holding.
Oh, man.
Though, critically, as Chopper looks away as the smoke fades. Wakadia, is he going to clear control room? I don't think he is. Back turned, and another big round from Chopper. He has one back on Dust too. He keeps it up here as Woxic will lose his AWP. And Shiro, of course, to win a 1v1.
That's a big-time recovery right there. You see Donk go down, and as oftentimes the case, Donk can be solo on his out-of-yard play. And so Wakadia, while he finds that equalizing kill, he doesn't see anyone else crossing towards Secret, so there's no rotates. And a lot of that factor comes down to Zontix providing a single kill in such a challenging position, but really it's just the element of surprise that Spirit had onto the reposition from Joda, making sure that he couldn't get that multi-kill. Chopper able to slide into the action in time. And a lot of activity coming through from Chopper here, getting them their 3rd round.
Yeah, from the 3v4 and basically winning a round without Donk. Trying to change a narrative here, our team Spirit. Obviously, Donk show on Dust 2, that's a given. Where's the rest? Obviously, you can point out Zwei not having the greatest time here on T side. Just taking a lot of the Magic's rolls and...
1 and 10.
1 and 10.
That's looking a little bit rough here. It's just been shut down in his lurking positions here. Donk looking to entry up again. This is going to be an upper pop that they're already setting up. And they've got Xflood rotating down the vents here, crucially, to weaken up that A side.
Fly alongside Donk, as here comes the entry. But an incendiary back will keep them at the door. Madger still wants to fight him, and Zontix will punish. Just Wakadia, top of the site, helped out there by Xfloud, rolling it back. It's got to be Chopper and Shiro again.
Ooh, picks up a gun there. Free reload for Xfloud. He's going to go down the vents. Shiro's quick transition from Shiro as well in towards the ramp room, but now there's an option. All of a sudden, the A side's opened up there. The loud drop being read in by Chopper and calling this one back towards A.
Yeah, and they know the other player is that ramp player, so he's either the heaven rotate, which is perfectly mollied, and now you have a stable 2v2 for Spirit.
Another Shiro and Chopper 2v2 here to work off of. What about another molly to force Joda into the fight, but he wins it.
Shiro, 1v2 with the Glock out, though. He's not going to win that, and Joda gets chirping across the halls of Cologne right now. As now 8 rounds for Aurora.
Man, wild move right there. Shiro not using his op in that clutch. Maybe he thought he was a little lower to the Molotov, but either way. A complete surprise. I mean, I guess maybe there's some small frustration with the fact that Madger is forced to fight from all angles as his teammate Wakati was just forced to smoke the molly.
Holy. The hall's getting loud. I hope the mainstream can hear some of that. It is a B-stream bash between Aurora and Spirit.
Oh.
Donk, well, he opens up outside. Well, it's like 3 bullets, instant headshot.
That's a bit of a statement here. This is a recovery, though. Joda times it. Actually, Woxic to back him up, firing over his shoulder. To pick back.
Now there's a chase here from...
Zwei. Here's the fall off. That's crucial information right there, but it's also still being covered.
He's going to walk forward right past it. Joda on the off angle, instant headshot, and Zwei, 1 kill and 12 deaths in this first half. He has died every single round. And what's looking like a 9-3 for Aurora. as I think just a whole team effort from this squad. Madger, again, mentioned in this post-match interview, everyone's got to step up 20% to make up for that one player, and they certainly have.
Even Madger able to step up in his own right.
Right.
A huge influence on this CT side half will be all they get here. Wakati gets shut down, but nice trade coming through from xCloud. Security found, and Zontic's left last man standing.
Held by an op, and that's not going to happen. It's Woxic to bring home a 9-3 half right now, as Team Spirit just look flat on this T side, only powered by Donk and a couple chopper triples. We'll see if they can actually bounce back. elated. They are echoing through the halls of Cologne right now. And even Donk can't shut them up. It is 9-3 at the half. Aurora with a strong lead, a team effort. And can they bring it home to miraculously force Mirage with a stand-in?
A decider and a map away from the playoffs there, the Lanxess. Away from this Aurora team. If they can close it out in this T side, I mean, a team that comes in with little expectations, playing with a stand-in, but is still delivering.
And the debut here from Zwei has been quiet, and it needs to wake up. Well, Donk's here on the hold, of course, so sure, he's gonna get 3.
Oh my god.
The rest of the team has gotten none. Nearly even stops the bomb plant. Donk's still alive at 100 HP with his IGL and chopper, and they're somehow gonna pull back this pistol. It's Woxic here, armorless, 36 HP, back of the silo, and the first kill can't even come through. Of course, it's a donk triple kill to bring Spirit back to life.
Still delivering. No matter what the case is, still bringing home these kills, finding a quick multi, being able to cover the bases. When his teammates fall quickly on that A side, he is able to provide the recovery, and Chopper, again, with a little extra impact, a small nudge to pull that round across the finish line. They capture this control so quickly. Instant double entry coming through from X-Floud and Jota.
And the misery continues here for Zwei. Sure, they won the round, but he has died in every single round of play. Just a single kill to his name. Obviously, the eyes are on him as the new addition. Can he be better than Magic? So far, it's still very much the donk show here for Team Spirit.
Still that same win condition that Spirit have faced so far. The one-man show here. Op in play for Shiro. Missed shot. Forces a difficulty on the escape, and Zontix is feeling the pressure on the ramp side now.
Let's turn the flash. Turns a second flash, too. Already down the ramp.
There's Ops here as well.
But Zontix struggling. Doesn't quite get the first kill, and Shiro won't stop them.
Yeah, they know there's a little bit too much space already captured here on the side of Aurora. Do they want to re-aggress in unison? It still seems like Zontix trusting in his aim.
He's coming back up, actually, to re-clear this side of the map.
Wow.
He could get quickly punished. Still on it.
Man.
Outside of his screen. Still.
Oh, my God.
Somehow Zontix should be dead. Instead, he has a double.
Oh, that's a miracle right there that he's still kicking, somehow surviving, and still Wakati on low HP, trying to find the entry. He's going to fall over quickly. Zontix doing it all. Eventually, Woxic will trade, but enough damage done from the Soul Ramp anchor.
Yeah, with 40 seconds left, this probably is the save. If anything.
Looks like it. Zwei. A real chance here. Close
Don't
range.
want to hand over an AK to Donk.
He's got it.
Zwei in the bag. Right there. Second kill for Zwei. It's also 100 ADR on the kill.
What about one more?
Zwei with a multi-kill. First of the game. No, not meant to be. Woxic will deliver an AK to Donk on the CT side. And this is the brewings of surely something.
There's some potential. There's a huge missed opportunity. That deagle that was, crab walking into the angle. Zontix was sidelined. He was dead to rights. I just think a small whiff right there cost him everything in that round. A huge path into the lower bomb site. They're looking to revive themselves in this map. A little more influence coming through from some of the other supporting cast here on Spirit. Zontix with a big 3K.
Donk with an AK. He had a 2.6 CT side rating on Dust 2 because he had handed an AK by round 3.
Well, all you have to do is land a deagle shot on him now.
Well, Donk has an automatic Desert Eagle. He kind of has a little bit of an unfair advantage with this AK here. And Jump Spot sees people on the silo. Allows one to drop, and actually, you are right. Just land a couple deagle shots on him. That'll do. 52 HP already here for Donk.
Just need to get that one on the head. That's crucial. Still kicking right now. Is Donk still hunting? The deagles going to present themselves surely soon.
He is so mobile. He wants a fight so bad.
Never getting tired moving around like this here. Doesn't seem like it. Donk always on the ready. And Joe to the first to fall. Takes the man advantage, and this time he's a little bit too low to stick around. Let the ecos go to the rest of the squad. Nice coverage from Chopper right there. I think Sheer was a little bit overlooking that angle. And, well, Donk still wants his duels.
Zwei doesn't even get a chance at anything out here. Oh, the Glock? Not quite. Triple kill here for Chopper. Zwei doesn't even get a chance at ecos to even make the scoreline look a little bit better. Again, he has been kind of sent in on a couple of these A-side plays back on T-side as the guy just to get ran down instantly.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now the impact that he's having in terms of just missing some of these kills and not really having a lot of impact is definitely felt, and you can feel it a lot more when Spirit are losing. And Shiro and Donk are hitting their stride and there's no problems in the server. You can look at that Zwei performance and not be too concerned, but there is a chance That redemption in the second half as the comeback is already formulating here. 3 rounds to close the distance, and the guns are looking deadly.
And best thing, Cole, he survived a round. Everybody, round of applause here for Zwei. He lived. He kept his equipment. He only has 14 deaths, and there have been 15 rounds played so far.
Well, there you go. That's a bit of a milestone there for him. See, I mean, he might get a chance on this pop that's leading in towards the A side right now. Gearing up with more utility. Woxic going up the ladder to get on T roof to toss in some of that extra belt that he brings to the table. So, under the microscope in a round like this.
He's going to be that top hut player. He doesn't even have a smoke to extinguish the molly, so he could be in a bad spot.
Good counter util, though. This could block out this execute.
Okay, one to hut. Chopper needed. Zwei does fall, however, and nothing given by the A-side defenders. It's all Donk, but he gets headshotted. And he's done. And the round, same for Spirit. Double digits for Aurora.
Got Chopper throwing that molly way too deep inside the hut there. They're already past that utility to counter their aggression. If there was any sort of delayed effort, those flashes wouldn't have been as impactful, but just a small miss on the utility leads to a very comfortable execute. Aurora collapse on the site, and there's absolutely no holds coming through from Chopper and Zwei. I mean, not really any damage to work off of there either. Just a complete flawless execution rolling out from Aurora, and that's how they gathered their 10th.
Is Shiro gonna survive this?
It's
back a
planted. They should be good.
Okay, never mind. All right. Way overcompensated the bomb here. Oh my god.
Make sure he feels it right now. I mean, Aurora, that's one of your huge points back into this T side now. You pressure that A side. You know a player is struggling a little bit. Test him time and time again. Make sure he knows it.
You need to wake up, Zwei!
Oh, he needs to wake up. And he kind of does, honestly. I mean, he's the first death of the round, first part of the execute.
Oh, fast ramp play.
But there's a double setup. It's going to be a train crash, and they get ran over. Zwei does actually bring a kill back in, but B side is already opened up. I don't think there's a way you come back from this.
Well, fast down the fence here, and Shiro on the scene, but mollied off.
We'll open up the door and get the kill onto X-Plug. That dropped the bomb in the middle of the open. Nade to the smoke for Shiro. Doesn't catch a player, but this delays.
Oh, it blows open a hole in the smoke.
But hold on, Donk continues to make plays off of his teammates. And Zwei, through the smoke, actually gets a huge kill. A double from Zwei will bring this round home for Spirit, unless Woxic has a clutch.
Well, maybe he just got told to wake up, so he did wake up. A couple kills coming through from Zwei finally. And Woxic left with his back against the wall with bomb down in a 1v2. Donk fully healthy as well. This becomes even more of a problem. He's still silent about his approach. Plenty of time to work this round through. But he's got to get the bomb first things first.
And incoming double swing here from the door. Back turn. It's a Zwei triple kill. To get Spirit started.
Why'd you wake him up? Why'd you wake him up? He's alive and well now. Make sure to punish you right off the back of some chirping. And guess who's revived? Zwei coming through with a big time 3K. It's Donk with the playmaking here, that's for sure. And that activity that comes through off the back of it is just flawless. Zwei making the right moves. When they desperately needed a bailout option, they lost control of that round too quickly. A 5v3 from the get-go. And it's able to be pulled back.
I mean, there for Aurora, if they were able to plant the bomb, that's the big difference maker. But Donk knows what he needs to do. He disrupts. Even in the 3 versus 5.
Threw that lurk smoke out as well. And typically you expect him to get towards the back of Silo and moves like that. So that was what was being watched, and Donk throws an element of surprise right there. Completely blindsides Aurora in that T round.
Got a second player trying to plant the bomb as well. Joda had the bomb in his hands. He was trying to get busy while all the commotion at double doors was happening.
No peek for the outer yard. Woxic boosted up to deal with Donk swings. Well, he's still looking very healthy here for this T side, but it could run out quickly. Looks like they're throwing some heat seekers on Donk's location. Some visual for the smoke to be blown open. They're looking for the cross towards Big Garage, but for now, Aurora just letting them toss in the counter. And trying to lead the pack with this AWP.
Toxic really doesn't want to walk up. He's respecting a Shiro AWP, and he's right. It's on the scene. And now it's Donk. Not the double spray down, though. Tons of damage onto the follow-up. And Shiro is waiting for XLoud. In the meantime, they're walking up hell, and Shiro knows that his position could be compromised soon.
They're still yet to really make much strides just yet, but they're starting. The motion in towards CT spawn, and it's careful from Shiro, spotting out the influence from the outer yard.
Is that the bomb appearing on the screen? But Zontic has a clear lobby.
Yeah, but Joda's still surprising here. Zwei, is he prepared for this?
Oh, Zwei.
Oh my god, he got missed.
He got missed out on Zwei. In trouble.
As he two's a vulnerability right now.
But he does deliver. He does take down the Heaven Lurk, but not the second. Shiro on the site, though. Does threaten the easy shot, and with 10 seconds remaining, bomb down, needing to pick this up.
Gonna fly out Heaven right now. They gotta deny.
And Shiro looking for no scopes. He does find it, and then Zontix denies the plant. And Spirit are clawing back round by round.
Oh man, Zwei with more influence coming through there. Crucial kill from him. So many chances where he could have been caught off guard, and he evades them. Shiro with some impact as well. No scope connecting. Some op shots to back it up. When Donk's multi gets denied, again, you have to rely on some of the supporting staff.
That's straight from agony to elation.
Oh, man.
As Donk nade to the smoke.
Oh, my God.
It's an easy kill for Shiro. Donk, quick second. And Aurora just out of this as Joda tries to walk the edge of the smoke. No dice.
Oh my god. Woxic almost bites the bullet as well. Able to get in towards Secret safely, but already a 5v2, enough damage done. Especially with the lower rotate. Zontix just making sure that there's no possibility for a bomb plant. And Spirit looking down the barrel of being down a round. A comeback from down 3 to 9. Only giving over a single round so far on that 8 pop. They told Zwei to wake up. He's had a little bit more impact since.
Donked with 9 bullets in the mag. Oh, sees a player. Oh, of course he one-taps him. Just waiting for that. 9 bullets in the mag means 9 kills for Donk.
I was about to say, he's got 8 left over now.
That's Madger's doomed. And there it is. 9 rounds for Team Spirit. Of course, but all the comeback starts when Donk has an AK on the CT side.
Yeah.
I think the stat is that he has more kills with the AK on the CT side than the times he's died to an AK. He has a positive AK KD.
I mean, again, you just don't get that often. Those opportunities are very limited in a CT half, but it's a priority for Spirit. Because not only does he get to, make moves here, but he's constantly catching you by surprise with his swings, with his constant motion. Aurora calling another timeout. Wanting to keep them at bay. But Spirit are hot on your trail. Shiro's up, rotating in time there. You're seeing some good combo efforts from Donk and Shiro.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness. He has more than double the damage of the second fragger. Shout out to our observer team for pointing that out. But yeah, we don't see ADR here. Donk is worth 2.5 players right now.
Continues to haul it, man, every round. Providing so much output. Zontix, it's been a while since he's last been tested in the ramp room, though. Was able to find a triple last time they came his way.
I see what you did there. With his sway.
This time I missed a molly that bounces right back at him.
Speaking of sway, it looks like they're coming back in towards lobby after putting pressure on ramp.
Get the op posted up here instead. Now you're going to see a reposition from Zontix back in towards this A side. So a little bit more rifle work helping out this A side at the moment. In fact, a whole lot of rifle work. Donk on the scene as well. So you can take that secret control if you want, but if it's an execution on towards this A side, you're gonna have to get past him.
In towards Mini right now. Donk in a curious position. Turns the flash, still though, and he gets another. One taps Madger. Donk running forward, wanting to claim this kill, and he does. Donk with an AK, another triple on the board.
They can't best him, man. It's just brutal right there. Head on a swivel, dodging the utility and punishing them every step of the way. He's defending Mini. He's fighting through Squeaky. There's no access whatsoever. Not only was there a lot of quick rotates coming through from Spirit, but Donk had it done himself. He had the site covered. He didn't even need the help.
Sometimes it's scary when you're standing in the open and they're throwing flashbangs for everything, but Donk is able to move between 3 different angles and dodge everything. I mean, this is the best rifle in the world. And obviously, Zaiwu competing for best player. But this guy is ridiculous. Shiro does miss. And Zwei does bring home a double to stop this Tech 9 rush of the A site. And believe it or not, even though they were down 9-3 at the half, this is Team Spirit who will be taking the lead as the bomb is lost towards ramp.
Solid hold right there. Zwei able to bring the multi. I like the molly that he throws right there. That's a good piece of utility that's actually going to do some damage. A little bit shallow. Choda having this round ripped away from them. Spirit to claim a lead now. And doing so in comfortable fashion on the CG side. Only a single hiccup. They got away with a good A execute one time. Now Donk on the scene for your A pops. The multi-kills coming through. Zwei a little bit alive here. After a strugglesome first half, honestly, for the first 3 quarters of this game, not really having the impact, but now bringing home multi-kills, able to step up to the plate. And Spirit just a couple rounds away from playoffs here in Cologne.
I mean, this is why Team Spirit is elite. It's Donk. He's actually just. One-man army is used so often, but he truly is. He's a one-man team.
The win condition has come to play here. And is impacting the server just time and time again.
So you were talking, obviously, we're referencing this B-Tram's Twitter post so often, but you were talking about Xantares.
Yeah.
Win percentage when...
It was about 13.4, I think, if I'm remembering.
Xantares goes negative. You want to know Team Spirit's win rate when Donk goes negative?
Doesn't happen often.
Literally 0. Team Spirit have not won a single map this entire season when Donk goes negative.
I got good news for Spirit.
He's 26.
Donk is definitely positive right now.
I think he's approaching a 2.0 rating, Cole.
He's definitely positive, and it's looking likely that they can claim this one.
Yeah, it's Donk again on the A site once more. Here's another headshot for him. Standing in front of the smoke, being such a nuisance.
Okay.
And ripping this round away from them with another triple kill, because Donk just keeps doing it. He's running through.
Oh my god. Oh, there's no way.
4th kill. He almost gets it as well. He nearly gets 30 kills in this one. Zwei will take the kill away anyways. But Donk is Counter-Strike.
I mean, he is just destroying these setups, man. There's no chance. He's on the A side now. It's off limits. You can't test him. It's instant dismissal. Finally, the flash catches him, but they can't. They're too scared of making any strides into that site. When he's around the corner, you just don't want to fight.
He's just invincible. He's just unkillable. I mean, yeah, he was found there, but it took the whole team to take him out. And now, fast outside run. Shiro gets to shoot as well. The Lanxess right around the corner, just 4 kills away, and Donk knows it. Donk wants it, and there's another. Donk, 31 kills. This is insane performances from Donk. He'll be playing in front of the Lanxess Arena. With these kind of performances, the crowd surely wants him.
Donk just wills it into reality. The comeback rolling through there in the second half, only giving over a single round. And that was when Donk wasn't on the A site, but when he is, he's ready to shut these rounds down because he's everywhere. And Aurora just can't survive the onslaught of this one-man army.
It's 9-3 half. They're talking about Zwei, wake up. He didn't need to. He could have slept this one off because it was Donk every round on the CT side. I mean, he started the half with something like 10 kills. He's getting 20 kills in like 10 rounds.
I mean, from the very pistol as well, picking up an AK, you already called it. It felt like that was a huge turning point when he gets the AK on that CT side. 30 bullets with the accuracy, the one-shot headshot potential just coming through there, and it was constantly a factor. Aurora couldn't trade him out. They couldn't figure out ways to deal with them, and that allowed for Spirit to continue to pull the thread.
I mean, this is pure Counter-Strike excellence. This is him just willing rounds into existence. You don't see this too much from in Counter-Strike. This is the guy who has literally defined how we play Counter-Strike, how we peek, how we play aggro rifling, how we always move in and out of these angles. And you can see just how unbeatable he is. Donk is a game changer, and single-handedly willing this series to be a 2-0.
Like you said, now a playoff opportunity here for Spirit. They've locked it in with this 2-0, not losing a single map despite some difficulties versus Heroic in that opening match on Ancient, and then of course on Nuke in that first half. It was the T side that just really couldn't come into fruition. For a couple of rounds, you still saw Donk getting his opening picks, but the round would collapse from that point forward. That second half, he ensured that that wasn't going to be the case. He was going to not only find the opening kill, but then amplify it with a couple more behind it.
That was just one of the most unbelievable individual performances. I mean, I think I've like witnessed here. I mean, definitely here at Cologne. This is the guy, as we're just running through his highlights, all 31 kills you get to witness, and the fashion that he gets them in. None of these are easy. These are all straight heads up, 1-versus-1 fights where he's just unbeatable. Headshot percentage through the roof as well. I think he maintained like 75% at the end of all of this, by the way, too. Which is, by the way, I'll just say Scream averages about a 66% headshot rate. So just put that into perspective.
Yeah, it's deadly as all get out there. This AK in his hand is so devastating. Donk, 152 ADR, man. Off the back of Dust 2, I didn't think he really had it in him to elevate his performance, but add 20 ADR.
We even like brought up the scoreboard to show that it was like insane, that he was more than doubling second place in Shiro. He had 2,500 total damage. Shiro had 1K, literally playing as like 2.5 players on this team. And
he kept doing it.
He actually went even higher in ADR from that point on. Maybe we should just all get normalized by this, but this is not normal. This is just not how, like, any Counter-Strike team plays Counter-Strike. There's no Counter-Strike player like Donk.
I mean, I think that's one of the biggest challenges right there, is that there's not really a normal way or an easy way to kind of react to one player getting 3 kills every time you execute a site. That's not the expectation if you're Aurora, that you enter into a site and you just get destroyed before you can even make it past your first phase. The first volley of utility doesn't connect because of how quick the reactions are, how quick he is to dodge the flashes. You can't even throw util at him effectively.
Like, everyone's going to say that the idea of Kiyusuke being Donk 2.0 is here, but this is Donk 1.0 for the record.
The original.
This is the original. This is the guy who Kiyusuke is supposed to be, right? And can Kiyusuke be that for Falcons? I'm not sure.
No, I don't think so.
Not yet. Obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely, I don't think what Donk does is replicable at all. I mean, it's going to take years and years before we see the level of performance that we get out of him game in and game out. So like you said, you know, it's obviously high expectations for some of these new guys on the block, but what Donk does is one of a kind.
I mean, actually, the game-changing player, again, has just changed how we peak. And even, like, we thought that we had reached the highest level of individual ability when we saw Simple back in 2021 to 2022, and that's where we capped out. But Donk has pushed the limit of what one person can do in a team. This is the numbers are absolutely off the charts. You thought Zaiwu was good. This guy's averaging a 1.45 rating, which is a hard carry for the record. and just breaking all the limits of Counter-Strike. He will be playing in front of the crowd, in front of Cologne. That will just be an incredible sight to see. Be there. But for now, we're going to toss this one off to a break as we have our elimination game coming up. It is 3D Max versus G2.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Hold. Forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashbang. Oh my, what the Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Now look, have you tried turning it on and off again?
Okay, so I've got the delivery showing up at 1, and then the setup is taking place at 2.
Great.
And then the band are setting up just shortly after that.
Music to my ears.
And I've put out an office-wide memo to make sure that everybody is here at 3 pronto.
Okay. How's it looking?
Well, I'm no graphic designer, but it's got a personal touch.
Brilliant. Oh, you didn't have to do all of that.
Alex, you told me to.
BSEA Main 2012, 5th, 6th, Cal M 2013. Top 4. Part-time as well, you know. What could have been? What could have been? Oh, please don't forget the balloons. Every party must have balloons.
His favourite map is Overpass, and I forgot to order the balloons.
One of the sharpest minds in Counter-Strike once said, "I won't give up until I win a mother effing major." And today is my major final. And yeah, we may have been the forgotten department, the underdogs, the heroes no one asked for. But together, we are going to take the DHL Esports Logistics division to the top.
What? Did you hear that? Did you hear that? No.
Yes?
Alex, Miss Ward's here from head office.
Oh? Frankie!
We've met, I believe. Face it, last week. Tilted after the first pistol round, full mute. Great insight into your potential leadership skills.
Okay, right, yeah. I suppose you need,
Best take a seat. The other candidate will be here shortly and we can begin.
What? Other candidate?
Can you speed up? We were supposed to have this done hours ago.
Keep your disgusting spit-filled balloons to yourself. You can get it done with dignity or you can get it done with slobber all over the place.
I know that I can blow up 2 of these for every one that you blow up.
Oh, you know, do you?
Oh, I know.
Oh, you know, do you?
I know. Want to bet? Loser has to do the other person's delivery notes for the week.
Deal.
Deal. He's really bad at making bets. I do way more delivery notes than he does in a week. Plus, I really dislike losing.
Frankie, come on. I've dedicated my life to this company. 20 years. I've been here since 1.5. I chose this over sticker money. I've sacrificed everything.
Miss Ward, 3 clicks is here.
Well, why don't we send him in?
3 clicks, Philip. Here.
3 clicks.
Good afternoon.
Please, take a seat. Alex, I swear, if one drop of water leaves your mouth, you're never setting foot in this building again. This is a branch manager interview. 3 clicks, why don't we begin by you telling me a bit about yourself?
My name is Philip. 3 clicks, Philip. I have almost 11.5 years of high-level Counter-Strike analysis under my belt, and I have a YouTube channel with 1.096 million subscribers.
Aren't you the guy that had a fight with Thorin?
That's a common misconception there. It wasn't a fight.
I am Alex Richardson.
And I've dedicated my life to this industry. For 31 years, I've been on this planet and I've been doing it since birth. My uncle, he actually gave me a copy of CS 0.9. And as soon as I put that disc in, it changed my life forever. Okay, some people with their million followers. Congrats, man.
So, how many did you get to in the end?
Honestly, I lost count after 400, so how about that?
400? And how exactly do you explain that? You cheated. You cheated!
Then who is this? This your little friend here? Is that what this is, Chad? You're just mad that I was right.
I blew up 322 balloons. There is absolutely no way that you managed over 400 of your disgusting spit-filled ones.
Alex, it's done. I've made my decision.
Go, go, go! He's here, everyone!
Woo!
Speech, 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 speech! Go on, Alex! Speech,
Yeah.
speech! Yeah! Go on, Alex! Speech!
Is that what you want?
Okay, well, I'm sure I got something. Well, it's the greatest day. Today is the greatest day of my life because
Come on, Alex. It's okay. It's okay. Look at all the balloons. Overpass. You love overpass.
I actually blew up most of the balloons.
You cheated!
Thank you for calling DHL Esports Logistics. Please leave your name and number, and we will get back to you as soon as possible.
You people are disgusting. This is horrible.
I'm done. Screw this. Well, Valve ain't fixing that.
You guys, do you do the graphics? You know, in the corner where it says like Alex Richardson. You don't. Well, if it did, wouldn't say interim anymore, would it? It'd say Alex Richardson, DHL Regional Esports Innovations Manager. Change my email.
G2 and Heavy God. How are you feeling today, bud, going into today's match?
I'm very excited and happy to be here.
Nice. So let's talk a little bit about how it's gone for you guys up to this point. You know, having a Vitality there, the series kind of meh overall. Train was exciting. You got a pistol ace. That had to have been pretty fun, or no?
Yeah, obviously it's always fun to ace, and the series was exciting as well.
Tell me a little about playing on Train against Vitality. Nobody can seem to beat them on any map, so...
I don't know. I think it was a close match. It could go both ways, and yeah, they were better in the mini details. That's why they won on Train.
Do you think that's what keeps them ahead?
Yeah, I think like they're connected for a long time. I think it's a bonus, obviously, and in addition, like the mini details that they have in high level, it's really good.
Tell me a little bit about Hunter taking over the reins as the IGL over there for G2 and how that's working out for you guys.
I mean, like, Nema is a really experienced player, and he knows how to be good and help the teammates and like provide strats and tactics, and like he's trying to assist us and support us every time. Yeah, and I think he's doing a great job so far, and he will only learn. I mean, it's his first experience, but I know he'll do really good. Like already he's doing a great job, but now but he will do even better.
In your own words, can you explain going up against 3D Max today?
Demolish.
Demolish. Any other adjectives you got for me?
No.
Cool. Anything you want to say to the G2 fans at home? Because I know there's a bunch of samurais around the world.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank you guys all for the support, for all the help, for all the warm welcome messages. I've been getting a lot, and yeah, it's not something that like I expect or something, but it's really appreciated. And all of our players, all the staff, everyone, management, we love you guys, and thank you for your support.
Just want to say that was beautiful. Please sign the wall.
Thank you.
And it is G2 Esports versus 3D Max to try and see who will continue their lower bracket run at IEM Cologne. G2 came through opening day, nice 2-0 over Furia. Big surprises, a freaking 1v5. But then they met God. They met Team Vitality. And now they're down here.
Yeah, just about every team that enters into that matchup goes down into the lower bracket. So G2 is still able to survive. They're able to fight on and now looking to continue this run into the lower bracket and show what they did in their opening matchup.
Yeah, but the thing is, even in the Vitality performance, that train game could have gone multiple different ways. Obviously, courtesy of Heavy God getting them the pistol round and getting them actually started on the T side of train. Believe it or not, close 13-10. Taking a map off of Vitality, yes, we're in that kind of area where that's an achievement in its own right for any team. And this G2 squad who came here to Cologne with 0 expectations, 2 roster changes, and a new coach, well, they're actually playing above their pay grade right now, and shoot, Heavy God even says they're going to demolish them.
Yeah, it's a lot of confidence coming through there. I mean, not only the 2 roster changes, but also shifting up in the IGL department. I think there's kind of been this move from G2 for a little while to slowly get Hunter more and more comfortable in the IGLing role, as we've heard interviews in the past talk about him calling out on the CT sides, given his positioning, but now fully committed into the role. I think it's a natural transition and one that he feels confident about, and you're able to see already some of the groundwork that they're able to lay. That opening matchup looking very convincing. They're able to establish themselves, and they're still entering into this matchup versus 3D Max with a whole lot of confidence.
Yeah, and a lot of confidence, and I think one thing to talk about is a lot of firepower as well. Yeah. I think there's a lot of big underrated players on this G2 team. Obviously, Malbs is still very present and was absolutely frying against Furia. But you also have to talk about what Heavy God can provide to the table, the addition of Mattis as well on this team. Mattis, I think is what we're going to rock with here for today. I mean, you've casted him a bunch.
Yeah, I've always gone with Mattis, but you got Sun Pius as well in the mix there as the comfort addition in the opping department when you talk about the combo that he's worked so well in the past with Saul. So I think there's just a lot of really good aspects of this G2 team that, honestly, I didn't fully believe could land on their feet properly entering into the offseason. They have done an incredible job of building up this roster and figuring things out despite all of the roster changes that they've faced and are answering some questions quickly. Now, like you said, the expectations for them here entering into Cologne are that they kind of lay the groundwork for what we can see out of them, see some growth out of this roster. A playoff run, though, that would be a huge difference maker. That would be a big proof of concept, especially in a deadly group like what we're seeing out of them right now. It's a huge opportunity for them to prove themselves versus the best of the best.
Yep. I mean, here for G2, if they even made the playoff, if they even came close, honestly, if they even won this game, it would already be a proving point for this G2 team. They came very close even to making playoffs shoot at the major as well, despite being a quote-unquote dead team. And now we're actually able to have a shot, theoretically. Obviously, in this lower bracket, it's Furia versus Falcons is happening right now.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that's the deadly other side there that you have to get past as those two teams still in the mix. But, you know, they have to get through 3D Max first, and I think a team that's already shown so much resilience. They come in with some pace. They're always ready to, you know, kick off a game, and I think that's what's exciting about this team, able to survive a scare versus Gamer Legion, the multiple overtimes that they faced up against. But what this team does effectively, they've got this unit, they've got high-octane Counter-Strike here, so if you're G2, you have to come prepared. You have to come prepared to lift off here in the early get-go, especially on a map like Ancient. That's going to be the opening pick here from 3D Max. They have this intensity that they've been bringing here throughout the year and into Cologne that can scare a lot of rosters when you come in and you know, take them lightly, and demolishing them from Heavy God is what he said.
Yeah.
You got to make sure that you back up those words.
But I think there's a lot working here for G2. I think the firepower of this team does outmatch 3D Max in the head-to-head. I think 3D Max are outmatched in that department a lot, and while they still are able to bring it back, you've got a player like Malbs who I think feels really at home on this Ancient map. He's going to be doing so much of the mid control, a lot of the setups here, and it'll be up to Lucky and Body to try and keep him under wraps, but he's going to be a difficult character to tame.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, and Lucky and Body have been able to combine their efforts for some really good mid holds in the past. I think this is why they're leaning in on some of that comfort. I think their execution, their mid utility, some of their protocols just feel incredibly powerful. So I do have a little bit of confidence that 3D Max can stir up some commotion here in this matchup. I mean, we got to cast a lot of them here on the B stream in terms of how they've been able to make it not only through stage 1, but here still fighting in stage 2. And I think G2 could be a huge proving ground. I mean, this is a team that, you know, they might struggle to pass here in terms of the firepower that you mentioned. They are outmatched in that department, but they've just been fighting. They've been showing so much resiliency that I do think they have that extra push in terms of the team morale right now that can get them across the finish line.
Obviously, we talk about Counter-Strike being in the firepower era, but 3D Max are one of the teams that play against that grain constantly and are still able to stay successful. They've even pushed the Mongols to the limit on a couple of these. We can take a little op head-to-head here too. I think some very similarly styled oppers as well, and just what they bring to the table. Maka being the op IGL, but Sampaya is definitely a vocal piece of this G2 team, more on the passive side, both of these players. But it's both been a pretty strong year for the two of these.
Yeah. I mean, Sampaya, I've really watched a lot of Heroic there rising and what he was able to bring to the table, and I was excited to see him get an opportunity here. I think it's a great landing spot for G2, not only to get that package deal of Sampaya, but also Saul in the mix there that can you know, still carry forward some of his influence. He's just a steady hand when it comes to the opping, and most importantly, you know, on the big stage here, he's going to be ready to play. It's almost as if he gets better on the big stage. So if this is an opportunity to enter into Cologne or enter into these high pressure environments, that is where you get that extra push out of Sampaya. That's where he can make some of his best moves. So it's an exciting prospect right there.
Yeah, there's so much capability in this G2 team. And one thing I actually want to even more emphasize is G2 went for longevity as well. You know, all these buyouts, you know, they lost Nico and Monacy and Falcons had to pay them, but they didn't go out and go for big spending and try to buy another superstar. Instead, they went looking. They actually did some decent scouting. They picked up the guy who's probably going to be the future of this entire team in terms of Saw. He's going to be there for a while, building rosters and making sure this team stays a contender. And then you pick up a guy like Mattis, who has years of gameplay in him. Hunter, as well as an in-game leader, can still definitely frag for some years on as well. So, like, G2 have a vision for the future right now, even without Nico and Monacy. And if they win this game, Cole, there are some decent odds that they will play Nico and Monacy for a chance at the Lanxess.
Yeah, that would be an exciting prospect right there. A huge matchup in between those two. But like you said, I mean, the future proofing of this roster really promising. I want to see, you know, Mattis with a little bit more structure and support. I just feel like Fnatic never did him justice in terms of his full potential. And so having a system here, not only having a system, but also I just think so many better pieces on your team to work around here is going to lead to some success.
As Maka's screaming at some bias who's a little bit confused. I love the graphic there, fellas. You guys did great over there. As we're getting started off, it's G2 versus 3D Max as we're kicking it off here on Ancient 3D Max's pick, but one G2 can certainly
play. Inferno will be coming up as our second map. And how about 3-man A-main aggression? A flashbang lined up here from Hunter. That goes wide, and body swings into... Oh, it's over. Oh, goodness. It's 3 kills instantly. Can Exorcist and Gravity bring it back?
Put a bomb plant here. Mattis is caught transition, but Heavy God has the backup. He is prepared. So that bomb plant dream going to be quickly denied. And Gravity off the outside looking in on the smoke, getting dwindled right now. Straight through the smoke. Heavy God able to complete the mission. Complete shutdown all over the map. There for G2.
Heavy God is turning out to be one of the strongest players. Everyone talked about him being like, oh, he's Nico's replacement. He's supposed to play all the Nico roles. And he does exceptionally well. I mean, I have really high hopes for him. Even when they didn't have this new roster, I'm like, this G2 team still packs a punch even without Nico and Mattis. Heavy God is a good replacement, a long-term replacement too. Still a very young player early on into his Tier 1 career. And more on that topic of G2 future-proofing their stars.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a great landing spot here. Obviously had a lot of potential there, but when he was playing on Cloud 9, able to show a lot of that proof. There's a decoy in play. Oh, and Maka absolutely uses it to perfection. Hunter able to find a multi and get out of dodge. So some safety provided. The regression doesn't work out for Mattis either.
That is guns handed over.
This is just the Deagle that's invested right there. They're getting so much room out of so little investment. They've picked up a rifle as well for Gravity. Now, everyone low in HP doesn't leave them a lot of favors, but making strides into a round that they barely dipped into.
Yeah, I think one bullet from any M4 will actually take them down because they are armorless. So this should be a cleanup crew.
Mob's going to clear out the B side right now, so that's some good timing. Calling this clear might allow you to stack up some more presence on the A side, or at least have someone on the scene. It's just Hunter right now, who is low on HP versus a Deagle and an A1S.
Yeah, that's the one. That's also one bullet territory. But Exorcist walking through the B site though.
He's spotting it out and he's calling it clear. But there's no time to bring the bomb back, so it does have to be a commitment. He's going to have to wrap this round up with a late flank.
Yeah, but he's just on a Glock. That's the actual issue. And now he's making footsteps, and now that's been heard and communicated there by mobs. So you're going to have Hunter go down to the Deagle, as you've been talking about. Long range, though, for Heavy God, of course. How did he spray transfer that? Are you kidding? I mean, again, Heavy God's a beast, and I feel like everyone underestimates this guy. I wouldn't be surprised if G2 give even some of the top teams in the world a run for their money.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. That's the potential I think this roster brings to the table. Obviously, it's going to take some time to gel. I think you're going to still need to see, more work done out of Hunter on the T side calling, which can be a bit of a challenge, but that's why you bring in Saw. That's why you allow him to come into this roster and kind of shift things up, build up some game plan, some structure, and really help him out in terms of the calling potential.
I mean, talk about Saw as a coach and how he turned Ents, who were basically a band of misfits at that point, into the #2 team in the world. Right? Like, everyone thought Snappy's finished, 33 years old. Probably not going to make it happen, not even a Tier 1 IGL. Sampayas was a known quantity. He was a pretty good opper, but not like world class. Like, I could see him in the top 10. Diha.
Yeah.
I just bring that up every time.
It's been a while since it's in the limelight.
Yeah, but like Diha, Madden, like that team was like, most people thought they were, middle of their careers, probably going to be hanging around Tier 1.5, and Saw turned them into a world-class force. We have bombs here inside of Donut, who actually does get ran down. Oh, okay, double entry there from 3D Max. We'll put an end to my lecture.
Wow. Instant dismissal right there. Exorcist and Body able to destroy that round, tearing right through the defense. Mal's committed there. And when that smoke goes down, you think that's where you can maybe turn your focus on doubling up towards Donut and keeping that control, but a little bit disconnected between that duo. Unable to lock down that control, disrespecting that smoke, and a confident move. That's what 3D Max have been using all throughout this event, to not only stay alive, but to thrive in Stage 1. Is that high-octane Counter-Strike. They play a fearless game.
Yeah, and it's going to be Body, Exorcise, and Lucky. Body and Lucky have been basically the sole reason they've even got to this point, too. I mean, they were very down and out as Body lifts his mic to go ahead and do some screaming at G2. But having to take down Tai Lu, that is probably a very big scalp for this team and a big-time test to, teams that are closer to the top echelons of Counter-Strike. I don't think Tai Lu played their best game, but still a win nonetheless.
Tai Lu that had expectations in red hot form. Right?
Yes.
That's the big difference maker. And honestly, a Tai Lu that dealt with them.
Yeah.
Just a week ago before they played that matchup. So that's kind of the impressive factor is that 3D Max, maybe taking some time to get things settled with the new coach, but they looked refreshed and revitalized here in Cologne when it's the big stage that they're on.
Also push the Mongols to the limit on this map. Required
speed here from Gravity, already through the cave site and fighting into B right now.
Knocking on the door, good flashbang back. Heavy God trying to support his cave anchor in the form of Mattis, but he does not convert the kill clean. A decent smoke, but Maka's already out onto the site. 3D Max are starting to set down stakes with the smokes blooming.
Utility on the money right there. Enter into the site 4v5 advantage. Still yet to get the bomb down right now, which is a bit of a problem. But they've got that recycled utility and the continued HE's bombard. Mouths here, starting that round off low.
Right here, Heavy God will have a heads-up duel versus Exorcise, who just taps him. Easy does it. Hunter next to fall, and 3D Max are putting down G2.
They don't need to plant the bomb right there. What they have to do is clear out the safety for that plant. 4 kills before the numbers ever even get punched in. And dominance asserted here from 3D Max on another gun round. Some Pius looking to hang on to his rifle, but he's getting flanked here. 3 players are already on the hunt. The insurance policy is Lucky on low HP. Everyone else is circling the waters. Hey, they have him cut off. They have him contained here in towards Temple.
I think he's screwed here, and Gravity walks forward. And everything lost for G2. It is back to square one for the squad. As 3D Max playing some real patient Counter-Strike, as you've mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, explosive at the get-go, right? They're able to enter in early to this map control, but then there's no rush to plant the bomb. It's crucially so, right? You can see the position from Heavy God. He's ready to, spam through the smoke on a moment's notice. But they flush out that long and short control before there's a priority on punching in those digits, and that's a smart move in the late round there for 3D Max.
Looking at just B-lane control, okay, it's like, do they make a right or do they make a left? And that's what you wonder.
Oh, that's maybe a delayed take here. They're throwing in the utility down, flying up the ramp.
Okay, and Bodies Mac 10 will make short work of all of them on through the ace. It's a nice little anti-eco ace to get us started. Why not, Body?
Yeah, go hunt that last one there.
Nah, his teammates are probably going to take it from him.
Come on now.
Oh, he's going.
He's moving.
Oh, he's moving through the smokes.
Oh, there
it is. They said, give me the ace, and they abided. These guys have worked together for a while. And they know a good piece of teamwork and a good ace can get you started.
That's just good for the morale right there. I mean, honestly, you want Body hitting these openings right there, as he does. And if you get him confident early, we saw what he can do in taking over that mid control on the CT side. Now still rocking on the T side for a little while longer, but the game is playing here from 3D Max, all according to plan. This team does such a good job of finding their way to take this map control, and a lot of early plays to do so. They're going to move at you quickly here. That's going to force out, a reaction from G2. If you're Saul, you're probably talking about expending that early utility. HEs and mollies are a necessity at the start of rounds, and you've got to throw them. You can't afford to save those late. Otherwise, you're going to lose space.
Now let's see what 3D Max have primed. We have an instant house smoke lineup. And 3 players looking for the old-fashioned A-pop.
Off to start here for some Pius on the A side.
And he's here, but it's glass cannon as well, and he misses. Does get away. Now Malb standing in front of the play. He gets his one, but now it's all onto Hunter. He falls. A flood of CTs. Heavy God next up at bat. Tucks behind the site, though. He's staying sneaky. Plant in the open. Heavy God's gonna deny this. Bomb on the floor. And now a duel versus Maka.
His body's opping. Picked it up here off the back of some Pius, and he still has a teammate in Maka activating late, but Body finding a 4K. He's looking for back-to-back aces.
Oh my god, no way!
Again!
No way! Body does it after he picks up the op in Temple and is giving him a little wave. How about that? 10 kills, 2 rounds.
He's doing it all. I mean, we just watched the hard carry performance from Dong, but I mean, on the eco, he's able to tear through them. This is a gun round that he just completely lays claim to that A side.
It's crazy because Maka was so far out of the picture there too that it was all Body. He had to do all the work, and he did. Now Mobs on his Desert Eagle, but G2 on the back foot very early. Of course, no doubt, Body out-fragging his entire team. Emma did that today. Man, today has really been an individual performance, like record breaker. We had 30 bomb from Emma, where the rest of his team, I think, only got 27 kills total. We had Donk go a 3.0 rating on CT side nuke. Body wants a piece of the action.
Let's keep it up here, Body. See what he can do. It's another eco to have your fun with. 10 kills in a row for him. 2 rounds provided. And now a much slower pace up against the eco. A bit of a grinding halt here. 3D Max. Kind of rare to see these rounds thrown out into the mix, but it feels like they're calling the shots perfectly. Late smoke from Hunter's nice, but there's also this late flank that's going to come through. And no matter what the case is, it's going to be a play towards A. It's about how much Hunter can do to disrupt and buy time.
Yeah, it's an A crunch.
And the rotates are getting cut off, so buying time's not really a factor here, and getting any kills might not be either. There's one through the smoke as it gets blown open, and no problems here for 3D Max.
Yeah, might as well keep your armor for the remainder. Who knows? Who wants to hand him a bye? Heavy God gets eviscerated. And I'm like, who wants to give an AK? No one does. For the side of 3D Max. This will be 5 rounds for the Frenchman. G2 and their gun rounds have just been pulverized every time.
Yeah,
had some chances. Heavy God has given them a moment. I mean, Heavy God gave them not just the bomb plant denial, but also the first 6 kills of the game in those first 2 rounds. Max impact for him, but the rest of the team is missing.
Oh yeah, the gun rounds have fallen over a little too easily. If you look at the way 3D Max have been able to open up, I mean, on the rifles, Body obviously with the ace on an off-spawn A call, but before that it was 2 very comfortable plays. One towards Donut that instantly provided the double from Exorcist and Body. And then one quick motion from Gravity through Cave. So, you know, as I said, G2 have to come up with a reaction. I'm seeing, you know, limited fights for some space here on the CT side as well. And when they do want to take control, I feel like there's a good reaction from 3D Max to hit the right bomb site. A lot of players stacked over towards mid. We hit with the quickness. That's a molly.
That misses.
That bounces right back.
It's just Heavy God here. Op will reveal itself, no problem. Heavy God just calls over, but Mob goes down instantly. Body on entry. He does take a dink, but that's all. Now it's Heavy God at long. That smoke is off the mark, however. Second one will do. Completely blocking him out. Hunter's trying for the wall banks, though. But 3D Max continue taking space. Bomb about to be planted. Heavy God can't stop it. But it's 5 T's in a little box here. Can the wallbangs do anything here for Mattis? Hunter finally delivers. Body nearly falls over. Everyone is so low, but the kills are not coming through. Exorcist eventually falls. It's still winnable, though. 2 kills have gone back. Still 2 players stuck on the site. So Pius only takes a tag and hits the shot on a lucky. Low HP for everyone. It's got to be Body again. Has had back-to-back aces. Now he needs a quad kill. He needs to get him off of that defuse as some Pius trying, but he's out of ammo. It's gotta be the no-scope. Nearly the collateral, but it's not meant to be. A full 10-second stick from Mattis will get it across the line for G2.
Oh, he was painting the picture right there. The collateral looked all lined up, but only the single. A quad kill denied after the monster performance that we've already seen for Body. And it's just barely picked up.
How did the Glock shots not hit a single bullet? 1 bullet for each of them from the Glock. He hits none of them. And then this was nearly a collateral.
So close. You're talking about a Body monster map right now. And that could have just packed even more pain here, but he's down early this time. So Pius has a point to prove. 2 kills to open it up. Lucky and Body sidelined.
And some Pius playing like his old self now. It's Cologne. Thinking it's 2023.
We got to make it to the stage.
Gravity walking forward. And it's Mobs to find both. Missed shot off the op. Matty's got the coverage, and G2 are so back.
Oh, that's a clean round. That's one they desperately needed. Some Pius providing. Talking about him kind of being a more stand-back-ish opper here, but this time he fights forward in the face of this play from 3D Max, despite the HEs that are thrown his way. Still able to track 2 kills. Making it easy for Mouse and Mattis to put this round to rest.
Confidence building kills as well for some Pius. He's a real piece of this G2 team. Like, no shame to Hades here, but this is a guy who that they can really make plays around, center it around. It doesn't have to just be the heavy odd haul.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Hades, he gets replaced by some Pius again.
Where have we seen this before?
But I mean, most importantly, I think, you know, it is kind of a proof of concept from what some Pius has been able to bring to the table. I don't think as explosive in Tier 1 play on Heroic towards the tail end of the season, but he showed it in Tier 2 that he was just dominating. You know, Heroic won multiple events in the Tier 2 space, so I think he just comes ready to play with that experience. And again, you know what he can get going on a stage.
I think he actually had a little bit of struggles on Heroic, though. Even though I think a lot of people saw, ooh, big rating. But Heroic was really a very rifler-focused team.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's what Saw likes. He actually just kind of likes the full picture, as opposed to just, you know, let's get another superstar. And oh, hold on, Gravity, back to back. Matty's watching. Oh, he's ready for it. He sees a barrel through the smoke. Matty's now on the hold with Mobs. It is a firing squad here for 3D Max as they walk out middle, and Matty's continues rampaging from the cave. And Mobs with the headshot, full house for them. And don't doubt Matty's either. This is a full G2 unit we're talking about from Saw.
Yeah, no missing pieces right now. They're able to step up to the plate. Complete denial of this mid-control. Great read and reaction from Matty's. That Gravity lurk was so long in the waiting. And as soon as Matty's turns on a dime, able to delete that play. Still more money in the coffers for 3D Max, though. They still haven't been taken down. So another buy rolling here still. See if they continue this mid-fight that hasn't been rewarding them as of recent. Said Gravity going to lead the pack here up the shelf side. Matty's looking to fly through the smoke. Rethinking that decision, especially with Hunter finding this opening pick. Now it's not necessary. Now you know exactly where these T's are. If A main is clear, that means there's going to be a whole lot towards the B side. He's still committed in his K position, though. Now he's stuck in.
And the corner swings out, but is dealt with. Heavy God only good for 1. And suddenly it's back to the 3 versus 3. Some Pius forced to move to help out that B site.
Whole team moving right now in transition. This might be heard and registered from Body. Malb's still keeping it covered.
On the timing. Oh, Malb's good enough on the headshot. They're coming through Donut now, though. And with Hunter on low HP, wasn't seen. He swings, but still it's no kill. It needs to be the second, but instead it's nearly the full spray down from Mobs. 1v2 for Exorcise. The nade nearly takes him out, but he survives and gets up onto the boost.
Low HP on Mobs. He gets handed the op here. Now it's some Pius on the rifle to try and trade things out.
Should be good. Mobs is going to run forward, try to clear out all of these angles.
I think he's Donut.
They're not ready for the tree boost. Up top, the Jiggle Peak doesn't see anything. Mobs will go down, and now it's known. Some Pius here, trying to catch him on the swing, and he gets it. Sampaias will pick up his op again, secure the defuse, and the lead here for G2 with 4 in a row.
A calm clutch coming through there from Sampaias. Able to deliver in the 1v1. Not letting that one slide by. Good decision making there from Malbs and Sampaias as well in that clutch. Giving over the op to the low HP bar. That's the play you got to trade right there. Even if you're focused in on Donut, they don't fall victim.
Malbs staying so sharp there.
Able to stay alive as well. That's a big factor. That's a guaranteed trade, it feels like, but he sneaks out of dodge just in time.
Big impact. It's not just the heavy god Hall anymore. For G2, Mattis been playing well. Malbs is stepping up, and Sampaias is sure back. A main lurk picked off, and Maka. And now, where did 3D Max go? They're pressuring the red room.
Now they're running into red room right now. 4 players rotate over towards this B side, so Donut would be the ideal target. But instead they're wrapping through red room, and it's an open access into a flank onto the B side in this case, but I got bad news for 3D Max. That's where the whole team is.
Yeah, about to be overwhelmed though. Hunter in a weird position here at the B ramp. Now has 3 players trying to hold the cross, and it's again another firing squad as 3D Max get catapulted backwards. Matty's still alive in the cave. It puts Body, who started off this game so incredibly on fire, now cooled off, now needs a clutch.
Not giving him. He has the idea that Mattis is still in this cave side, but he's taken down so many players on B. But you'd have to think it's clear by now.
And Mattis taking his time to jiggle peek, and he hits the instant headshot. Mattis has been a huge asset here for G2. As they were down 5-2, they close out the half with 5 in a row.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
so saucy.
It's so creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
And 5 rounds straight for G2 despite literal back-to-back aces from Body. It just wasn't enough because G2, a complete team.
Yeah, see another effective timeout coming through from Saw that really gets them back on track. There are a lot of activity from some Pius in the early rounds, which is super promising. You've got Mattis getting some kills there through Cave, and it felt like...
4 down mid.
Already coordinated.
It's a collision course right now, and it's messy, but it's a... Exorcise actually to find the kill. Heavy God trying to get out. It comes down to Mattis here from up on the catwalk. Can he bring home a pistol?
Oh my God.
It's so close. Exorcise survives on 14 HP, and I think he just got a quad kill there as well.
Got 4. He got 4, locking it down. I mean, it started out labored as all get. I don't know how those kills didn't come through a little bit quicker, but this is G2 held at the post. Can't quite get past this mark. And destroyed before they can really make their stride on in. Mattis trying to activate late. There's a little too late. Exorcise a little too sharp.
Wow. Big time pistol there for Exorcise. Spinning. And just a single deagle for Mattis to G2 take the eco.
Allow them to quickly get back into it here. Try and tie things up. That is if Mattis Deagle doesn't have anything to say about it. Points flashbang.
Oh, that was
man.
a dink.
Maka forced off the line right there. That's a lesson learned. A lot of damage sent back at Matty's way. It's still map control success.
Oh my God!
Gravity. He walked right into it.
Valves did walk out on the A side, however. But, like, they get a second kill here. Maka down low.
I mean, even if you can do some damage in this round, it's always pretty nice.
Right. It's not
That's
even
kind of the goal.
We're not talking about the win here because, like, Lucky with one FAMAS could spray down the whole team. Even as an HE grenade to make life even worse.
That could hurt quite a bit. He's probably going to, take this elevated angle, first point of contact drop off, HE in. That's what you'd like to get away with. Now, that is a question. There's a shadow advantage, though.
Here we go. And Mattis will swing first. Here comes some Pius next. And just as I predicted, he does basically spray down the whole team. 2 kills and not terrible, though.
Yeah, that's what you'll take there. Couple of kills. Bomb plant going to be denied. And the gun round's going to come out quickly here for G2. We'll see what they have up their sleeve. You have just a lot of aggressive pieces now here. Talk about Malbs being in the server here can seriously provide these opening duels, but also Mattis as a very aggressive force can do the same thing. I mean, he's willing to play in the face on these T sides. But right now, off-spawn call feels like a classic. First gun round, let's try and execute. And for this time, feels like it's going to work out pretty nicely. You're going to see a late rotate roll into Donut.
Yep, but the Donut smoke is coming on through.
That passed it already.
It lands really deep as well. This is a nifty Donut smoke that G2 have cooked up, actually.
So what sort of control they take off the back of this pose plant? They're going to establish a foothold inside of Temple right now, and that's how they're going to have to win this round. By keeping this control and playing the crossfires.
Flashbang dodged out on, and you have some Pius and Hunter.
Oh, they're swinging. That's a shadow advantage as well.
But it's also just baits them in. The shadow advantage, I feel like, is
a trap.
Yeah, it almost makes you tense up and mace all your shots, and that's exactly what happened. As 3D Max will be forced to say.
Yeah, they let them kind of work their way through Temple on that timing, and then double swing, and it's deadly. Everyone has to run away from this bomb. Not so fortunate for Hunter. He gets plucked out by Body, but only a single casualty. And a big statement made. Perfect execution. Good utility usage right there. The deep smokes and the idea to take Temple control late into the round.
That's a new Donut lineup that I actually have not seen thrown. That lands inside of the actual corridor off that bounce. So it provides the perfect mixture because you can't spam out the open bomb plant, and it even allows you to get a little bit closer to Donuts. Maybe, I think it's a new lineup at least, or...
I think I've seen it a couple times, but...
Yeah, but I mean, not like
It is, I mean,
unique
it's
one.
fairly new.
We got body pushing down middle here. We've got full mid aggression for 3D Max. We've got body nearly finding the double, but runs out of ammo, runs out of chances.
They spot the firing squad towards middle. I wonder if that's going to queue up any sort of reaction from this defense. Try and switch things up. Instead, full focus still put on mid control. And the reaction here from G2 is to slow it down. You see that Mattis has been containing space on this B side all the while, making sure that they don't push too far forward down the ramp.
I think what they're going to try and do is, here at the outside of B, they're going to try and slingshot immediately.
Well, they're going to have to be fast now. Maka's already on the flank.
Yeah, but he hasn't cleared out aim A, but nearly catches the bomb.
Just the right read here on the reaction. Sampai's going to be lining up utility, and every second that they wait is another second that this flank can activate. Oh,
they're thinking about it. Sampai's has got nothing.
No way.
Oh, he just let go of the line.
Bomb down.
And even a smoke on top of the bomb, too. Maka gets extra to work with. There's a perfect flashbang dropped in. Heavy God full blind and round over. Big flank works out for 3D Max. Unless, oh my goodness, unless Malt has this. Somehow, no. He will get flanked out by Gravity, and Maka wastes no time. So 3D Max immediately equalize.
Showing no respect right there. Maka making some big-time moves. They spotted out the firing squad. They heard all the spam that was sent towards Body's trade. And even despite that, Mattis still following, or rather Maka still following in the footsteps of this execute, and it never even gets a chance to lift off. The smoke hits the floor on Sampai's body and bomb. And a timeout called from G2.
But another Saw timeout to turn the tides. Did it once in the first half.
Should still have a decent buy as well to work off of the back of this timeout. That shouldn't be a big concern. And keep up the intensity here. What they can't let 3D Max do is dominate this mid control. That is something that they work so effectively at. Body able to hit 20 already. The confidence is definitely felt. Maybe mid control can be sacrificed here. So they focus their sights on B. Ooh, damage done from Gravity on the spam. He's down to half HP.
Maybe he wants to pass that over to Heavy God. Or maybe not. Matty's still in his element. Doing a little bit of entry work. Finally, it doesn't have to be Mobs one-man armying every single bomb site take or mid-control or anything. I have another very willing player here.
Yeah, maybe a more accurate player there on the aggression. Here's again, more proactivity though out of the CT side. Body this time, lurking his way through middle, taps away for some pious, but he can't connect the headshot crucially.
Extreme risk there from Maka. Actually committing to the fight, not even going for info. Somehow, neither player goes down.
Here's that queue up on the flank right there. Body landing his timing. This is being covered by Malbs for now. They're waiting for this, but how long can you wait for this aggression?
Oh, it turns out just about now, and Malbs wins it. They're going to speed it up now to A. 3 players flying through Donut. Solo hold for Lucky, sitting in the corner, and Matty's cutting off those rotates. It's all here on Lucky, on the site. Malbs picks it up.
Oh my God.
And the pinstripe kills through the feed lead to a 1v3 for Gravity.
Trade you'll take every day of the week. Now left into a 1v3. Gravity turning the corner into certain death right there. Not a chance for him to activate in that clutch.
These 2 aggressive riflers for G2 are stepping up. Malbs with that sick double entry, and Matty's holding one side of the map all to himself.
You can tell right now that G2 are prepared for the playstyle of 3D Max. The late aggression, they're watching it with 30 seconds left on the clock. You think that's surely a gut punch, another opening pick, but instead, the reaction coming through off the back of the Saul timeout, and they are so much more prepared this time around.
That felt like the perfect read. They're like, hey, give this team enough time, and they're going to send a guy out to try and find information they made. And it worked beautifully. They basically set up a donut pop from spawn, and when they get the flank, we're going A.
Yeah, I mean, what a great read right there. Perfect reaction. 3D Max left feeling like their main source, their main game plan getting shut down. I have to leave them more back into these sites. If your aggression is getting punished, it's hard to keep that confidence up to continue what is their bread and butter. That CT side proactivity finally punished and late into a round. It's going to force them to rethink the setups, and this round probably won't be the chance to really do it. Couple P250s in the mix. USPs in order as well. And what's shaping up to be a quicker A play and a very stacked B site.
Yeah, even Gravity not buying any pistols. Okay, there's another flank.
So what about a stacked A site here? 4 players in rotation. Hunter hearing
that's all been heard. Yep. Hunter heard every single footstep. So
and now let's rethink this here. Or no,
we're just gonna make sure their utility is good, I believe, as Hunter has now flanked the whole team and has gotten 3 kills. Hunter in the backline did not clear Temple critically, but that's just fine. He gets out of dodge. That's a kill from Lucky, and he will not hold on to that AK for long. So USB stack doesn't work out. Hunter pulls the floor out from underneath them. They all get sent fallen. 10 rounds for G2.
He's over there on the A stream. Knocking these down quickly. Keeping it covered. Yeah, well handled. I mean, like you said, if you're executing into USPs, you gotta make sure that you got the good utility, and Hunter, the first person to take that contact, is the immediate win condition. Gun round back in play. Utilities left limited here for the 3D Max side, but it's used effectively.
Hunter puts his molly down, but the footsteps are heard from Gravity. Surprised there's no smoke spam. Gravity will be allowed to slink out of cave.
It's bold moves here, but with that mid control, he can make these sort of motions through the smoke and get himself established. Body now joining forces. There's the smoke spam coming through.
Switch.
There's 2 more players. Now, Exorcy's also playing around in cave.
Like this. G2 take map control, and they just hold, and it might pay off as Mattis baiting out all of these shots. He sprays down to nearly the 3rd. Exorcy's will be quickly traded, and 3D Max absolutely broken. Hunter's going to keep speeding it up in through the cave. Maka's got to hold. He's got to do this with just the M4, and he does. Brings it back. 3D Max still with the round to play.
Well, this rotation looking valuable here. Malbs has to cut off.
And he gets a back turn. He catches Lucky. And they know where Maka was. Now spotted. Maka's going to continue going for this, though. Now in front of the smoke. He has the momentum behind him. An isolated player on the site. Not quite moving with the quickness, though. And G2 get to set in a foothold at Donut.
Double Donut and no kit here for Maka feels impossible. He's going to have to chase these kills down instead of playing and defusing the bomb.
Yeah, even a flashbang forward. Maka seen, has to run forward and get both of these kills in like 10 seconds, but that's a good start. Half HP, running out of ammo too. Here for Maka, 4 bullets. Now to the USP though. Now it becomes just so impossible. And some Pius will put him down. 11-8 here as G2 are starting to run away with Ancient.
Just have contingency plan set in stone right there. Mavs with the bailout option on his lurk towards middle. Able to cut off the rotate and provide a different avenue of approach for G2. And that denies Maka's heroics, trying to save that B bomb site. Doesn't get a chance to. Mattis with a big explosive opening, so that's massive impact coming through from him. And again, as you said, just a little bit more weight off the shoulders of Malbs.
Yeah, this player can step up. And honestly, he's done so early on in these games too. Like, he's kind of a rookie to tier 1, realistically. Like, sure, he had a couple moments with Fnatic at ESL Pro League, but besides that, Mattis hasn't really gone super international with his teams. And now, like, he's on a true tier 1 force and making a lower bracket run right now, and kind of proving to the rest of Counter-Strike that, hey, over there at Fnatic, I was underutilized. Here, on this G2 team, he's taken on a very good opponent and putting on a performance.
It's just not an environment to thrive here, whereas this G2 roster is. He's hopping into a good situation. And that's a big impact that we already see lift off here for G2. Going to be a big stance for 3D Max to try and fight off against what will be map point on your map pick. G2 can capture it. Block utility right there, but a great combo that can allow them to work through the smoke. They're not going to make that risk, though. Not right now. Instead, trying to create themselves some open fights. Body with the hero rifle could be interesting. Especially with this stance towards middle and the reclaiming of control here in the mid-round from 3D Max's. G2 still prepared for moves like this.
Yeah, you still have Heavy God at elbow at the moment who can peek on timing and spots all the players. So G2 are just going to accelerate into B after seeing 2 to 3 players in middle. And we are looking at map point for G2.
Just a lot of good reactions here. I think that timeout really getting them prepared for what is the tendency of this 3D Max team. A lot of proactivity, a lot of aggression here. Some damage done. Hunter flying through the smoke, looking to seal this round up on Body. Finds a kill in 2!
Okay. But he's down to 4. He's going to try and save this, whatever the cost. Hunter's going to start the chase. You won't be getting that M4. And will there be a hunting party here for Body? It doesn't really seem so. But yeah, it really was just the saw timeout, turn it around. And G2, ever since, have just looked comfortable in a lot of these rounds.
And prepared.
Yep.
Ready for the flanks, ready for the aggression right there. Heavy God not overstepping in middle, but instead just saying, hey, guess what they're doing? It's 50 seconds left in the round, and they're taking map control back. 3D Max so good at pushing the weakness of a map here on the CT side, but when it bears no fruit, when the reaction is to press off the back of that information, well, G2 are just going to find their way through these rounds. And one last-ditch effort towards the A side. This is looking like some off-spawn utility. Hunter setting up the smoke, and it's the right read. It's going to be limited defense here. Quick transition has to come through from Maka.
Yeah, and he's going to try and deploy a molly, but too late, buddy. They're already out all over the site at the moment. And Lucky's just going to get spammed out immediately. Already a 4v5 deficit with no utility for 3D Max. Their map pick looking gone. Exorcise the next default. Maka spamming the smokes. This is just pure desperation. Underhand smoke forward and a push behind here for Body as he'll walk forward right into inevitable doom. The Frenchmen pick this map, and G2, the real team, they're up 1 in the series and 1 away from eliminating 3D Max.
That's a great T side coming through from G2. Got to give a lot of credit there to Saul in terms of that timeout and the turning point that was for this T side. Hunter being able to quickly react off the back of those calls, and the full team adjusting to the chaos that 3D Max like to throw into the mix is such a promising sign here for G2. It's all of the right things that we needed to see out of this team. All the expectations being met here for a team like this when you have some of these roster changes, and it ends up being just such a perfect ending statement here on Ancient.
Yeah, there's so many rounds here on this T side where G2, they take a lot of map control early and they just freeze. They're like, all right, 3D Max, what's your next play? And G2 would be prepared for that very next play every single time, whether it would be that B lane crunch or an A main flank, constantly getting caught. And also, the biggest part of this, however, was the bounce back on this CT side. They're down 5-2, 1 timeout, and they sweep the rest of the half.
Yeah, I mean, that came through, it felt like largely off the back of a little bit more activity from some Pius with his op. He was playing super effective in the opening fights there. Oftentimes not necessarily something you fully expect, but he's still willing to throw that into the mix, shutting down some of the mid-control protocols there. I mean, I said G2 had to toss utility into the mix to stop him, but op will do the trick as well.
Yeah, and big credit and a big-time performance for Mattis out there as well. Stepped up big time, not just as that Jaguar player, but B lane control and pushing back a lot of that aggression. Did an excellent work over there for the newest player.
Yeah, I mean, it's an exciting combo there when you watch Mattis play so effectively. There was a lot of rounds there where Malbs and Mattis were combining their efforts through cave and middle. That gets me excited for what this team can really do in the future if you continue to see that kind of combo deal between those two players. So I think G2 getting exactly what they were hoping for. If you're looking at 3D Max, you know this is a team that you should be beating. We know how effective 3D Max is at making it through these lower brackets and getting close to the playoffs, but these are the teams that 3D Max in the lower bracket get eliminated by, and that is kind of what's looming ahead of them heading into G2's map pick.
Yeah, we're going to bring this one off to a bit of a break. G2 are just 1 away from eliminating 3D Max.
beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Info.
One close sight, and one, taco. One close, one ramp.
Один близко, другой рампа.
Ele tava rampa, ele tem perna.
Boa, caralho. Vamos.
Nice.
Damn, he was 24. I should have finished him off.
Pause.
Ele.
Galera, bora fazer aquela tática da SK, lembram? Malek, you go con smoke left side. Make sure to go short. We're gonna be going monster. We're gonna be spamming the smoke. Castratos are gonna cross it. Bolaboy has the cross. Okay, you got it? Make sure he understands.
Cross de back.
Ele vive o jogo.
Guys, it's only 7-1. We can win, boys.
It's just Molodoi and Yuri in a 2v4 now.
And this is where you wonder if that communication will come into play.
Eu vou flashar pra você.
He'll flash for him.
Vamos dar flash, sim.
Ok, давай.
Ok, go.
Ok, vamos.
Flashei.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Boom! Guys, I understand what is boom.
Okay. It can still work.
love? Is it really love? Or am I just naive, falling for the same things? They could call it lust, but in you I trust. Let's forget about the world, cause you're where I wanna be. Is it really love? Is it really love? Or am I just naive, falling for the same things? They could call it lust, but in you I trust. Let's forget about the world, cause you're where I wanna be.
Just remember, no expectations, no pressure from any of us, just play and enjoy the game.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate it.
Glad to see a PC again. It's still so weird to not see Emil here. He was like a brother to me. But given you at the next dunk, being lonely will be worth it.
What the? I never said that.
Dunk 2.0 right there, man.
Bro.
Chat used to spam 600k with me, and you're like, what, 2 million, right? Bro, you're gonna start liking it when you'll get like 3-4 MVPs, trust me.
Give us a major! Give us a major! Give us a major!
Guys, please calm down.
Finally, coach, brata. Finally, man.
Well, we don't really have Donk 2.0 over here, but we might have Nico 2.0 as Heavy God is still playing here for G2. At least that was the expectation when he joined the team. He delivers, but it's the newest guy on the block. I think the most unknown name here for G2 that really put it down. Mattis with a big-time performance and is now one map away from eliminating 3D Max in a what could be seen as predictable 9th to 12th place.
Yeah, I mean, 3D Max always struggling, I think, to break through here when it comes to the best rosters. And G2, obviously, I think have a little bit more to prove in terms of showing what they can do, but they have already shown a lot here in this debut here at Cologne. I'm already impressed with what they're bringing to the tables, mostly from, some of the new guys here on G2, but the reactions and the calling in particular from G2, it felt like was promising the most there. The quick timeouts that were brought by Saw into instant success and good reactions. It makes me think that not only does this team have firepower, but they have that strategy, that structure to back it up.
Yeah, that perfect blend of, snap decision making and the right individuals to make it happen. Right, I think the big headline was sensible signings over superstars, right? And obviously G2 could have went and knocking on some of the top 10 teams' doors and saying who do I want to get for this squad? Who knows? Navi, you want to give us a bit or something like that? Eyes on that. Obviously, Kaspersky was reported to be on the radar as well for G2. He's playing well over there at NIP, no shame to him. But they found their man here in Mattis, and obviously yet to play against obviously played against the world best, and we're waiting to see how they play against the top 5, right? We're talking our Spirit, Maus, and Falcons, because that's the real caliber of team you're trying to break into right now. But with the caliber performance we just saw right here,
G2 could put themselves into that conversation.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, man. I think sensible is the perfect word for the players that they brought into the mix, right? When you talk about who's joining into this roster, I just feel like there's already some proven talent, right? They're not necessarily also digging into the depths of Tier 2 and Tier 3 to try and find some diamond in the rough here. They've got a lot of players that have already been able to prove it in the past and are looking to continue to do so on a top tier level team, and I think that's exactly what they've landed on their feet with in terms of bringing in some of these pieces. A huge chance for Mattis to really elevate himself into Tier 1 after kind of being lost in the wilderness of Fnatic and the question marks around that. It's already showing so much success. His activity in that last map, the great coordination that we saw between him and Malves, there's a lot of excitement to build up here, and 3D Max have to fight up against that, and now with their tournament lives on the line.
Yeah, and you've had so many strong fraggers here for G2 coming through their doors, but I honestly, I've saw this team be made. I'm like, this is a team that does have top 5 potential, I feel like. You know, obviously with Saw behind them and his proven track record, and the pieces that they have here, in my opinion, are better than the pieces that they had even back on Eds, right? I feel like there's so much potential in this G2 lineup, where a lot of people said it would take years for G2 to build back after losing your generational talent like Mattis. This team's still a contender. This is not like back into the VRS online grind again for this team. This is a squad that can still compete with some of the world's best, and eliminating here 3D Max is just another step on their path. Obviously, they are on a head-on collision versus Falcons in the game that would be filled with total irony. Get ready for that.
Yeah, that's I mean, right now Falcons up a map, right? So
yes,
in the same boat on the other side of the bracket. G2 finding themselves on Inferno. We'll see if 3D Max can fight for their lives.
This would be a bit of a crushing loss, I feel, for 3D Max. They've been always trying to push playoffs and kind of break this group stage curse. They always look like a good team, but struggle versus, you know, teams that are better than them, struggle at punching up. They always maintain a good competitive nature in their games. They never really get blown out too much.
And that's why I was surprised to see them struggle with Gamer Legion, right? I think that's a team that they can pretty typically handle. That's kind of their bread and butter matchup. But G2, a different story and different challenge. There's a lot of utility for this B-side execute lining up right now, and a lot of resistance. Smoke going to be blocked off the perch. So some extra vision here. And G2 still remaining so incredibly patient. If we carry forward some of those same principles we talked about on Ancient, they're still freezing in these rounds.
Trying to see if there's any counter utility, which I love that play. Seeing that there is none, here comes the wave of utility. Double mollies as well will force Lucky out and towards the middle of the site, back of the fountain, dodging the flashbangs. Still up on the boost, but Lucky strikes with the first.
My God.
And not quite. There it is. Eventually, Malbs was just full blind, staring in a corner the whole round.
He barked it right there, man. It was full commitment, trying to dodge out in those counter utility. And as you said, I mean, G2 threw that first smoke in to try and bait a reaction, try and get 3D Max to budge, but instead they hold the line, they hold their utility, and everyone able to influence the play. Gravity with the flash setup, Lucky with the knockdown, and even Gravity's pushing that smoke and lining up some kills as well. That does the trick here, and 3D Max getting another pistol. Needing a liftoff on Inferno.
A really nice trap setup for that B site. No counter utility, but instead we actually have,
well, just one good counter flash.
Yeah, one good counter flash, and that's all they need. Malbs Deagle will be passed down to many generations of G2 players. Hopefully it'll bless Hunter here.
Otherwise, Body's going to go hunt some Eeks. Saw what happened when he forced up some ecos and got back-to-back aces. Got really confident early on Ancient. Didn't quite lead to long-term success in that second half, but it sure did give him some oomph in the first.
Here it comes. $600 just waiting right around the corner for one lucky winner. And Body unlucky. How about the real lucky? Not quite three, losing a couple players here. Don't worry, Gravity will lock it up. Two players do fall on the anti-eco. Not too bad there for 3D Max. Could have been worse. And first gun round coming up.
Here we go. This is the opportunity here. We'll see what 3D Max have in store for us. Again, it feels like the pressure that they're applying is getting read into, so I wonder if there's any big reactions hopping into this map after a little bit of a break, understanding that G2 come in on knowing what you're going to do, knowing your tendencies. So as this gun round comes out, will they continue this pressure? 3 players stacked over towards the B side, and early apartments control, loud and proud about the positioning. And Hall's already being taken advantage of. Mattis signaling some duels here soon. Hunting for them.
Now just a pause. You still have 3 players sitting in the apartments right now. But all G2 need to do is put some pressure top banana, maybe draw that extra rotate back.
You can't stick around here for forever on top banana, but you can if you have utility to continue to block things out. That's what Body's gone and picked up here towards spawn.
Learn your flashbang lineups, folks.
There's another smoke baited out. You wonder how long they can stack up this B side of the map, or A side of the map rather. It's long enough for them to pop out of halls, which is right now kind of the play that's gearing up. There's aggression coming through from Maka off the back of a gravity flashbang. A big time opening pick on a Mattis. Now, typically lurking about here and towards halls. Will you expect much more around the corner?
Maka will just be playing the off angle and also reveal his position inside a pit.
Maybe trying to bait up for Exorcist to...
Coming up playing in apps, and they find him already popping through, and Mob sees the whole team. Now they hone in onto the fights and entry the whole site. G2 breakthrough A.
Wow, looked so comfortable right there. Low HP onto the early opening on the Maka right there. Exorcist has to provide a big multi-kill, right? He's the switch there that gets to surprise them. But only a single frag there as G2 are able to slide out.
Because the surprise is ruined because Mobs not only finds the first kill, but he drops in and calls both Mini Pit and Moto, and that lets everyone swing so perfectly to hard clear. Exorcist. It's just that little piece of information that G2 don't even need utility at that point. They've already got the manpower and the capable fraggers, of course, in order to take those fights. They just swing past the Moto angle, don't let him catch them, and play together perfectly.
This is just a kind of a hard, I think, style to lean in on here if you're G2 as well. They are really letting this clock run out versus 3D Max, and that's where I think you see a lot of new IGLs just look directionless in terms of the execution. But right now, they've got their finger on the pulse and are able to at least land these executes. They're able to catch the activity, even if it's not successful in that last round. They were somewhat prepared for it.
Puts big credit to Hunters as an in-game leader, as a fake Molotov. It's genius! A Molotov on the roof, they're not even ready! A genius play made here by G2. It's Gravity still on the site, though. They still need to be prepared. It doesn't seem like they are, or are they? Never mind. Mobs, instant headshot. And an absolute genius call from G2. They threw a molly on top of the banana roof, and they thought there's no way that they push.
Can't push that, right? But turning that corner, Hunter, not only backing it up there with the full vision, right? You have that gimmick set in stone, but then executing with the multi-kill. Not just a one and done, but tearing open that site.
And that's a read right there of how 3D Max like to play their banana setup. And now they might give up a couple players here. Some pies have snuck around the smoke, though, and catches you switching guns. Now they're going to rip everything away. 3D Max about to be brutalized. Only $300 remains here for Exorcist. Somehow that grenade.
The HE would do more.
So saved AK here for 3D Max, but that's sure laughing to the bank with that pocket.
Yeah, you can see a little cheeky smirk right there for Hunter. He knows what he just got away with. Flawless execution on the entry. And a perfect read, as you said.
Hey, you like that? And I'm sure that's a playbook strat from Saw and Hunter that they called up.
You've been working on that one in the servers. That's for sure. It's good to see what you've planned out and practice fully come into play.
Boost up for Exorcise.
Only to pull him down. So Pius just doesn't reveal. And the double nade stack is going to hurt. Gravity sidelined.
There's another boost action here in CT. That works out. That is the AK scene.
And they're trying to run it down in towards the A side here on the T side. Nice retrieval there from Hunter to get rid of the gun. But they might be a little bit late here. Unfortunately, it's not a full commitment for 3D Max. They're actually going to double back here. And it's going to be a very clear A site. The gamble and probably the hunt that was looking for that AK that's no longer there is going to lead to a save. And it's already G2 showing another good T side.
They're going to try and find the AK that Hunter... I actually want to see the action that's happening over...
We got any HEs?
Yeah, you can see on top of the wall. They're trying for it. Where did it go?
That gun?
Oh, they got it! Oh,
way.
the teamwork as well. They're from 3D Max to get the gun.
Did they just boost on top of the broken wall right there?
Yeah, they boosted on top of half wall, jumped and actually snagged the AK. That's insane.
Oh, sneaky stuff right there. You got to get every last tool.
From up on the rooftops. Oh my goodness.
Or maybe a good showcase of 3D Max and the coordination. The trust and unity of this team that has been built together. Did make one move in the roster during this offseason and changing up the coaching department here, trying to, get back on the same page, and I think most importantly, break through into a playoffs performance. That's, probably this team's goal. They're consistently showing up in these group stages, and they're always a little bit scary to play with how aggressive they can be, but challenging the best of the best is a different story. Now they're fighting with their back against the wall in a situation that they found themselves so many times this year.
This would be a landmark win if they could take down G2 in this series. Not just the series in general, but even in this fashion. They're down a map, they've lost their map pick, they're playing Inferno right now. A map that G2 felt confident enough to play versus Vitality at least. Maka does at least bring home first onto Heavy God. But now, backing away, Mattis nearly catches him. But it'll be a safe opening pick.
The aggression.
3D Max, but they keep pushing.
Oh, and nice timing though. Hunter fades away from the angle. And Exorcise calling it clear right now, but that might be a false sense of security.
Now they clear out middle, but in reality, everyone is actually in the apartments right now. This is the complete wrong read here for 3D Max as they're trying to push down middle. Mattis is watching for an instant headshot, sees two players, and surely this is where they go out onto the A site. Lucky though does drop the bomb, and a big time mistake will be caught as G2 had big position, but they didn't take advantage of it.
Wow. Tough to imagine that round crumbling when G2 read into that re-aggression so effectively. The fallback of Mattis looking perfect, but now no one able to capitalize on that lost space. And some Pius, any exit damage you got for us here? Lucky turn to the corner. They're not giving him the duel, sticking around and closing it out. Only a single casualty in that round, despite what looked to be a devastating setup.
Because 3D Max had the complete wrong read of the round. They thought it was going to the B site when they see brackets is clear, when they see middle is clear, and no reactions from the apartments. But G2 didn't know the luxuries that they had in that very moment.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the big difference maker, right? You're getting out of apartments, but you don't really expect them to be, zero in towards pit, no one in towards motor rotating in, and as you can see, that slow pace there catches G2 off guard.
I wonder how Saw is actually going to communicate that to G2. Like, hey, we had a cool advantage in the round. Like, how are we going to be able to take advantage of that situation, right? Because I'm sure Saw sees the gap as he's standing behind his team, but he can only kind of sit and watch as Hunter swings out Boiler with the bomb, right? So...
yeah, I feel like that's one of those communication things, because you mentioned there, I think it was Body making footsteps running through middle and trying to claim some space. And as you're doing that, that has to be communicated. Mattis has to say that over to his teammates in apartments, and then that leads to the mid re-aggression. You don't know how many players are leaning down that way, but it is one of those things where I think communication plays a big factor.
As already sprinting up middle fast right now for some Pius. 3B setup. HE grenade will catch in the body for some solid damage. Brings him down to 30. Look at that nade pool put out there.
Pius would have benefited from an op right there, trying to work his way up middle. Like an opera would, but with a rifle instead. Can't quite catch the jump peaks, and here's the reaction. They're 80 max, they're ready to make a move. Full unit, quick rotation, pack being assembled here for this team.
Now
reclaiming brackets control.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like 3D Max don't have a lot of utility, but a lot of it is actually on the floor.
Even a T-side molly that they leave for the very last, in case an execute does come their way on the B side.
Doesn't look like it, though. Instead, very passive on A.
A lot of focus on this lane side attack, which that's exactly what they need to do. No one going to be wrapping with the smoke currently up. And 40 seconds left. They're telegraphing a lot of this move here and trying to set up more utility. Maybe lining up for another Halls pop as 3 players aren't towards apartments. We'll see if it's as effective as it was the last time around.
Now 30 seconds, but Lucky has a molly, but he's not going to use it. He's going to stay gun out. Worried about the wrap as they drop in the smoke, but really it's coming out of the apartments at the moment, as now Maka needs to be gun out too. Exorcist inside a pit. Lucky helping out. Lucky with another multi. He's so good on this A site. Malb's going to walk through a smoke predictably. Malbs gets the kill, but he does not have time to get that plant. And so that will be round. 3D Max hold the A site.
Yeah, well done right there. I think that's a little bit more effective in dealing with the Halls pop, is having multiple players on the site proper and a player inside that mini pit. I mean, perfect setup. It's really hard to land your quick trades as they did once before when multiple players are firing on the site. Not enough lane pressure coming through there from G2. And this time it holds together. 3D Max and Lucky offering up another multi-kill. 9 and 3 for him so far. Oh, this is a big move.
Okay.
Bought out from Sun Pius.
Already scaling up Banana as well at logs. And waiting for a deep peek.
Maka's here as well. Head-on collision for these oppers.
Here we go. Scope up. And Maka misses. Off for Sun Pius. Brings one home. Still Body trapped at sandbags. Has some help in the form of Gravity, but Body's struggling to get the kill. Mattis now swings out. Gravity can't collect either. 3 versus 3 here early.
There's still multiple players on this B-side defense, and Sapai is still looking for his stride on in. Knows that he has to do more heavy lifting in around like this.
Boost up.
Boost up. Not going to get the close smoke visual.
You
They're
kidding?
struggling to assemble.
Gravity going to get flashed through, and everyone's blind except for Mattis, who covers. The whole team gets seen, but it's one player closing off the exit.
Mattis on the op now, watching the flank.
Holding on to this. Exorcist cannot peek this.
Yeah, holding the off angle wisely. Taming that aggression just at the right time. Lucky playing within the confines of this smoke right now. And no fights presenting itself. As 3D Max know they're boxed into Banana. Despite that knowledge, still a way to crack through. It's going to come down to some Pius on his rifle right now. No utility. Now that smoke faded.
20 seconds. And this entry is everything. Some Pius leading, sees him, and goes down. Now it's just Mattis, 8 HP on the op, and he even just unscopes there too. To make life worse, the 2v2 goes the way of 3D Max.
Yeah, fairly comfortably. That's a big-time purchase right there. A lot of trust being put into some Pius to try and get work done with the op, and he finds it. Opening duel going the way, but Body able to deliver onto the AK, and so much damage done to follow up. Seeing some bold calls here out of Hunter, and some Pius calling his own shots. That might have been their ticket back into the last half, or rather the first half of Ancient, but not quite the ticket here on Inferno.
And now fast into the apartments and gonna overwhelm Maka. Front of the site. You shoot once though. You let him through. Huge mistake there from Maka to fire off. He's bailed out by Exorcist, but that's the A site given over to G2.
Well, they didn't pick up the ball, or the op rather, and an HE doesn't quite track Malbs. They're trying to find this AWP, but they can't. Got lost inside the smoke right now. Where on earth is it? Mattis can't find it. It's inside the pit.
Oh boy. This could be calmed out, but instead Mattis will be rocking with the Glock. It's a really up to Heavy Gods Galil inside of pit, holding the off angle. Malbs also is going down low, and everything is going wrong.
for G2. Malms screwed in his spot. He still gets one though, and Heavy God can't clutch.
No kits.
But no kits. They didn't have time. What is going on? They couldn't find the bomb. They didn't have a kit with so much.
Both of them.
With so much money in the bank, they didn't have kits and they give up the round.
Oh man, that's a brutal one right there for 3D Max. They had it in the bag. They didn't buy kits. They had the money, like you said, but they find them a little too late. Somehow just not investing into that and can't find it in time to defuse the bomb.
They thought they lost. Like Heavy God's even done, but
yeah, it was over if they made that small investment.
But now that changes the tide of this game completely.
Wow. And they recover quickly. This is a chance to bounce back. They still got the buy in order. But they cannot survive another loss. Otherwise, it's going to be a scale back. And Maka again in the danger zone.
Inside porch. But yeah, given over. Mattis should be gone. Not.
Wow.
To be. Huge flick from Mattis. Maka.
The molly for the opper.
Yep. Footsteps made as well.
Smoke down deep, Banana. Body gonna stick around here. At least a little bit of coverage in this positioning that they have on Banana. Trying to redeem this 4v5. Extra help being supported now on this A side soon. Not the end of the world for 3D Max, but a tough one to hold on to.
And G2 are playing this so absolutely patient.
They're gonna get what they want.
Re-swing middle. And dealt with by Hunter. Another swing incoming here. It's lucky he's going to peek into Boiler. I think he just showed his shadow as well to Heavy God.
Crossfire here still, though.
Yeah. But Molly for underneath porch will make life very difficult as, yeah, Heavy God gets the initial. Gravity so screwed. And G2 have seized control of Inferno off the back of no defuse kits.
You hate to see that right there for 3D Max. The resiliency that this team has had is going to be nullified. Not a single gun held onto. Malbs rips the last one away. That small little bit of decision making, trying to hold on to some extra money, ends up haunting them in the worst way, and especially with the round after.
Now they lose all their money instead. They're dead broke in this.
Gosh.
Early leads for G2, or rather for 3D Max, have now been rolled back by G2 in back-to-back maps.
Timeout called, but I mean, there's not going to be a lot behind it unless you want to go force buying for the rest of this half. And again, that right there in a 4v5, when it's provided to you by G2, they just sit and they wait and they let the op come walking into their open arms. It's one of these maps here where you have to stay focused constantly because you know it's going to come through. They felt like they reacted to that ever since Ancient Timeout. Now they're always prepared for this sort of motion, this re-aggression coming through from 3D Max, and especially when it's man advantage situations. Just feel like 3D Max, they don't like to leave rounds up to chance, right? It's all down to information that they need to contain.
Yeah, very, I would say, like, reactive team as well. You know, they're always trying to play off of the information and play to their opponent. And sometimes when you try to play to your opponent and your opponent's just flat out better than you, you might falter. As here, flash swing, and a simple mow down, B-side stack. Completely owned. It's a complete farm for the side of G2. This will be the final round of the half. This is what the timeout is for on the side of 3D Max. As G2, it really just is the round where they didn't buy kits, man. It actually might be the story of this map. It's allowed G2 back into the game. They might even have a lead at the end of this.
Yeah, at least securing a tie right now. And again, 3D Max really were able to string some effective rounds together. Their sight holds were looking a lot more gelled. Coordination rolling through. They're definitely going to be feeling that one. Now Utility just bursting in the air. HE's not connecting for early damage. 3D Max still looking to fight for banana control. Double setup here, this time with rifles. Lucky at XSCs. doing what is so common with an op and a rifle. Just 2 A1Ss instead.
One flashbang could be absolutely ruinous, however. Even the nade smoke to allow the swing, it was cool, but it did not work. That's actually a nifty way to break the op setup. At least an attempt, but...
Didn't expect 2 rifles to be on the other end of that.
Yeah.
That's a different story. Oh, careful. Body spamming down. But opening himself up to some vulnerabilities of a kill in return.
Sticking around towards top B, though, with the man advantage is very risky.
Oh, and now Gravity going to be forced off. Smoke comes through just in time.
Oh my god, he just survives in the back corner.
Oh, wow.
And Body does find a kill on the Hunter running forward. Now here, seen, now dealt with. I mean, that's an insane flick from Malbs, but still very down in this round. It comes down to Mattis and whether he can find this kill on Exorcise, who's holding the big off angle at the moment. But Mattis knows about this possibility as he pops up. He's busy clearing the apartments. And the balcony. Not least Sun Pius 1v4 with only 20 seconds remaining on the clock.
What's he got for us? Anything special? I mean, he's got to get a move on. That's a big influence. He's also getting followed, flanked.
And they know where he is. He does get access to the site, strangely enough, and might get a safe plant.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. Exorcise will try to chase him down, but he gets out the off and he turns it around. No way does Sumpires have this clutch. No. Gets the 3rd kill. Oh my god. Gravity will run him down, but somehow they let Sunpias get that close. Don't fly too high, 3D Max. You almost got burned. It's 6-all. It could have been so much better for 3D Max, but 6-all is where it stands. Now, CT side needed here for G2. But that CT side, if you remember versus Furia, required 1v5 clutches to 3D Max have a chance.
I think they have some room on into this one, that's for sure. Tying things up and landing there on their feet with the last round of the half. Even though some Pius almost ripped that away from them, it's still converted. Now if they can keep up their success in the pistols, they're going to continue the conversation. Silent, jump up into hulls, a nice belt of utility on gravity, and Mako with a smoke as well. None of this being registered, none of this being heard. So the setup here from G2 is looking more like a retake.
Yeah, they're letting the hulls pop kind of happen, and they're letting Heavy God do as he pleases. Out middle, he dropped the flashbangs, and, well, he gets dropped next by gravity. Now Hunter on the site gets gooshed up and destroyed. Still, though, fast rotate here from G2, and a set of dual Berettas are gonna chew up all of 3D Max. Mobs and Sun Pius ruin 3D.
Yeah, I mean, they're so quick right there, and again, it's so silent on the approach, but G2 offer up enough disruption. Hunter able to play distraction, and at least Heavy God getting one here. It slows them down, and some Pius able to transition on in just in time with mouths to back him up on the dual Berettas. There ends up being a solid defense, even though it was looking like they were going to play retake on that A side. They didn't even allow 3D Max to take the site.
Yeah, it was that little hesitation as well from 3D Max. I think lining up some utility. That lets everyone scamper on into the site. It allows G2 to really stretch their legs a bit on CT. Force buy.
Big time force buy right now from 3D Max. Without the bomb plant, not a lot of kills rolling out here. Mac 10s and Tech 9s in play.
And like 3 smokes, 1 flashbang.
What do they got in store for us in a round like this? I have to come up with something special. Tech 9 shots to close the distance. Some Deagle shots in the mix, but re-aggression.
My God. Hunter. He's gonna catch the whole team walking into mid-bracket. He might be back-turned right now to body. No, he'll get the kill instead, and then everyone strikes in middle. All 5 Frenchmen fall in middle.
That timing right there. It's just an alarm bell, turning everyone's attention the right way. And Hunter, I mean, he can't believe what he just found out right there. Not only spotting the mid play, but a side turn inside of the apartments. And the chaos right there for 3D Max, but the full preparation for G2. They were ready for that walkthrough. The crossfire symbol, the constant pressure, and okay, a little bit of a half buy. I was going to say, it looks like it's an all-in move from Lucky, but
dropped over Galil.
Yeah, that's where he gets it.
And now trying to put on some pressure. Just a hero gun.
Can't do a whole lot with this.
Can't bully him, though. That's the big thing. With the presence of that Galil stops these wide swings from potentially happening. Car control established, however.
Not for long. There's the retake utility with the backbone around it. Malbus joining up here and reclaiming that space quickly. I guess not a bad read, though. You might take car control back away from us, but we're going to go take brackets away from you. Forces Hunter in a quick rotate. But brackets is established, and some more fights might present itself to Lucky. What has he got here for him? Turn to the corner.
Scene.
Not giving the fights. They're just not giving them the duels.
And now, ooh, a team flash, though. That could have been money for Hunter. Instead, it's nothing. In fact, he falls. Now it's got to be Heavy God here inside of the pit. And then the Galil hits the dirt. And the threat is averted here. To the side of G2, it's 9-6.
A big call right there. I think Lucky trying to make some strides. Obviously having himself a good map right now individually, but just not presented the duels that he's hoping for when you have the hero rifle. They wait so long until they finally force those fights, and when they do so, Heavy God and some Pius coordinating effectively. Ooh, nice taps. Now Famas 3K gonna give him an AWP to upgrade onto for the first gun round that rolls through. And
I don't think 3D Max would be ready for that kind of play. this early on. Double nades, 2-strike true onto the aggressive riflers here for G2 as Mobs barely living, so does Lucky.
They're just continuing to battle it out, man.
Yeah, I love Banana on Inferno, man.
Smoke spam duels galore. Good flashbang here to blind up some Pius. He's gonna get away just in time. Just about.
Covered by Heavy God well. And a great grenade to punish.
Still a bit of a weak side defense on this A side of the map here. Molly especially to keep some Pius from keeping coverage of this arch side, but more damage done through the smoke here. Leaves 3D Max walking wounded.
It's unconfirmed damage though, so it's not really something you can react off of, but G2 are still
reacting.
Calling over a huge setup. Flashbang high, catches Maka in the open. Another player spotted as well. They're trying to boost too.
Oh.
And Heavy God's gonna mow him down. G2 dominance.
Oh man. The boost right there, just as an opera walking through there, catching the poor innocent boiler player. Well, they're trying to set up some trickery to get past your op. Anything to get past some Pius, because you know he's not going to miss.
Absolutely crazy round. Crazy seeds. Players boosting. Players with nades in hand. It's G2 who are creating the chaos instead of 3D Max.
Still so reactive here. There's so much motion going on in the CT side. As you can see, constant fights down Banana, but then a pretty hefty A-side setup later down the line here. Body flying into the mix. Fearless is going to get out and back turn to an AWP.
Oh, and now Mobs sees multiple players as he breaks open the smoke with his bullets and then breaks the faces of 3D Max. This is not looking good. This is rounds over in like the first 30 seconds in a couple of these. Little momentum.
Yeah.
And starting to wave them goodbye across the room. Mobs can feel it.
Yeah, that's a justified feeling as well. That one goes absolutely nowhere. 3D Max throwing all caution to the wind now and getting met by some heavy resistance. Mobs playing on the edge of that smoke. It just feels like a smoke designed for that small window of opportunity. He sure punishes. Nothing given. I think a well-needed timeout for 3D Max. The feeling of frustration amplifying, the feeling that is so familiar throughout this year for them. Constant contenders to try and break through into playoffs, but never quite being there. Staring down the barrel of that once again here, just 2 rounds away for G2.
I mean, off the back of 2 roster changes and a new coach, G2 immediately in their first tournament looked like a pretty darn complete team. Still waiting to see how they do versus, we say, the elite.
Not the immortal.
Not the immortal. We've seen the immortal.
Well.
We knew that wasn't going to happen. But versus the elite, can they challenge the princes of Counter-Strike? For now, it's looking quite strong. As it's going to be 3D Max trying to send it a bit further forward, but Mobs doesn't feel the pressure, doesn't hear the footsteps approaching, so...
Some Matty at it again. Comes by some utility that can be tossed through from Hunter.
Mattis and Mobs is an incredible duo you could have at the top of T. That is so much firepower that'll be so difficult to handle, and 3D Max, they want to test it.
They just don't let off the gas either. Thought they were for a second gonna give over B, but of course not. Valve's joining forces back in return, and maybe he should have taken that time to fall off. Instead, Mattis goes and trades things out quickly.
Ooh, they try to hard rotate over to A instead.
Whoa, they're making noise on this rotate as well. This is an easy call.
I don't think they would have been able to
overcomplicate it.
Though. You can see that the pop is not instant at the moment, and all Hunter wants to do is actually just break the CT smoke.
It's a big gamble from G2 here. They see the boost, so at least that's 2 players confirmed. They've got brackets control. I mean, there's 35 seconds left. You're not really spotting a lot towards middle. You question if they're ever going to budge, or if this is just going to be on the sole responsibility of Hunter. It looks like the latter.
As he swings forward, though, he wins his duel versus Lucky. That needed to be
still
converted, and you're right, the HE, and now the flank developing as well. You're launching flashes from Banana, you get picked, and the smoke break is perfect. They don't even need anyone on the B site. G2 just mind-controlled 3D Max into losing this round as Hunter holds down B. It is series point for G2.
That's a perfect read right there. I mean, a little bit of risky aggression there for Hunter, but you kind of need to take some risky moments like that and able to slide through and disrupt their execution. They were setting up utility right there. CT side, or CT smoke rather, was in play. And 3D Max just can't breathe on this T side. Looking for a sweep. This CT side remaining flawless. And now just one to eliminate 3D Max. Despite the uprising they have caused in this lower bracket, they're going to get bombarded by utility.
Still, Mattis does actually go down to the own set of utility, but smoke spam from Mobs is going to be so lucrative. Ready in just a moment to open up that mid banana smoke. Is about to fade. Mobs is actually trying to be a playmaker here. Back of the barrels, sees a player. Oh, great though from Gravity.
Not in a position to rush it down though. They've been so used to Hunter joining up here and still being on this B side.
They only have one smoke, one flash.
Oh,
and two
so much
players,
block utility still in play for Hunter.
Sub 30 HP. So Hunter's just going to walk into top banana casually.
Oh, how far does he want to press the issue?
Oh my god, he gets the kill, but not the second. Doesn't react in time to pick Lucky, rather. Now, 2 versus 3.
You can't overthink around like this, right? They've got 3 kills on B. Hunter's down. You got Mattis, you got Mobs. If you go through the checklist, that's just about everyone.
Oh my goodness. Maka's going to be the probe up middle. Right into some Pious. That will let them into the B site.
Oh boy.
But the fast flank is already happening.
Got to get a move on here. Got to be a B-side finish. The run down from Heavy God. He is moving fast.
Full sprinting.
He's going to have to hit shift soon.
He's going to get there before they even plant the bomb. They might plant for Banana. They might plant for Heavy God to just end them.
No, no way.
It's going to happen. Planting in the open. Exorcise is doomed, and it's just Lucky. And they don't even have time to make life worse. They're already clapping before the round is over. G2 eliminate 3D Max from IEM Cologne. It feels like for the Frenchmen another predictable exit at this stage of the tournament, but for G2, they are now one best of 3 away from playing in front of the Lanxess.
Man, a joyous Hunter right there, a joyous Saul, as they have all the right reasons right there. That combination especially, feeling like they have the perfect read there, the timeouts coming through from Saul leading to instant success. You're getting a lot of exciting signs here out of this G2 team that I think can just translate versus the best of the best, right?
Yep.
The reactions, the reads that they come through, the preparation. When 3D Max is a tough team as a new roster to take on, they're going to disrupt your setups. They're going to make sure that they get aggressive. They're going to make sure that you can't get your executes off comfortably. And that is exactly what G2 reacted to in the mid game. That's not easy to do here for so many different teams. So many new IGLs that test the waters versus this team get shut down, and Hunter is able to pass that test.
And you know what? G2, and a lot of people said of them once they lose Nico and Monacy that it'll take years for them to come back to the top of Counter-Strike, is the word of one Counter-Strike pundit. But already, first tournament back, they are already in the top 8 and a single best of 3 away. They're likely to be playing an elite level team. I believe Falcons were up big back on Mirage. I can actually just check up on that scoreline right now to see if that's how it worked out. And indeed, Falcons and Furia are still actually going at it, but if things continue and it's them versus Falcons, that will be the biggest test here for G2 and how they stay competitive, not just versus the Immortal, that is Vitality, but versus the top 5. That's where they want to be right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And if they can press on that this early on in this roster's iteration, that's a proof of concept. I mean, not only is it going to feel like sweet victory for G2 in that opportunity, given the fact that these are pieces that should have shattered a team, that should disrupt the legacy of a roster, but that you can still build back with these new pieces. I mean, a thing that we've seen a lot of organizations fail to do completely. When they lose their star core, when they lose these big pieces, you just think the roster is going to fall into irrelevancy. G2 have other ideas here with this roster change.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of people would credit it to the Saw effect, right? No matter where he has gone, he has always built successful rosters, even with, just very small pieces and scraps, turned Snappy, brought him out of his career, even turned the Heroic team that had been completely gutted by the Astralis situation and losing all of their players, having to go international, turned Kixan into a world number 8 IGL. Now he's on Falcons, and that whole team basically got purchased up by the Falcons. Then came back and did it again with Heroic, qualified to the major. Now he's here with G2. And the best thing about being with G2 is he can get whatever pieces he'd like.
Yeah, and I think he's got a team that is already gelling so well. A team with a little bit of experience that can back it up, that you have so many different proofs of concept, you have so many proofs that these players can work together, and again, you also have that same challenge of seeing how you can make Mattis work into this roster. Is he actually capable of entering into a tier 1 team? I think the answer so far has been absolutely with what he has provided. The combo deal that you get from him and Malbs is so absolutely terrifying. And so there's so many different ways right now for G2 to win games, and that's kind of what you have to do if you want to test versus the best, if you want to test versus a team like Falcons.
Yeah. Tomorrow is going to be an incredibly exciting day. Obviously, we'll see if Falcons continue versus Furia. We can't even call that match yet. Who knows what will happen? Obviously, the Falcons have some ups and some downs, but we do have 4 teams who have qualified to playoffs. We have Team Vitality and the Mongols, Maus and Team Spirit booking their tickets today as well into playoffs, and the rest of Group B's lower bracket still up for grabs. Na'Vi versus NIP, Aurora versus FaZe Clan. Only one of those teams can play in Cologne.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think Na'Vi trying to build something with Makazi. We watched the IMA performances come through today, and the one-man show that was, but a little bit of time to maybe get back on track there in the lower bracket. But the fact that FaZe or Na'Vi, one of those 2 teams only can make it and still at risk of not even getting to that opportunity is definitely a shock.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's so many FaZe Clan fans around the world that want to see him pull off that lower bracket run, but Aurora showed themselves to be a very prominent threat, even playing against, I mean, they had to play against the most ridiculous donk performance we have seen in a long while.
Yeah, that was special.
Jesus. I mean, Aurora taking on FaZe, that'll be an exciting one to burn the house down tomorrow, but hear from us on the B stream. That does it for us here. As go ahead and check out the main stream. Falcons versus Furia is still going down. On that note, folks, peace out. We'll see you tomorrow.
Up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I'll fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I don't shove it. I rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite.
Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, that's the shot. Hold on. Forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Strollin's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!